stream.
Wake up, dead stream.
Oh,
Well,
for fuck's
I
sake.
shouldn't say it like that.
I just hit start stream and it said an error has... Wait, am I live or not? Like, oh, Jesus, OBS.
Oh, it says live.
You're alive to me.
It won't let me... It won't let me record locally. It'll let me stream, though. Error code with output. Please check your streaming recording settings. I love OBS. It updated, by the way, just before this.
Oh, no.
Oh,
That's how we know it's
it
all
is
over.
live. It is live, but
Well, good that we're
I
live,
guess-
but let me see if I
Live
can
on the
fix the... I can't change recording settings while live, so thanks. That's great. it's like, you need to change the settings to make it work. It's like, well, I guess I gotta download it once the stream is over. Like the days of old, which isn't so bad these days because I get to upload in a higher bitrate, so it doesn't, you know,
That's true.
destroy the
PP9
quality.
and all that, yeah. The good stuff for the bestest YouTubers.
Another Christmas episode.
It doesn't feel
Wow.
like Christmas. I feel like I got coal in my stocking. It looks like Santa took a
A big
giant
dump.
dump in my stocking, Grinch style, and he just left it to burn. He didn't leave it on the fireplace. He threw it in the fire, so it just wafts.
Man.
I just can't say that I'm thrilled, you know?
You s-
Oh, maybe before so that we can delay, are we going to say anything about the Game Awards? Are we going to
Oh.
do anything about that?
I saw those
I
were
mean-
happening.
Is there anything to talk about?
Soma and Divinity. Next subject, or Ontos and Divinity are the things I'm looking forward to the most.
Though, is there? Have they said who's writing Ontos or whatever? Because as much as it said from the creators of Soma means nothing if they don't have
It's like
Hedberg or whatever who wrote Soma.
Mikkel Hedberg, I think, yeah.
Um,
Hopefully they've... I mean, yeah,
Because
I'm
they should-
excited.
do you love, Rags, that it said from the creators of Soma, it did not say from the creators of Amnesia Rebirth? It's like,
Interesting.
curious.
Yeah, because, And Amnesia Rebirth was it more or less successful than Soma? Do you know? in terms of sales.
I don't actually know through sales, but obviously I think everyone can agree that Reputation,
Soma's-
Critical Acclaim, Soma...
Oh, yeah.
Which I consider this like definitive sort of proof. The fact that you'd mark it based on Soma is like, holy shit. Like, yeah, that game
Yep.
managed to claw its
It
way
is.
back up to being like respected.
It did take a while. It took a while to get its money back, but its reputation is very good, thankfully. Despite some people's best efforts, it
Yeah.
is it is very very well regarded, and I'm very happy to. Very
You do
happy to
wonder
know
if they
that.
understand the reasons for it, because I was looking for. Well, I say looking forward to this. Fate of the Old Republic is the new Star Wars
Oh,
game
yeah.
from the guy who did the original Knights of the Old Republic, which is a really good game. But
Casey
it's
Hudson,
I
yeah.
don't also did some of the less good Mass Effect stuff. I understand, but it's like I understand that you understand that this is really popular. Do you understand why it was really popular though?
Mm.
Because like I've seen a lot of people say if it's not a character creator and there's no meaningful choice, then fuck off. And it's like I could see from the trailer it's gonna be maybe not any of those things.
I have-
Linear, great looking
can I-
Star Wars game with no choice.
Well, on that point, and look, I hate to be that guy who brings it up, but I'm just a noticer, all right? That's all I do is I notice things. I just notice things. It is, and I saw this with the PC Game Awards too. It is kind of crazy how many female protagonists there are compared to male protagonists. I was like, oh, another one. It's another one.
Another
Oh, it's
one,
another
and
Chinese
another one.
swordsman lady. Oh, wow, and another one, and another one, and another one. It's like this is actually kind of like crazy looking at these two awards ceremony thingies. How many of these games, especially indie ones, it was like female protagonist, female protagonist, female protagonist. I'm like, this is actually quite conspicuous how many of them there are.
Is it weird that it's borderline gone to the point with the Star Wars one, where when I saw it was going to be a lady, I was like, well, yeah, it's Star Wars.
Mm.
Well, yeah, there's not
It's
men
like-
in Star Wars anymore.
It's
That's
like,
just like-
it's like what they've
you
done
know.
with Alien, where it's like, well, you have to have a female. And you're like, why? Like, you have to.
You have to.
Oh, it works, man.
You fool, of course.
I say that, of course, you know, one of our more recent things with Star Wars would be Andor, and the main guy is a guy in that. So there you go. They did it. Even though
That's why
there's...
it's good.
That's true.
That's
It is
why
the
it's
exception.
good.
For a number of reasons, that being one of them. I wouldn't mind if they were all, you know, also quite well written female lead characters. It's just that
Ooh,
loads
yeah,
of them,
that's a good
loads
idea.
of them really
We
aren't,
gotta-
and it's bad.
I've heard
I
they-
think
Yeah.
They
we got
apparently
Leia's
used to
and
do
Mon
that.
Mothmas and stuff like that would be neat.
I've heard
Or
about
Leia's,
these
God forbid.
there's these films that used to come out where they have female characters that are awesome. Have you guys heard about this?
I think it was before I was born, but I have.
I've heard the rumors, but I think that reality is passed into myth, and myth has become legend.
Some people call it lies. You know, it's like there's no way.
This didn't happen. This wasn't a thing.
You know, someone else we could do, considered, I don't know how else we'll fit this in, but I assume you guys have seen this. So, Rian Johnson says, the worst sin in Star Wars is to be afraid of doing anything that shakes it up. Having grown up a Star Wars fan, I know that thing where something challenges it, and I know the recoil against it. I know how there can be infighting in the world of Star Wars, but I also know that the worst sin is to handle it with kid gloves. The worst sin is to be afraid of doing anything that shakes it up, because every Star Wars movie going back to Empire and onward shook the box and rattled fans and got them angry and got them fighting, got them talking about it, and then, for a lot of them, got them loving it and coming around on it eventually.
Bro, you made a shit movie. That's it.
We can't... Yeah,
your movie sucks. You can like try to figure out whatever rationalization for why you did it and how that's meaningful, but you just made a bad film.
It was very bad. And it kind of played a gigantic role in destroying the integrity and the reputation of Star Wars, something that is felt to this day.
I guess
to be fair to him, it's, you know, The Force Awakens is a really horrible foundation.
Yep, that's true.
Even the greatest storyteller of all time would truly struggle if they wanted to make a sequel to that film. But, I mean, you made a lot of terrible decisions that weren't forced on you.
I think the an analogy it said at the time, it was something like, you know, you got a fucking horde of aliens are about to kill you. They hand you a gun with one bullet and you like defend yourself and you shoot yourself in the head. That's what he did. Like, I guess you could have tried something, but you didn't. You just gave up. It's like,
and
okay.
Also, Andor shook things up. That's the one that actually did that.
Yeah, it will be the only thing about Star Wars that has spoken positively in 20 years.
Yeah.
Well, what's funny is his little list of events, right? It's like, it shook the box and rattled fans. You can say that it did that. Got them angry. Yeah. Got them fighting. Yep. Got them talking about it. Yep. And then, for a lot of them, got them loving it. Oh, well.
Ooh,
No,
I don't know. I think for every person who loves Star Wars because of The Last Jedi, I think about 702 hated it because of The Last Jedi. So that's not a good exchange rate on fans.
Well, and the people are already trying to do the thing, and obviously we'll see a huge influx in 2 years from now of like, you know, Trilogy's kind of a masterpiece, actually. There was an unironic fucking post. I don't have it, but I saw it and it made me wince. It was a guy saying like he hated it when it came out, and he sort of fell for the discussions about how Luke was assassinated, but he's since, you know, come to understand the film. And it was to him, he was like, it was a case of me actually like really learning media literacy. It's like,
there it is. Say the line.
Don't say the thing, please.
Also, there's no way that like not shaking it up is the worst possible sin. I'm sure he can imagine a way of shaking up Star Wars that is way worse. I'm sure, like, if you put your mind to it, like, let's say you retold Birth of a Nation in Star Wars. Like, I think he would say
an Empire.
There's so many ways you could commit a worse sin in Rian Johnson's mind than merely shaking it up. So clearly it's about how you shake it up and what you shake it up to do.
Well, he mentioned The Empire Strikes Back, and I mean, Aliens is an excellent example. You shook the fuck out of the fuck out of Up Of, and people love that.
Yeah.
So it was written very very well, and it had a great tone. It was a faithful continuation of the character. It should be the blueprint, like Zack Snyder. It should be the blueprint for stuff going forwards. But I mean, that takes talent. It takes writing chops. It takes passion.
Well, hey, he hasn't ruined Star Wars in years. He's up to other things. he's
moved on to other genres to ruin. True.
Well, he said that he
wasn't satisfied with science fantasy.
Has he not said he's happy to do Knives Out forever? Like, you know, basically just the.
I mean, it's a quarantine of a kind.
It really is. I've seen people say they wanted to, like, you know, do some other stuff, and I'm like, no, keep him there.
No, it's really, yeah. I'd prefer it if he's just not getting to be involved in anything else that anybody else created that has any acclaim at all. And plus, it's it's clear to me that these films actually don't really have like a cultural footprint at this point. People just say, "Oh man, I want to see Benoit Blanc like forever." They keep saying it, but let's be real. Like this is not going to be, this series ain't fucking Poirot. Like
Poirot's a Chad, and everyone likes him and remembers him.
Yeah.
Well,
Did anyone
He's a
here
character.
Did anyone here even watch a second of Poker Face?
no, I know about
Nope.
it, but no.
That was
Is
Rian
it-
Johnson's show that he made and ran for 2 seasons.
Well,
I've never
did.
heard of this.
On
I've literally
Yeah,
never heard of this.
You and everybody else haven't heard of this.
I will say, I've heard it's good, but the problem is that's what I hear about everything he's ever done. So,
I don't believe it. I don't
well, no, and
believe
he's.
it.
I'm sorry, he's
right.
just catastrophically awful at writing at this
He
point.
can't write, and I mean, we've now got 3 examples of him being incapable of writing like a murder mystery
With complete
and that show
freedom.
is, like a mystery. Yeah, exactly. Doing whatever he wants.
That's the genre to show you're good at writing. It relies on
Yeah,
good writing. more
which
than
is why
many
he
other
really
genres.
shouldn't have picked it. He
It's
shouldn't have
the
picked
worst
it.
thing to
He should
pick.
Yeah,
have
he
known
fucked
better.
himself.
He should have known better.
Like
I do wonder, though,
specifically,
whether
I've
it's also
chosen a
the
genre where the
cheapest.
writing must rely on reason, logic, and the continuation of events and details and setup and payoff. Is like, oh, all right, you decided to play on hard mode after TLJ. All right, sure, okay.
Well, you
Is it
see, he
also
worships at
perhaps
the
like
art
that
of
people
the
are more
rat.
forgiving about this in murder mystery context, though, in the sense that lots of people are told it's a murder mystery, so they go in with a mindset, and then they are bamboozled by all of the stuff and all of the people and all of the moving parts, and it's like you can't follow it, it makes no sense, and that must mean it's a really clever,
Yeah, I
convoluted
just don't
plot.
get it. I have faith that it actually does make sense, even if I might not in the moment understand it. Because
Yeah.
it's a
I've
movie, it's a
gotta
murder
tell you,
mystery. It
though,
has to make sense.
going into this film, recognizing that it was all going to be bullshit and not make sense, and essentially not trusting the film made it a lot easier for me to essentially figure out what he was doing.
Yeah, he's
I gotta
getting
tell you.
he's
When I
getting
was
stale
watching
with his
every
patterns.
scene with, oh, this is probably a lie, or wait, I'm noticing a pattern between the characters that are sympathetic and the ones that the film
What?
considers not sympathetic.
No way,
Like, once
Ryan
you start to
Johnson.
recognize
Wait, the
that pattern,
crippled
it's like,
woman was innocent? What?
yeah, it's just once you
Yeah,
notice
what?
that, like I would say genuinely, if you go into the film kind of in bad faith, recognizing that it's bullshit and a ploy, like it makes it a lot easier to actually figure out like the murder mystery.
Oh yeah.
But
They're
not
gonna
because it
clip
makes
Fringy and
sense.
say, "See, EFAP goes into movies with bad faith."
I said kind of bad faith, and it doesn't matter.
I don't even know if that's bad faith. It's just a realist attitude, right? Because,
Yeah.
like you just said,
It's-
whenever you show us anything, like if there's any insert shots or shot that lingers long enough with anything, like say for example, it's like they keep the camera going and a chair falls over. You're like, well, I'm guessing that's going to be extremely relevant to some insane nonsense reason, and then later on in the film, it is, or it's completely forgotten. There's some stuff that he sets up in this film that just doesn't go anywhere at all. There's like little things with characters that are happening that if you watch it twice, which I do not recommend, you'll be like, oh shit, I forgot that was even a thing. And then it's like, where the fuck did that go?
You watch it a second time, you're like, man, a lot of these characters are superfluous. Like they don't even.
Oh,
yeah.
I will say,
Less so than
unlike
the other two.
Yeah, I was going to say
Yeah.
less so with the other two, but this one, the cast, I don't know why the fuck you've got so many talented actors who are just standing around playing generic person A, B, C, and D.
By the way, a little bit, I guess it's a little bit of a coincidence. Jeffrey Wright, who it makes a couple brief appearances in this film. He was at the Game Awards.
He was.
Doing a brief presentation. So I was like, oh, it's the guy from American Fiction. He's yay. And then because you just don't see him popping up that much, really. But then
I feel
I
like
saw
you see
this
him popping
movie.
up.
He's in a bunch
Well,
of
I
stuff.
don't,
Last of Us.
Fringy. I
He's in The
don't.
Last of Us
So it's
season
nice
2.
and
He was
it's
Gordon,
special
right?
And he
when
was in the
pops
game.
up.
I think he played him in the game
Oh, I
as
just
well.
lost the game. The point is, it was like, oh, I saw him just the other day in that thing, and now I saw him again. It's like boom, boom, back to back. I'm like, oh, okay, that's neat.
I think
It's
Rian
kinda
Johnson
like,
has
that was
said
the
the
whole
reason
point
that
of
you
that.
get a bunch of these very
What?
well-known.
What? Well, it would have been shorter if Fringy wasn't like, oh, you do see him more, and everyone else was like, oh,
Would have
yeah,
been
he's
shorter
in
if Friggy
something
hadn't pointed
too.
out Jeffrey Wright is a very accomplished actor, is in plenty of things.
He is an
mainstream.
accomplished actor. I just said I don't really see him that much.
Are you blind?
No, I'm
Explain it.
colorblind.
Oh,
I saw Jeffrey Wright and I clapped.
I just like the idea of saying Jeffrey Wright, and he's like, "Yes, hi." And you go, "The man from the Game Awards." Yes, hello.
Yes,
he's like, "What?"
is starring in his famous role of the Game Awards.
Sorry, Platoon, were you saying something?
Only that he casts lots of big famous actors, I believe he has said, because it gives the audience the impression any one of these people might be the protagonist, and that helps with the misdirect. Because
No, not really.
Well, with this one, that definitely is not the case.
Not-
There's
not
very
at-
much
not at this
protagonist in
point.
this
So,
one.
as was
Yeah.
mentioned,
There's a protagonist in all of them at this point.
once you've seen enough of his films, you just don't. There's no need to trust anything. Anything could happen
Nope.
at any time. It's insanity.
There
And
is one specific moment in this one particularly, because I watched all three of these back to back, which was horrible,
Ugh.
but was
Oh,
at
that
least a
sucked.
useful experience because I got to basically within the first 5 minutes of this one thinking, well, it can't be this person because that would be too obvious. And then thought, no, it's a Knives Out movie. That
Yeah.
means it's this person. And now there's no mystery left.
is-
It's just why.
you know, like, but without getting into it any more detail, it is remarkable that the three of them follow the formula of they point in the beginning to a particular person, very likely with shots, with the way that they're characterized, with certain dialogue while the camera's flowing over them. It's like, that's the one. And then you're like, I know what you're doing, Ryan. You're red herring me. And then he's like, huh? And you're like, well, it wouldn't be them, would it? And Ryan's like, huh? You're like, it is them? And he's like, yeah. You're like, oh, okay.
I thought this was like a whodunit. where it
Yeah,
wasn't meant to be
you're like,
fucking
I
obvious.
don't know why. Like, you're like, oh, you just said right at the beginning who it is in
But
all
at
three
this point,
movies.
it is like the one who done it is quite famous as an actor, typically, or like accomplished in some respect.
Well,
I
so we
suppose
can say
even
about
the most
in-
more so in this one.
in Knives Out, it is just the complete, thorough asshole character from the beginning is the bad guy. You're like, okay. Second movie, it's like the king of assholes. He's constantly introduced and just developed as just, oh, what a piece of shit, absolute piece of shit, piece of shit, piece of shit, piece of shit. Oh, and he's the bad guy. And you're like, oh, okay. Third film, it's slightly different, but not really.
The thing is that it actually, because the actual villain in this one, the film doesn't recognize how bad she is.
The film doesn't
Like, in all of
recognize
the
how
horrible
bad
things that she's
anyone
done.
is in this film.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The film's got some opinions. We'll go
Yeah,
over
no.
them.
It sure does.
Ryan's he's an opinion guy. He's an opinion haver
Um,
guy.
Though I will say the three of them fit like his formula. All three of them have so many of his fucking
Oh
tropes.
yes.
Do you remember in Knives Out with the mention of SJW shit?
Yep.
And then in the second movie, you got Batista does like a podcast where he tries to hawk fucking rhino pills or whatever to people. And it's like, ho ho ho,
Well-
biting political commentary. This movie does not skimp on that. It's very clever.
Oh no. We have the obviously Psy is GOP, so he's a piece
He's
of
evil.
shit. So we have things like liberal hive mind, leeching millennials, feminist Marxist whores.
It's great.
Matt is angry against all women, not just his ex-wife.
Why haven't you mentioned though
Uh,
that Benoit Blanc mentions the term pwned in fucking 2025?
Yeah.
Yeah.
he-
Wild.
Replace the word.
Pwned,
Oh,
owned with a
put a P.
you know,
I don't
owned with
even-
a P.
I'm a very plugged in guy when it comes to internet culture. I can't remember the last time someone used that. That's
Oh,
like
it's-
that's a
it's
previous
2011.
generation.
Wait,
Yeah.
it's just like
2009.
2010, you know, something like that. Yeah,
That
it's
was
not
a
that long
long
ago.
time
yeah.
ago.
Pwned. Come on, chat. You guys say
Yeah,
pwned all
Ryan.
the time.
Yeah.
Very,
Admit it,
very
you
up to
do.
date.
Don't lie to us.
Anyway, so-
A thought I
No,
have
that's-
about the Knives Out movies is that I think they're a strong contender for the worst trilogy of all time. So I'm wondering what you guys
Well, there's-
think
I
is
think-
in
I
competition
think
for
that's
that.
a fair point.
Star
That's
Wars.
a fair point because a lot of the time when you point to a trilogy, usually the first one is really good. That's why it got to be a trilogy in the first place.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's like a very, The Matrix. It's like, well, yeah, that's a really good first
Yeah.
movie there. Jurassic Park. Yeah, it's a really good first movie there. And then you got something like Terminator. It's like, oh, you did two really good ones, and then the third one kind of sucked. Whereas this it is awful from beginning to end. It's kind
So-
of an interesting point, Cap. I never thought
This is a
about
I think
it.
that's-
situation-
Everyone's pointing out the sequel trilogy. I think that's a fair point. That probably is
I think
the
so.
worst.
Well, I was gonna say
Um,
this is
this
a
is up
situation
there.
where it's like if you come at the king, you better not miss. Like sequel trilogy is firmly sitting on that throne.
Whoa.
Ryan tried to make the worst trilogy ever, and
King,
it's
you
like,
better-
hey, you really think
Well,
you can
yeah.
dethrone us? Like,
He had a
Hold
hand
my
in both,
beer.
and he's like, "What if I had all 3 movies? Could I do worse?"
Well, the way I see it is almost like he's genre hopping. He's like, what other genre can I fucking drive into the dirt? I've ruined sci-fi fantasy for, unironically, maybe like a generation to come at this point. Disney doesn't even want to release a movie. And now he's gone into, you know what? What about murder mysteries? I could ruin those. Yeah, I could ruin those. Sorry, subvert those. I could subvert those. Even though they're the most predictable movie.
Yeah, I think if we were to put it to one side, the sequel trilogy is like the dominating emperor of bad trilogy. It does score really high, the Knives Out trilogy.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, what else comes to mind?
Of worst trilogy.
Well, it's like you said,
'Cause
all the ones
I'm
we would
thinking, like,
suggest are
if
going to
you
have at least
seasons of
one good
TV
movie.
count?
if you're thinking like the MCU, for instance, it's like, well, Iron Man 1 is great. Thor, it's like, okay, it's not, but like Thor 1 is fine,
It's like
and I
that,
mean, I
yeah.
like Thor Ragnarok a good amount, but obviously you
Okay,
can have the
yeah,
conversation
yeah.
about that one. Captain America, that's like, that's overall, it's like a strong trilogy, even though there's
First one's
one,
good, the second
kind of bad
one's
one in there.
well, there's a bad one in there.
And then it's like, well,
Sworn.
what about Spider-Man? It's like, well, we can talk about both trilogies. Neither of them are even remotely in a position to be competing with this.
I think
at all,
what would be competing
Both of them
is
are
stuff that
way
we
stronger
haven't
than this.
even considered or seen. I know that there's loads of Blood Rain movies, like that there would be a trilogy of them, the Uwe Ball.
Oh,
Those sound like
God.
they're fucking awesome.
I
though.
almost feel
Blood
like
Rain?
that doesn't count. We're talking like real movies, not like
Oh my
that
god.
kind of shit.
Wow.
Yeah, so
Definitely
we're not
shouts
like Resident
for-
Evil obviously doesn't count because we're talking about bad movies, and those are amazing.
I see.
Those are very, very good. Chat suggested Avatar, which weirdly I don't.
That's
I hate those movies, but they're not this bad.
No.
And also Jurassic World, which I think is
Ooh.
quite a good
Ooh,
series.
that's actually
That's
Oh my
Jurassic
god, that could be the one.
Good
Yeah,
call,
that can-
good call.
That's competitive. That's competitive for sure. Those films suck hard.
Well, I mean, maybe one of the best ways to figure out which is worse or better is you see, like, if they have one good thing. Because sometimes having one good thing is just enough to lift you above everything else. So does, like, the Jurassic World movies, do they have the one good thing? The one good scene, the one good character?
No,
Not really.
Having watched them recently, no, I think they're like hideous. Like,
Chris
those
Pratt
guys
is
are-
like
kind of
vaguely
mirror the
charming or
sequel
whatever, but
trilogy,
doesn't
right?
really.
Like the original Jurassic World is kind of TFA, and then
Yeah.
Fallen Kingdom is kind of TLJ, and the Dominion, that's the one, is basically the Rise of Skywalker.
For
They're very, very
everything.
similar.
Just throw everything, at the movie, bring in
Tell
the
you what,
old
though,
characters.
If they made one more Indiana Jones and packaged the latter three together or something, that could be one of the worst trilogies as
What
well.
was the
Oh, yeah.
one? What was the one where they had the locusts, the big dinosaur
That was
locusts?
Dominion.
Dominion, the
Dominion.
giant
Dominion,
flying,
okay.
flaming locusts that go around and
That
create the
was it.
apocalypse.
Okay,
Isn't
With
that
the
was
fire
storytelling just
enjoyable,
awesome?
though. That was wacky. That was a wacky movie.
It really was.
What
They
about,
created the plague to try and get themselves a monopoly on crops by genetically
A
engineering
monopoly on
locusts.
Welcome
to
to the
attack everybody
dinosaur
else.
movie, everyone.
Snyder fans tend to group his 3 DC films as a trilogy. If you group those 3, that's a pretty bad trilogy.
That's
It's
true.
Man
bad.
of Steel, Batman v Superman, Justice League. If that is counted
Yeah,
as a
that's-
trilogy, that's a pretty
that's pretty
competitive
rough.
one for worst ever.
We could have said Rebel Moon as well, but we're not going to get a trilogy.
Aw.
now.
Good
It's
movie.
still them.
Well, we were
Aw.
one
But
season
short,
away
short.
from Halo being up there too, but they fucking canceled that. Oh, Netflix might renew it though because it did okay on Netflix.
Nah, it's dead.
No, they
It's
won't.
dead.
They won't.
It's
They
dead.
won't.
It's
Nope.
dead.
They won't.
I mean, they already moved on. The guy who was the showrunner for Halo Season 2 is going to go and ruin Assassin's Creed on Netflix.
Oh, you're
Um,
right. Fuck me. You're
yeah.
right. He is moving
Yeah,
to
the
that.
Assassin's Creed TV show is being showrun by one of the people who was responsible for Halo. So
It's
I think
not
what's
fair.
particularly crazy
It's
about that
not
is we're
fucking
far along
fair.
in this whole fucking nightmare that some people will be like, oh, they're going to try and adapt Assassin's Creed. And you're like, they did that already.
yeah, they
With
made a
the
movie. They made a
Fassbender
movie
was,
with
wasn't he?
Fassbender and that lady
haven't-
in Inception who fell off the building.
I haven't seen it. Is it enjoyable?
I haven't seen it, but I've heard it's bad.
I've seen it. I don't remember
Oh,
anything about it.
It's got good old Jeremy.
Renner? Irons?
Irons?
No, Jeremy Irons is in it.
Johns?
Yeah, he's in that. I think he plays a bad guy.
Jeremy Johns could make a good assassin character. He seems like he's got the he's a good looking guy in his age, and he could be like the wizened old I'm gonna tell you how to assassinate people kind of thing. Skarsgård
anyway-
is in Ontos. Isn't that cool? They got
Yes, that is
Stellan
that is already
Skarsgård.
a
That's
reason
really
enough to
neat.
try it. He's doing his
I
Luthen
heard that and
voice,
I'm like, oh,
Rags.
yeah. He is, because look, we know what we like, and he knows what he like. I almost called him Luthen. That just goes to show how
Dude,
good
everybody, I
it
saw everybody
is.
in
I
the
almost
chat was
called him
saying Luthen.
Luthen.
That's fun. And hey, how many people, when they hear a Southerner in anything, go, "Oh, Benoit Blanc"? They're all, dude. I'm so tired of people on Twitter making it seem like these movies have any cultural footprint at all. Oh, I want to see Benoit Blanc in so many stories. You're a fucking liar, or you're lying to yourself, which still makes you a liar. No, you don't. You don't actually care about the
Lying to
series.
yourself.
You don't care. You don't. Stop pretending that you do. It's like with so many things. It's like, oh man, Supergirl looks so great. No, it doesn't. Be honest, and it's gonna
It looks
fail.
like shit. It
Yeah.
it looks bad.
No,
Well, I'll have
Why
you
did he
know-
decide to make people angry with the trailer? Why did he decide to do that? He didn't have to, but he just decided to.
it's really fun on Twitter to pretend and sort of be in this little psychotic world where you think that it's like, oh man, these great movies that everybody loves and they're doing
There's also
so
just, like-
well. The future of DC is looking great.
Just decisions, right? You know, in our trailer, we're gonna have the dog piss all over the picture of Superman having saved people from a nuclear explosion, or whatever. And you're like, why would you do that? And you're like, well, because it kind of like sets a tone. You're like, do you think you could set
she's
that
not
tone
like Superman.
in
Superman
any other
sees
way?
the good in people. I see what they're really about.
I
Okay.
love that people cheer that line while simultaneously saying that they love Superman because of the fact that he has like an antithetical attitude to that. And it's not a thing of like, oh, well, it's a different story. It's like, no, you said that it was good. You think that the attitude that Superman has is good. And this character is announcing that she is opposed to that. And you
Good for
also
Superman.
simultaneously love it. You know what I mean? Like, it's pick
Yeah.
one. Which
Well,
attitude
they're
do you
saying
think
that
is the-
it's good for Superman to be like that, but it's okay for other
No,
characters.
they
to be
were saying
different, and
it's
that's awesome.
good. It's good in general. It's like aspirational. It's what people ought to be. So,
Well,
like,
she's
I
not
don't know, man.
aspirational. She has to learn her lesson. She has to go on her journey, Fringy. She has to learn to
Okay.
become.
Alright,
Women don't
whatever.
go on journeys, Rags.
No,
We know that by
that's
now.
true. That's unironically
Wait,
true, though.
Didn't
They're
he
already
say
great.
something about like because he was saying that this film is kind of in a response to like other female-led superhero movies, right? Was that something that James Gunn said? I feel like there's
Oh,
a quote related to that about the
Yeah,
idea of
something
like,
about
oh, well,
how she can be messy, unlike other female-led superhero movies.
God.
Or something like that. I don't remember the exact quote.
and then everybody's on board with that, and they're like, "That's great," not recognizing that he's shitting on other people's movies. Now, to be fair, I think the movies he's shitting on.
I'm
very
all
good.
down for
It's
shitting
just-
on him. Yeah,
But-
just be
but it's
honest
just
about
funny,
it.
Again, it's just recognize what's happening. Anyway, whatever. It's gonna fail anyway.
Yeah.
Unlike Knives Out, which is apparently a massive success.
It's really funny that, people have criticized Supergirl for just looking and feeling entirely like yet another generic Guardians of the Galaxy type movie. And people go, oh, James Gunn didn't even write or direct this one. It's like, yeah, you're so
Yeah,
close.
he
yet,
produced it. He chose
and
to
yet,
have
it still
Yeah, right, so
looks and feels exactly like that. Isn't that strange?
That's worse. Like,
it's worse than anything, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, no, it's actually a very telling reply. The response is not, actually, it doesn't really look like Guardians of the Galaxy at all. The response is, he didn't make it, so there. It's kind of weird that you couldn't say, no, what are you even talking about? This is indistinguishable from it. It's like, because it fucking looks similar. It does. You know it looks similar. Be honest.
But your feelings, you know them to be true.
And also, like, putting to, he didn't direct it, but he produced it. He chose to have a Supergirl adaptation, and he chose to make it an adaptation of this particular Supergirl storyline. And ultimately, he's in charge of this universe.
Yeah, I mean, if the buck doesn't stop with him, he plastered his name over everything. Of course, he gets the blame. He gets the praise too. He gets both. That's what happens when you plaster your name over everything. You get both sides of it. If it's good, it's yours. If it's bad, it's yours. You got to deal with it.
But no, have fun. It's
The
an
risk you
exciting
take.
time. This universe is looking great. It's such an exciting time to be a DC fan for sure. Good times abound. That Lantern show, I'm sure that's being show run by the guy who made that Watchmen show. That's going to be great.
Oh, fuck
No,
that
how does
show.
it
That show
happen? How does
sucked.
it happen?
Mhm.
Oh, the Watchmen show
Yeah.
was terrible.
This
only
is what I
know
mean,
one
man.
thing
So
about
there are
it.
so many of these instances of like, oh, you made that show, and you still like. Not only do you get to keep working on
You
stuff,
weren't
but you get to
killed?
keep working on stuff of the same level of production values or even higher production values.
I don't get it. I don't understand. How is it? How is it allowed? Morally,
I mean,
it's like the Halo thing. It's like, how do you go from
Oh, I mean,
It's
like
the
the
343
it's like what we're
guys who are
talking
now
about.
working on who did the Metroid
Metroid
stuff.
Prime 4.
And
Yeah,
then-
thank you for reminding me.
And then we have the Halo
Oh.
showrunner who's now getting Assassin's Creed. Halo's just poison now. All right,
That's
just
that's
fucking
another thing,
poison.
guys. You guys been having fun with the discourse surrounding Metroid Prime 4? That's been painful, hasn't it?
How has it been? Because I've through the digital grapevine, I've heard the stuff about the annoying protagonists and things of that nature, but I haven't really watched any gameplay and stuff yet.
Well, Miles McKenzie is worse than I was expecting. He
Oh,
talks
God.
a lot more than I was expecting.
That shit was killing
He
me.
will not give you a single moment to like look at anything, discover anything, think of any possible option that you could explore without pointing it out to you beforehand.
That sucks.
Let's just put it this way, Rags. There was
Yeah.
there was a tweet of someone saying how much they love Metroid Prime 4, thought it was awesome, thought it was great, and then they follow up with saying, never really a fan of Metroid up to this point.
Oh,
It's like,
that
Hmm.
can't be right.
that's almost disqualifying as a
That's
statement.
wild.
It's like, all right,
Because
well,
even I've had very limited interactions with Metroid. I've only played essentially two. Metroid Prime 2 Echoes. I played Zero Mission, the original, a bit of Fusion, and like the ones I've played, I've liked them. I've liked them quite a bit. I've played a lot of Zero Mission.
It's kind of an
actually.
interesting selection of games that you played because
Yeah,
the most
yeah.
common, if it was going to be two, it would be Super Metroid and Metroid Prime. But Metroid Prime 2 and Zero Mission and a little bit of Fusion, it's like, oh, that's kind of a unique collection of
it kinda
Metroid
is.
games that kind of released around about the exact same time as each other as well.
That might be why I had some games at that time, or I think Zero Mission I borrowed from a friend. I borrowed the Game Boy game from a friend. I just had Metroid Prime 2 back in I was playing a GameCube a bunch, and that was cool. That
I
was a
saw
vibe.
in defense of Metroid Prime 4 the idea, oh well, Metroid Prime 2 and 3 weren't really like, sort of faithful sort of sequels to Metroid Prime, and it's like, what are you suggesting? Like what
Two,
point
was
are you
it?
trying to make there? I think with 3 you could make more of an argument that changes things in a kind of a big and maybe not great way, but Metroid Prime 2, like I'm not on board with that at all. Metroid Prime 2 is really cool.
I
You
haven't
know,
played the
cool
first
game.
Metroid Prime, but when people describe the first Metroid Prime, I like, oh, that's kind of like how I felt when I played the second one, because I played it when I was quite young. Never played a Metroid game before that, probably. I can't remember specifically. But it did give me like, oh, I'm all alone in this crazy world, and there's the dark world, the light world. There's this old civilization that's dead, and I'm like exploring its remains, and I'm fighting these weird monsters, and like I was really digging it. It's like, this is a vibe, I was checking the map.
I mean,
where do I need to go?
absolutely, yeah, it does. It's just that Metroid Prime 2, obviously, with the light world and the dark world, that feels like way more of sort of a kind of idea that you would have after making Metroid Prime to try and mix
Yeah.
things up while still
Light and
essentially
dark,
maintaining the
dark gun,
same
light
spirit.
gun.
It's like a different design for a different sort of design element and different for the story as well. Compared to that big desert in the middle of the map, man, that is like unreal. I can't believe that.
very much is.
It doesn't feel Metroid to me.
No, it's the I think a lot of people have been pointing it out, and it's probably true. It's kind of the Breath of the Wild effect. Even though, again, Breath of the Wild's like open world, has shit to do in it.
Hey man, plenty of
and, like,
people
an
who haven't
emergent
played
sort of
Metroid
sandbox.
think it feels very Metroid, so how about that?
Well, I mean,
Think about
people
that.
haven't played it or they didn't like the other games. Like, man, I really love Metroid
know,
Prime 4. Like,
On the
Yeah,
note of the
okay,
whole,
cool.
like, hey, Metroid Prime 2 and 3 weren't necessarily super well received at first, and Empire, Empire was controversial, it shook things up, TLJ will be just like that. It's like, you know what, even if, right, because every film ever referenced that comes out could be said, it's like, oh, don't worry, you'll like it eventually, or, oh, don't worry, cult classic eventually. It's like, well, then it's got to fight to get there, right? It's got to go through the motions. And right now, it's considered shit, so... there's no point in being like, well, it might not be considered shit later. It's like, well, we'll get to that when we get to that. We're not
it might
there
not.
right
That
now.
happened.
Right now it is. So, it's kind of, it feels like it's kind of a cozy little blanket that they can sort of, it's like, it's okay. History,
Appeal to the mystery of the
will
future. Yeah.
will essentially prove me right. And, I'm right now, and I can feel comfortable that I'm right because I can appeal to a future that doesn't even exist yet where everybody agrees with me. It's like pretty pathetic when you think about it, isn't it?
Well, I don't know, it's
Well,
two,
also, like,
2
basically
years.
misdiagnosing the past at the same time. That you compare it to Empire, the big twist in Empire, I am your father. massive conversation starter did indeed get fans very exercised and interested. TLJ, well, Luke's a depressed bum, and nobody really likes that very much. It's not really the same kind of conversation that you're kickstarting. So
No.
it's a bit strange to expect the same result long term. And I'm also not convinced when people tell me that Empire was massively hated and controversial at the time. I don't believe that's true. I've not found anything that really bears it out. So it's like you have to change the past in order to justify your future, in which you're always going to be correct. You can't just own up to the fact that you did something that's really shit. Everyone called it for what it was at the time, and it is not going to improve with age, which is definitely the case with most of these movies.
Which is probably just a wonderful way to sort of say, hey, I guess it's time we should discuss whatever just happened, whatever we all just saw.
No, it's our show. We don't
have to, technically,
We, don't
no.
have, we legally don't have to.
I mean, it would mean I'd have watched all three for no fucking reason, but then again, is it a
Listen,
big loss?
Nobody's going to
It's a-
spend the time to go through this in detail on the internet. On one side, because people uncritically consume Johnson slop, and on the other, people will hate this and not want to talk about it. So, those are the two options for everyone else. We got to be the ones to be like, all right, scene by scene, line by line. This is an adventure.
I guess so. Yeah, fuck it, why not? Well, where to begin, I suppose. I did have a quick look at the box office stuff for these, because obviously I wanted to know why there were multiple of these films when the one was enough, and should have told everyone that. Obviously, original Knives Out, it's that 2019 release, widely theatrically released as well, did surprisingly well. $40 million budget, made, I think it's about $312 million on that production budget, which is quite good, inexplicably. And evidently justified Netflix saying, yeah, give us at least 2 more of those, please. But then sort of strange things happen with Glass Onion. Glass Onion has a very limited theatrical release. It has an opening weekend of 9 million, and it makes 15 overall, and that's it. And then it's pulled out of theaters very quickly. And now we have Wake Up Dead Man, which has made an opening weekend of about 1.5 million on an even smaller theatrical release. So tremendous success to begin with, and they thought, well, on the back of that, we will take it out of theaters and stick it exclusively on Netflix, where nobody can ever find out exactly how well it's doing. Thank you for that, Netflix. But I suppose, I mean, is it worth going over? What did we make of the original two, the first two? Are they better or worse? Where do they rank? I'm assuming Glass Onion is at the bottom of everybody's list, but we might as well confirm the fact.
Knives Out was a strange one because,
yeah.
it was very much, enjoyed and celebrated for what it was, and you watch it and you're like, but nothing makes any sense. All the clues are, being disjointed, and then having a character who vomits when she lies is already just, beyond insane as a concept, but that she knew everything that happened specifically, that Blanc knew that she has that condition, and that he suspected, because of the blood on his shoe, that she would be directly involved, but he didn't bother just asking her questions that she had to answer that would have actually helped the investigation. And the film says was because he's such a good detective, he knew she was innocent. It's that doesn't change the fact that you would want information. Something that's a very strong bond with all three of these movies is just how fucking awful he is as a private detective. And not just awful in terms of, his intelligence and how he passes information, but how unethical he is.
Yeah, morality.
Absurdly unethical. He should have lost this job a long time ago. Unfortunately, this is fiction. So he doesn't get any
maybe
consequences.
thank God this is fiction and this isn't real.
Yeah,
Maybe.
yeah.
But have you considered that Knives Out changes its genre partway through the movie?
Wow. When
Ryan
he
was
flips the
satisfied
coin, right?
not with destroying one genre,
Man,
not with
that
destroying two
was
genres,
crazy
but
how
3.
Rian Johnson just said that, and then every single video essay just parroted that was their analysis, was because Rian Johnson said that that's what he did. Now, that is what he did, but it's just amusing. That's man, it's just no analysis here. It kind of just verbatim, just explaining what Rian Johnson absolutely wanted you to think about the movie.
Among many.
Glass Onion is certainly worse all
Yeah.
around, but I do think Knives Out is just fundamentally broken in a quite remarkable way.
Dude,
The
Hugh did
morphine
this.
scene that is it's the glue that holds the whole story together is fundamentally broken. the story, none of Knives Out works at all as a result of the morphine scene not making any sense. So that's not great. I don't. Well, we'll talk about it with this movie, but I my gut instinct is that Wake Up Dead Man isn't quite as fundamentally broken in the same way. But
As
maybe
Knives
we'll-
Out or Glass Onion?
I think
yeah.
So the thing is, this series is so bad that I think you can relatively say that because all three of them are broken to the core, essentially. But it's like, yeah, but just how broken are they? Because that is kind of the awkward part. This film is awful, but it might be the best of this series.
It might be.
Maybe it does take a bit longer to fuck itself. Yeah,
Yeah,
I mean, it's a more slower, linear kind of introduction, as we'll get onto shortly. Which kind of it has the comparative advantage. The story it's building up to is still completely broken, but it does spend more time building up to it in a way that isn't jumping all over the place and contradicting itself every 2 seconds. So it sort of benefits from seemingly a more simple structure until it actually gets going.
I
That's
would
the thing,
argue
it's,
exact same formula and patterns, but less time for him to make the mistakes he usually makes. But when they show up, they're just like the other films, exact same
Absolutely.
problems.
Hmm.
But maybe the benefit that he has is that, in a sense, this is the least ambitious of the three movies in terms of like some big goal
Yeah.
that he's going for of like, oh, here's something fun that I can do. Again, if Knives Out is we change genres partway through, and if Glass Onion is we're going to present the story a second time, but now with one key piece of information that completely changes how you view it as being sort of governing ideas for these films. This one, I'm not quite sure what you would point to as the unique, subversive, big idea for the story itself. It's a lot more conventional. Still terrible, but it's almost the fact that it is a lot more conventional means it's less capable of breaking itself in such spectacular ways.
The almost wacky choices of flipping stories to do with the thing, like Freen just mentioned with the first two, I think they're horribly done, but I understand, and I even think it's like those would be cool ideas if done properly. This one, the major thing I'm grabbing here, and I don't know if it was too early to say this, but the way that, let's just call it like how the information is presented, I don't know why the fuck he chose to do it this time. There's like, it doesn't change or benefit anything. It is borderline like he's flanderized. Like, I gotta do something.
Yes, which is I think it's kind of a function of how ultimately simple the mystery stuff is. I mean, we talked earlier about how it's pretty obvious within basically 5 minutes who the murderer is going to be, or who the person ultimately responsible is going to be. And to sort of hide that fact from people, Johnson will just do things like, oh, let's present scenes out of order. That's confusing. Let's mention a bunch of irrelevant MacGuffins. That's confusing. It's just like he doesn't seem to see the mystery in these whodunits in the actual who of the whodunit. It's more like, well, the people aren't that interesting. In fact, most of them are just caricatures. What's interesting, what makes a good murder mystery is just how much moving stuff can we have that obfuscates the truth for as long as possible. Which,
Yes.
and that even works for his protagonist, which is not a great sign. Because you could say things about Sherlock Holmes after a couple of movies. You can say things about Poirot. You can say things about fucking Ms. Marple if you want to. Benoit Blanc doesn't have a character. He's just there to kind of sit there and watch whilst people around him gradually unravel the mystery on his behalf, and then we'll sum everything up for everyone at the end in a way that hopefully makes it make sense. But it's not supposed to make sense until somebody exposits the conclusion, because otherwise, where's the mystery in this mystery plot? We can't be having a mystery plot that isn't a mystery. So
Well,
let's
the way
make it
that-
confusing.
It feels like his mysteries work as well, is that you hear a gunshot and then you're like, oh, what could that have been? And you find out it's like, it was a gun. We know a gun was involved. And then the next act is like, the gun was a water gun. Couldn't have been. And then the third act is like, but it was acid in the water gun that makes loud bang sounds. Like, what? Did you, wasn't that really clever? And you're like, no, I couldn't have known any of that. What do you mean?
Yeah, that's a great point, because I think what people like Rian Johnson don't understand is part of the appeal of a mystery like this is being able to look at all the clues and figure it out for yourself as you watch. But the big thing that Rian Johnson likes to do, his big tactic for obscuring what the truth of what actually happened until as close to the end as he possibly can, is to just show you things that didn't happen.
Yep.
You go, that's not what happened. That's just what a person said happened. So I know you saw it and it was presented like it was true, but that just didn't happen at all. So there's no actual way for you to predict who or how things played out except with meta knowledge of what he thinks is okay in terms of the types of characters he's allowed to present as heroic and villainous.
Hmm.
With that knowledge, you can solve the mystery. Not how, but who. And there's no way to solve the how because he just obscures the truth from you for as long as
And
possible.
lies to
When-
you.
Yes, exactly. There's
And-
no way for you to play along at home.
And,
There's
even though
Gone.
we've seemed to have kind of agreed this one's the least egregious out of the three, this might be the most, for me anyway, like, what the fuck was the plan for the killer/killers? What are you doing? In the first one, Ransom is very, like, he decides to do what he's doing suddenly, and he does it in a way, you know what I mean? Like, it's like I guess like there's wiggle room
Crime
for
of
like,
passion.
yeah. Second one, the main criticism is just like, why the fuck was he worried about a napkin? All the shit, you know what I mean? But like at the same time, you kind of follow. It's really stupidly dumb. You kind of follow. In this one, I was so fucking dumbstruck by motivations and choices in terms of how to enact the plan. Obviously, we'll get to.
Yeah, which is almost again unusual for this movie as opposed to the others, because maybe I don't think I'm being unfair to the other two, but generally speaking, character motive in the Knives Out series doesn't actually matter all that much, in the sense that everyone is very much as they are presented to you, particularly in the first one. You're presented with the warring family. They tell you their side of things. That's it. Like, there's very little interplay, isn't it? Because whereas an older mystery story would actually throw you red herrings by having maybe a parallel conspiracy, for example, you might be introduced to this cast of suspects, and they are all closely related. They do all have past histories and relationships, and what that creates is, because they've been forced together, a separate mystery thread comes out, which is character-led, and sometimes the detective will be misled by the fact that by bringing these people together, something else has happened. It can be something as simple as fraud, or it can be a parallel conspiracy. It can even be like a parallel murder. So you've got more than one guilty person, and he ends up tracking the wrong one. And that's all usually character-led. Whereas in Knives Out, it's just, you have the stock people, you're told their basic characteristics, their character doesn't really extend beyond their speech patterns, and then that's it. So if you look for additional motives to any of them, you are voluntarily slapping yourself with a red herring, because there isn't really anything there. This one's a little bit different, I think, in the sense that there is actually a bit of character motive that goes on, which confounds things. Not much, but a little bit.
Yeah, I get what you mean. Because in the other, I think this one follows the pattern with some of the characters that the other two do, but it'll be like, here's Mr. Johnson here, and it's like, he runs the fish market, and he's mad because other fishermen have been taking all the fish. And then you see him 10 minutes later, and you're like, hello, Mr. Johnson. And he's like, I'm so grumbling mad because all the fish are getting taken by the fishermen. You're like, oh, yeah, that's, yeah, uh-huh.
Yeah,
And then
that fits. Yeah,
second
that
act,
fits
he
by
comes in with a
default.
bunch of fish, and he's like, I got loads of fish. And there's mysteriously a bunch of fishermen have been dying. And you're like, wait, what? What's going on? And then the third act is like, no, it was the acid fish or something they called the other fish. And you're like, okay. And basically what I'm trying to say is just like, there's nothing interesting on the front of character, and you learn everything you need to in their introduction. Which, by the way, Johnson, he's such a cheater in all three of these movies for exposition. He does not give a shit about doing it in any kind of clever way. He'll just be like, this is character A, B, C, D, E, F, and the one sentence I'll give about them is basically all you need to know. And that's how they're going to function in the movie. And you're like, cool, thank you, thumbs up.
It isn't
Thing
like
from
how
that
a
is-
police detective might actually interact with suspects or witnesses or anything, where when a person's recollecting events or giving details, they're not, just because they say something doesn't mean it's going to be relevant. They might think it's relevant, or they don't know exactly what to say, so they're just giving info. And so you have to take that as one big clump and learn how to sift, the wheat from the chaff, so to speak. But in this, it's often made so conspicuous that it feels like you're either being purposefully and maliciously misled, or that it's like it's unnatural in the way that people sort of dispense information, as you were talking about in terms of its like exposition aspect. It's like, oh, like all of this is going to super matter, but I pick that up for meta reasons, not for, I guess, more realistic reasons, or it's trying to be realistic.
Yeah, it's basically interactions just seldom matter. Is the overall take, I think, for most of them, and it's as Cap said, you can deduce who's responsible for meta knowledge, but everything else is just filler, and it makes these so long. I mean, the average length for these is like 2 hours and 20 minutes, right? I think they're all roughly the same
Feels
length.
long, boy.
Which is, it feels so much longer as well, because if you
Yeah.
already know basically who's killed the person, and that's in the opening 10 minutes usually, and then you quickly pick up that nothing else is really going to matter where any of your characters are concerned, and that the twists are just going to be horseshit, then it's like, I'm just going to have to sit through this. I'm not really going to be engaging in it at all. There's not much mystery detective work I can do sitting in my chair to solve this, because people will talk and it will mean nothing. And when they do talk, it's usually like the dialogue is, ooh, fuck, but we'll get onto some of that presently.
At least in Knives Out, Benoit actually interviews all the suspects, like
Yes.
one-on-one. He talks to
I think
them.
it's fucking nuts that he doesn't do that in this. It's insane.
No, doesn't even
Especially
try.
when the list is so like, oh,
And you
these
would-
were all of the people present at the time, and it's actually not that many. You could just talk to them, and they're all here.
I think it would make
There
the
is
film
one
better.
moment. There's one moment when they
Well, we
almost
learn
do
about
it,
characters.
which we'll see a bit later. But there is one moment where he says, "I'm going to get everybody together, and we're going to interview them all at once." And then they get them all together, and he starts interviewing them all. Well, he doesn't start. The prime fucking suspect starts interviewing all the rest of the people. But then that's kind of very quickly
Not only-
torpedoed when someone comes in and says, "Oh no, it's fine. I recorded a meeting. Come and watch this instead."
Yeah. You don't interview all of the fucking suspects together, you
Together,
moron.
you isolate them obviously so that they can't just. Well, you would so they can't corroborate. With
They do
one
it in
another. They
Knives
have to
Out.
each
He knows
give
how it
independent
works.
The story.
It's fucking weird when in this where he's just like, nah, I'll just not interview them, and then I'll interview them as a group, and then not even do that.
Well, you see, we find out in this movie that he's been on The View, so part of his brain has melted and used
Oh,
Ah.
true.
as a
Yeah.
result of appearing on that show. So
It's like
he's not
Andy
the
Dick
same
said,
man.
those yammering bitches.
So,
He said it, not me.
I mean, speaking of the view, I guess we might as well get on and view the movie.
Oh.
So slight
No.
difference with the beginning, the setup for this one. Obviously, in Knives Out, part of the mystery, the setup for the mystery, is the mystery of who summoned Benoit Blanc to the mystery, right? So he's usually the first two movies he's present on scene because of something. He doesn't know why. Someone's invited him, and part of the mystery is figuring out who and why they should have done any such thing, because it seems like a weird thing to do. And in every case, it is, and they shouldn't have done it. But never mind. This one, a little bit different. This one seemingly begins with somebody summoning Benoit Blanc to this mystery. Turns out he's doing no such thing, because we are already playing with time. So we start off with the actual protagonist of the piece, whose name is Judd Duplant. How do I pronounce this? Duplanticity. Duplanticy. I think that's the one. It's a weird name, and it's weird because it doesn't actually exist. I looked at it and I thought, kind of reminds me of Duplicity, but surely
Yeah.
the movie wouldn't be that on the nose.
Yeah.
And I Googled it, and it turns out that's exactly what it is, which is fantastic. But he seems to be writing a letter when the first scene of this movie, and narrating his letter as he goes. And so you think, okay, he's inviting Benoit Blanc to come and solve his mystery for him. We will find out later that this is not, in fact, what he is doing. But he says,
I was just gonna say, is it worth? Because like it kind of to contextualize everything that's gonna happen. I assume you're planning to mention, obviously, what this turns out to be.
yes.
Is there great value in saying it now just because of the funniness of
Yeah, I
it?
think, fuck it, why not? It turns out that he is not, in fact, writing a letter to invite Benoit Blanc. He doesn't even know who Benoit Blanc is. What he's doing is later in the movie, but also now at the beginning of the movie, he has been told by Blanc to write down the story of how he got here, which will give Benoit Blanc a clue to solve the mystery. So actually, this letter is way after they've met. And he's just telling the story for the sake of getting the story on the screen, basically.
This is memory store levels of pathetic to me, like a unique form of, wow, you did this? And you'd be like, well, what do you mean? It's a really cool little device, right? And it's like, basically, he wants to tell the first half of the story with some really overt exposition, like third-person descriptions and narrations. How do we do that? It's like, well, I guess you have him recalling events. Like, yeah, but we can't do that, like, post the whole event, because that'll reveal then that, you know, he's going to survive the story, or that, you know, he's going to blah blah blah. Like we got to have it, like, it's got to be active. It's got to be in the moment, right? It's going to be much more interesting than that. So how do we do that? It's like, what if halfway through the fucking mystery being solved, Benoit Blanc says, "Can you write everything that happened and then read it out?" You're like, it's one of the most like, what the fuck are you
really
talking
is what
about?
happens.
And
That's-
you might be like, why in the hell would Benoit want him to do that? And it's like, well, obviously we know the benefits from like a narrative standpoint. Like I said, you get all the narration, so it gets much more exposition that you wouldn't have gotten had this ran just as a story, which would have been harder, Ryan. But hey, don't want to shy away from doing things easily, right? Like, again, there's forms of exposition in all three of these that are just fucking cheap as shit. But this one is, yeah, him explaining all of it. It's actually baffling to watch this knowing that he's written this for a detective to read to understand he might have missed some clues as to who got murdered. He puts in so much superfluous information in here in that context, if you know what I mean.
Yes.
Well, he was told to write down anything that comes to mind.
Yeah, and he does it.
Regardless.
Does it in
In a
an
very
hour?
sort of. Yeah, apparently it's an hour. No way he wrote this in an
Yeah,
hour.
bullshit.
It's quite
Yeah.
long, and it's pretty flowery in terms of the prose as well. Like, he put a lot of effort into making it like a really good sort of draft that could even be published. Like,
Well,
it
and-
really
and-
is.
And how does the story benefit?
So,
It's like there's one line that could be explained by anything, but
Which he could have got by any other means as well. Like he could have
Yeah.
just asked him. That there's one piece, very obvious piece of information that sort of gives the game away. But before like you even get to that, you have to go because he tells him to start wherever he thinks it's most natural to start, which is how we managed to get prologue material into the story, where otherwise it doesn't belong.
Yeah.
Because he starts this story. Is it 9 months ago?
9 months earlier.
Yep,
Yeah.
9 months earlier, where he says there was this asshole deacon, and he said something way out of line, so I punched him. And this doesn't really have very much to do with the front story, but it is vital establishment stuff for the protagonist, so that's how they excuse getting it in there.
And then of course, instead of watching him arrive at a particular place and talk to people to learn who they are, he'll instead introduce them first. And with narration, you're just like, oh, this is so cheap, man. It's like, well, but I'm allowed. That's the format. He's retelling the story because he's written it, and then that's going to be the purpose of that scene when we get to like halfway through the film, and then that's that. It's done. And that's the equivalent of the genre flip or the retelling of the story from a different POV or with additional information. And it just amounts to barely anything. I don't really know why he did this, other than it makes exposition easier.
Well, thinly veiled exposition dump, and this is. I mean, if you want like a textbook example of an exposition dump, this is man, this one sits pretty high up on that list.
Having a
It's kind
character
of
tell another
unreal.
character to write the exposition in universe for another
Pretty much.
character.
And the
But, like,
thing is,
all
is that,
three
of
films
course,
do it.
When you, the thing is that an idea like this could work if you really baked in that character's particular perspective into it. But like everything that he says, the story views as essentially correct information, which
Yes.
means that it is as transparent as it is. It's just like, this is the best way that Rian Johnson could think of delivering all of the information that you need to know, and most of it is like pointless. It's kind of totally unnecessary.
It is, except that he has to introduce this character not only for backstory reasons, but because he is the protagonist of the piece, which is Benoit Blanc, I think, in this one is the most superfluous out of all three. He is just there, but the priest character...
Well, he doesn't enter into the story until you're almost like a third of the way in.
Yeah,
to
it takes him a long time to get there, but so I think the other intended purpose of this was just like, well, Judge, we're going to call him because I can't spell the other one, is like, we have to introduce him and his backstory because he is the main character now, so... we get to kill multiple birds with one stone. We get all the exposition, we get all the setup, and we get the intro of the protagonist. So his point of view can't be questioned because he's the hero of the piece. Again, meta-knowledge sort of feeds into how you read anything in this script. The film obviously likes him, so he's obviously not the killer. Which is lazy as fuck, but, you know.
And the
I thought
narration's
the big
just...
twist would be that he would be like the whole time this was all misdirection to make him seem like the good, virtuous protagonist when actually he really did, he was the bad guy at the end. But
would have been more interesting. We
yeah,
don't do
but
that.
I guess I was
It's like
waiting for
the-
something that would just never come and never arrive because that
It's
would
like
be
the
interesting.
scene where they kill Snoke. It's all set up like it's going to be a bait and switch, but there's no switch. He just gets killed by
It's
the
just dead
lightsaber. It's
end.
like, oh, that's exactly okay. You really telegraphed that, but sure.
And this is obviously like talking about the format decisions being lazy, but the specific dialogue is also lazy as fuck because it'll be like, like the fisherman example. If they said there's this is Jane, she would do anything for a packet of cigarettes. Anyway, moving on. It's like, what? And then later on, it's like, this character, he has lots of cigarettes.
Oh, that's set up. Remember that from earlier?
Yeah, and Ryan's like looking at the screen like,
See the connection? Cigarettes? Yeah. See?
Yeah, there's a very harmful example of that coming up shortly. But having punched a priest for reasons I don't think we ever discover why he punched him. It was just
No,
he
we
said
don't.
something
He
out
just
of
said
line,
something out of line,
and he
yeah.
is known to be a dick, so it was fine. He gets hauled in front of this disciplinary committee. There's 3 other priests. They're sitting. I can't work out what the visual storytelling was trying to tell me here. So they are sitting on a basketball court with 3 fold-out like school desks in front of a window
Basketball
that
is
looks
the
vaguely
patron
churchy.
sport of Catholicism.
Is it really? I had
Mm.
no
No,
clue.
it isn't.
The holy basketball.
It's yeah.
Because like I
It is.
wondered whether it was trying to tell me that this is the state of the modern church. Like it's obviously a big churchy window behind them, but churches are kind of emptying out and it's been converted into community use, and yet they're still using it. And so this is the church on retreat, and that's what the visual storytelling was trying to tell me. Or it could just be that he liked the look of the room. There's not that much depth to this movie, so I don't know what we think. Deliberate anything here, or is it just
I think it's
there?
just like it's
think
like
you've got
a
it.
church youth group or there's a lot of like church like a church and a school are together, and the school will have basketball courts and stuff. So that's pretty normal. So
It turns out the
Okay.
inventor of basketball was Presbyterian, so there's nothing there.
what a
Ah,
fucker!
shit. I think it's a
Stay in your
blasphemous
lane.
sport in that case. Should probably be banned from playing it. We have 3 of these priests. One of them is Jeffrey Wright. He's Father Langstrom. That's the only name that you don't even need to remember that really. He's just in it for like 2 scenes, but he's the only one who seemingly has a recurring role. The one who does most of the speaking is, I think, nameless. And then the other one, who I think says nothing, I only recognized him because he looks, and I think he might even be Lionel Strong of Harrenhal from House of the Dragon, which was
I think
Okay.
you're right.
yeah, there's a couple of them in here. But the one who is not either of those 2, he asks Judd,
Lionel
says, "Are you a fighter?" And Judd says, "No." And then he gives us more backstory exposition. He says, "In my previous life, I was a boxer. I lived on the streets. I did some other things." The priest says, "We need fighters today, but to fight the world, not ourselves. A priest is a shepherd. The world is a wolf."
Yeah, can we appreciate, so the first half of the movie is someone telling everyone what happened in their own like opinion, like writing a story. During that half, we are going to get characters recalling their own histories, and during that, they're getting flashbacks. It's like, this is beyond pathetic, dude. There's a reason why like not all stories do this, and it's because it's fucking jarring, it's weird, and it's also just like completely unnatural. Receiving all of this information so explicitly, and so I was about to say so quickly. It takes fucking ages.
It does, and it also very conveniently for the writer, it contains the thematic conflict of the movie, and the character who's sitting here writing it has not yet had his epiphany, his dark night of the soul, which makes him aware of the theme of the movie, which makes it very odd that he's actually sitting here managing to recount it for us, because I mean, Judd has a moment way later in the movie where he realizes what his true purpose is, and like, this is what he's supposed to stand for as opposed to the thing he's currently doing. But most of this is set up by him in this opening narration, so he's already realized it without realizing it, because like, having been told, yeah, a priest is a shepherd, the world is a wolf, he disagrees with that. He says, "No, I don't believe that, Father, respectfully. You start fighting wolves, and before you know it, everyone you don't understand is a wolf. I've still got that fighting instinct, and I gave into it today, but Christ came to heal the world, not fight it." He opens his arms and says this. There's a boxing stance that says not this. "I just want to be a good priest, show broken people like me the forgiveness and love of Christ. The world needs that so bad. You give me one more shot, and I'll promise I'll do that." Which is, I mean, that would be on the nose even without the mechanical thing being used to deliver it. But when you combine both of those 2 things, it's so. Ooh, I think I've got a nosebleed from that.
We got our thematic foundations, and I have a feeling that a lot of people would at first be like, "Yeah, it is good to seek like penance and try to bring people who have maybe lost their path back to the fold and all that sort of stuff." But when you see what the film means by that, what people should be given space and retribution versus what ones shouldn't even be remotely considered on that front. It gets kind of interesting, especially as well comparing it. It's not necessarily a trilogy, but I mean it is, right? Like it's Benoit Blanc's fucking 3 movies. So let's just say this effort to not see anyone you don't understand as a wolf, right? Like you gotta try and work with these people, whatever they may or may not have done. It's interesting who the movie picks and chooses as to who will be getting this benefit.
Yes, and how consistently it is or isn't applied, and whether Benoit Blanc actually is the best character to represent it given his own past actions. The movie isn't really aware of those because these don't really sit in any kind of continuity. But at least we know what Rian Johnson's making the big thematic question of this movie, though, right? It is the importance of faith. It is how do we balance faith versus responsibility versus the lights of science and reason.
No, it's just that the only good Christian is a liberal. That's the
Well,
message of the movie.
that's the other way of putting it. Yes.
If Rian Johnson ever met an actual Catholic in the real world and asked them their political opinions, he might be a little surprised.
This movie is chock full of opinions, like I said. It's got some,
It
says some funny things.
If you're expecting Ryan to be a very tolerant individual when it comes to anyone who isn't a lefty, then you would be mistaken. He makes his opinions on religious people, and
Ryan will
funny 'cause
invent
people-
whole characters just out of
people,
bitterness. He's done this before.
There's
Yeah,
lots
yeah.
of them in this film. Yeah, I mean, half the characters in the movie exist just to get a gripe across. But it is funny because I did take a quick look at like what people were saying about this online and what they were praising about it, and I did see lots of people who professed at least to be believing people saying, "No, I liked the way that this one dealt with the difficulties of faith." I think it's just going to be another one of those occasions like the last 2 movies where people are looking for things and seeing what they want to see in it,
Yeah,
which
they
is
focus
actually
on the part-
contradicted by what's in it.
oh yeah, they focus on it. It's definitely there's a lot of sharpshooter fallacy going on here. Well, they will really focus in on, oh well, I like that one little thing that guy said about faith and Jesus, and we don't talk about everything on the periphery, everything surrounding it, everything else that other people say, the fucking behavior of the clergy, God forbid. We don't talk about that.
Well, that's because if you disagree, you are a Marxist whore. So
Ooh.
it's the kind of lovely subtlety that we
Interesting.
get from this film.
That's right, feminist
Um,
Marxist whore. Yes.
Wonderful dialogue. So yeah, we move out of this room now, and we learn that Jeffrey Wright's character, Mr. Langstrom, he's a big fan of Judd. He's stood up for Judd many times in the past. We won't learn anything more about any of those instances, but he has. He says that nobody really minds that Judd punched the evil deacon because he was, and I quote, famously a dick. But he does say we'll need to do something about it. And that something is sending Judd away to a small parish. It's in a little place called Chimney Rock, where he will go and meet the one priest and his declining congregation, which he will find there. The church is Our Lady of Perpetual Fortitude. Again, I think theme. The priest insists on calling himself Monsignor Jefferson. His name is Jefferson Wicks. So this
Just
is
to be
the
clear,
basic setup.
You can't just call yourself Monsignor.
You cannot.
Yes. No, you
This
cannot.
is like we'll get into we're not at the biggest Catholic gripe. As the Rags lore, I was raised Catholic. I was very big into it. I was a altar boy and all the whole 9 yards. I knew many priests and clergy members, all sorts of stuff. And so I got a decent bit of background when it comes to these sorts of things. I'll say when we briefly spoke about Midnight Mass, one of the things that I did quite like about that, there's many things to like, the ending not being any of them, but I really like the Catholicism element with the observations of time and a lot of the rituals, preparations, general sort of culture surrounding it. But this is one of the sins that it makes. One in particular will be coming up relatively soon. But yeah, you can't just go around calling yourself Monsignor. That's like an
I
actual
wondered whether
title
that was it is by the Pope, I think, has to do it now. And I was wondering whether they were trying to make a point of this, and nothing in the movie tells me that they were, so I think it's safe to assume that they weren't. But the option for keeping it is that he calls himself that, almost self-anointed, and that is an aspect of his character. He has this ego. He does think he's above everybody else. But to really make sure that the audience knows this is what he is, you probably need to mention that he was not given this title by the Pope, that he did choose it for himself and uses it against the instructions of the clergy around him. That would have been fine, I think. It would have told us something about him. We don't get that line, though. So for all we know, Maybe the Pope gave him the title. Maybe he picked the title for himself. Maybe everyone just calls him it by convention, or maybe the movie doesn't know what the title means.
Well, you think it'd come up if a Monsignor was acting this
Well,
way and a Monsignor did all this stuff, then that would be like, well, it's like obviously the higher you go in the holy hierarchy, so to speak, the more like the more moral and um you know upright you would expect them to be. The standards and expectations would be higher.
So if we're like, let's not pretend, okay? So what Platoon said is fucking completely on point. If Ryan's intention was to come across like this character is so up his own ass, he's going to refer to himself against all rules and regulations that he is the Monsignor. Do you think Captain fucking Subtlety Johnson of the HMS, fucking, I'm not going to tell you how anything works, is really going to let that slide? He of course would have had at least a line where Judd would have been like, wow, that's a role that gets given to you by, blah, 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 through this. Like, what was that process like? And then you'd have Josh Brolin just be like, like, yeah, it was great. There's something to imply, like, he's not done it through official channels. He just refers to himself that way. That
Yeah,
would
he
be
just
too
doesn't-
subtle even for Johnson. He would have made it very explicit. All I can assume is it's
So
an
obviously the other
accident.
clergy would say he
Yeah,
calls
you'd
himself
have that.
He's not
There's so many
supposed
ways to
We've
have done
yelled
it.
at him constantly.
And there's no allusion to that whatsoever in the film. It's as though, and what Platoon said is so true. If you're on point as a writer, you must know people won't know this, generally speaking, so you're going to have to put it in. If you don't, everyone will just be like, well, he's a Monsignor then.
Yep.
That's it.
Especially if the movie makes a point of calling it out, because there'll be a couple of occasions in the opening exchanges when once Judd arrives in the town where he calls him father and is corrected by various people around him. So the movie makes a point to stress the importance of the title to Wicks, but never makes a point of actually telling us what that importance means, even though it's evidently important to him. It's not even spoon feeding people in this instance. It's kind of vital context to understand how the guy views himself. But the movie, I think, generally is a little bit confused about this guy anyway, because sort of like before we arrive in the town, we also learned from Jeffrey Wright's character that Wicks has supporters here, like the authority center of the church in this region. And Jeffrey Wright's character says he's not one of them. So you're sort of getting the impression, okay, he either calls himself or has been called or has been appointed Monsignor, and he has supporters here, so he's gaining popularity, right? Wrong, as it turns out, because his entire shtick is having no friends and alienating everyone. So it's simultaneously important to the movie that he is very popular, and particularly on the internet, but also very unpopular and pisses off everyone who comes to his sermons. I think to try and make a point about like the differences in like modern and traditional or good Christianity. Like there's the Christian message which plays well online, which is Firebrand, but it alienates the traditional flock versus traditional flock kind of being the good shepherd who's not so sexy online. Again, one of those things that you can kind of read into the film, but the film never really decides upon to the point where it just becomes
Its
slightly
stance on what the
confusing.
church should be is it kind of it's weird. You do want to kind of sit down with Ryan and you never want to do that. Hypothetically, if you were going to talk with him, he's like, "So what do you think about like the church really? Like, are there good priests in your eyes, bad priests? What's the line between the two? Where does tradition and I guess progressiveness when it comes to the tenets and doctrines and things? What does that mean to you? You're not really going to get any real exploration of that, even though the film almost threatens to give you that kind of a story.
Well, I think there's a
Yeah.
lot of things you can assume about what he feels, in that the only sort of traditional perspectives about what the church ought to be are given to the guy who's an obvious monster. And the main hero of the piece is the guy who's far
it's
more
understanding
like
love. Yeah.
warm and liberal, and it doesn't really question when people are like when Benoit Blanc is saying explicitly that he thinks this is all nonsense and garbage. He just kind of nods and go, well, at least you're honest. Like that's what Rian Johnson thinks a good Catholic is.
The difference between the two
By-
that I
by
got was
implication.
what the church is versus what it could aspire to become.
Yeah, but see, part of the problem with, in particular, Monsignor Wicks, in Rian Johnson's opinion, is that he kind of wants to have his cake and eat it too, in that he is so old-fashioned and fire and brimstone that he is popular with, the traditional church, but also he's driving people away at the same time.
Yeah.
And he can't really decide which one he wants it to be. So he does both whenever it's convenient to him. It's a little confused, to say the least.
I will say as well, though, you know, like how in Knives Out and Glass Onion, he's got this huge cast of crazy characters being played by all kinds of talented actors and actresses. We've got a lot of them get some use out of it. In this film, Josh Brolin and probably Glenn Close are the only two that I felt got a chance to actually play characters. Everyone else is just sort of here.
Character
Well, yeah,
is
because
in brief formats.
protagonist man is kind of like generic everyman protagonist
Yeah.
guy, and the
Yeah,
rest of
just with
the rest of
slightly
the sort of
Catholic coat of
whodunit
paint.
cast barely get any screen time. I want Rain, who's the wheelchair girl. I wonder if she got more than 20 lines of dialogue in this movie. Like genuinely.
No,
And
I don't. I would
funny,
actually be surprised if she got more than 10. It's
Yeah.
not
and
funny.
of those, any more than or any less than 60% of them are just repeating her motivation. I am crippled and I wish for God to heal me. Like, okay,
Yeah.
okay, it's
And,
just
and then and
The funniest example for me is Jeremy Renner. I
Yeah.
don't know that he has anything to do really in the movie at all,
which
except
is
for
funny
when
when he's
he's
after
extremely
dead-
important.
after
That was the
dead,
only
we're told
like
he was
semi-surprising twist in the thing, because like normally, you know, if Rian Johnson bothers to give character to any of his characters, then they're in on it. So it was kind of a twist to find that someone
Well-
who didn't have a character was in on it as well. It was like that was the only thing that surprised me.
I mean, I feel like he was the second you made him. I mean, I don't know if we're
The
going ahead,
loser?
right? But what I was going to say is just the character introductions. That, you know, his one is his wife left him because it starts out like he's not rich enough, he's
Yeah.
not whatever enough, but then he's also just a shit person. I'm pretty sure that's like borderline the introduction, and also he's just getting drunk all the time. When it did that, I was like, so he's going to be one of the bad ones, of course. Like that's
Yep.
it's just he's basically set.
And also not
He
to play
hates women.
demographics
Why?
here,
Well, because
but,
his wife left him and took the
Yeah.
kids for no reason. Oh man, he sucks.
But
Am I
what I
right,
will say
guys?
is, like, you watch the movie unfold, and when in the movie decides that he's a bad guy, it is kind of really funny. You're like, oh,
Yeah.
okay, all right,
Okay.
sure.
Okay.
Completely.
Alright,
He's no
sure.
longer the same person once the movie decides it has a use for him.
Yeah.
He just
Well,
becomes-
and it's a very interesting sleight of hand. We'll talk about it when it gets there. But how the film tries to say, no, he's the real bad guy. He's the real bad guy. There's a particular line that I find fascinating. I suppose we'll talk about it when
I
we
think
get
I
to
know
it.
the one you mean, yeah, but we'll get
probably
there.
Uh,
For now, you
yeah.
get right. He tells the judge, you know, go to Chimney Rock. Chimney Rock could use a bit of the love and healing that you were just talking about. And Judd goes off to be, in his own words, Daniel in the lion's den, David facing off against Goliath, young, dumb, and full of Christ. Humor, isn't it great?
better than young, dumb, and full of crumb.
Crumb.
Crumb,
Why would someone be full of crumb?
because it's it's because it's not with a B.
Oh.
It would be like a portmanteau of what he said and what some other
Yes.
people say, which I find horrific and blasphemous. Personally, I would never say that.
No, that's why he very deliberately and carefully supplanted the word "come for Christ," which
Don't
Lord.
say that. You can't say those words. They'll get you.
it's about taking the Lord's
The
name in
Pope.
vain, but it doesn't say that you can't compare him to come, right? So it's fine. Yeah, so we then go away. We go to the church. We see that there's the big old cross. It's missing from the wall. It's just the outline from where it used to be. And we get our first look at Jefferson Wicks, who is Josh Brolin's character, who does a job, right? As good as, I don't know when really to talk about performances in the film. He's kind of okay.
He gets to play with the
watch.
intensity, but it doesn't seem to be like any particularly crazy job for him. Josh Brolin has done. He's a good actor. You know, he knows what he's doing.
Josh Brolin is a very good
Always
actor.
pretty good. Yeah.
You can always count on him.
You can. He asks Judd if he's here to take his church away from him, and Judd says no. Wicks again insists on being called Monsignor Wicks, not Father Wicks. We again not going to get an answer as to why for that is the case. And he says, "I see you've met Martha," which gives us the first of several Glenn Close jump scares. It's a particular new brand of jump scare, and it's only reserved for Glenn Close, and it's where she just appears out of nowhere and makes everyone jump.
think,
It's quite funny.
I think
If
it was a
this
bad
was better
decision though,
movie, I would like that more.
because they picked a character that eventually is going to become extremely dramatic in the story, and so they have to drop that. Like it
Yeah.
it can't it doesn't
Yes.
fit within the latter half of the film, so it just stops happening. You
Yeah,
probably
it
should
works
have picked
comedically
someone.
for the introduction, and I
Well,
think
like,
maybe to try and disarm you because they want to try and mislead you about this person, and so making her kind of funny at the beginning is how they do it. It doesn't do a very good job because we all know it's her, but even so,
like I said before, everything's revealed about her. These little jump scares of hers stop. It's like if they'd given it to the journalist or whatever, you could have had them throughout the whole film. Because no one cares about that
Well, giving
character.
jump scares to a journalist would be like kind of
Appropriate.
interesting in terms of like the journalist just pops up, hey there,
Sorry, writer,
Well,
not
they
journalist.
could've-
My bad.
They could have kept the jump scares later in the movie, and it would be more ominous with her now. Like that's an option.
It'd be
Well,
a little
unless
bit
I'm
more
missing something.
misdirecting if you play her as a more comedic sort of side. It might be like, oh, she's just sort of like the comedy crazy lady. Maybe, well, not crazy lady. I don't know why I said that, but like the comedy lady, who's serious in universe, but out of universe, there's like some funny stuff with how she enters.
Well, it would have been cool if
maybe
got-
that'll take away some suspicion from.
they got
her.
like really creative with how they happened as well, right? Because the first
Yeah.
one being behind him, the second one's behind like a wall or whatever, and it's like, oh, that one's easier. And then I don't remember the other ones. So it's like, it's such a strange quirk. It feels to me like it's just something he tossed in randomly and didn't think through how it would work or where it should be appropriate. Because I get it, it's fun. It's just that on retrospect, I remember it disappearing randomly, and I think it happens around the time where the story gets a bit more serious and that she's not got room to be funny anymore.
yeah. I mean, the only other thing it really achieves, I guess, is giving the sense of out of placeness to Judd, like because obviously she startles him. He says Christ. He has to apologize for not calling Wicks Monsignor, and he also has to apologize for using the word Christ in vain, not in a cum-related fashion this time.
Hmm.
So there was the kind of, it's designed to unsettle him, but it's very obvious that that's what it's doing, and it's not really enough, I don't think, to justify the mechanic. But anyway, Wicks says that the fact that Langstrom, Jeffrey Wright's character, handpicked Judd tells him a lot about Judd, and Judd has to try and reassure him that he is really just here to serve because he's a good, nice little priest. And Wicks says it's time to take my confession. And this is where, because this is where it already started to annoy me, the way that, because this is still being narrated periodically by Judd in the backstory, you are left in absolutely no doubt at all what the intent behind any of this is, because he will just tell you what it is. So Wicks is very like deliberately awkward and off-putting in this confession scene. He says it's been 6 weeks since his last confession. That's obviously supposed to tell us something. He says he starts off by saying that he envied the material wealth of others. He saw a car commercial and liked the car. He envied the power of great men. He particularly his own grandfather and his power as a priest, which he wanted and he always did want. And he moves from that to I've masturbated 4 times this week, 4 or 5 generally, and over 6 weeks, let's say 30 times masturbated. This week in my bed, in the morning once in the shower standing up, which was convenient because you can use the bath gel. Once in the middle of the night after a dream about one of those cat cafes. Once where like he wasn't expecting it, so he had to finish in a copy of the Catholic Chronicle magazine. So there's one piece of useful information there, obviously, envying his grandfather's power in the church. The rest of it, you might think, oh, is he trying to maybe unsettle this potential new rival? And you're given 2 seconds before Judd says that's exactly what he's doing. This is what he was, because I get to narrate all of it. So there's not much intrigue to the character in the intrigue, is what I'm getting at here.
What I found interesting about this is my assumption of Rian Johnson writing this being like, right, so the most important piece of information, like you said, is going to be he seeks to have the power of in the same way that his dad did in a similar job, right? So it's like it's going to be motivation for later. And I can picture Ryan being like, right, now that that's done, I can do the fun stuff. Wanking. Lots of wanking in all different places. Yes. This is going to be very funny. Everyone's going to laugh. This is great. I love this. Just like, okay.
So my issue is a bit more theological. I don't get to say that sentence much. So, it isn't that common to where for a protagonist in a movie for me to instantly kind of like hate their guts and really, really not like them. But this is the point where I no longer cared about Judd. I didn't think that he was a good person. In fact, I actually quite hated him because for those of you who are not in the know, it is to say it's like the biggest no-no possible might be underselling it. This is Judd, as we will learn, who is writing and telling somebody else the contents of somebody else's confession.
Yep.
This is a huge no-no. This is the kind of thing that literally priests will die for and be martyrs of the church instead of revealing the contents of
Well, but it was
of
funny.
confessions.
He said he was
True.
wanking.
It was this was really hilarious. It is true because he talked about masturbating, which is, I mean, that's just crude, but coming from Josh Brolin priest is doubly funny. But yeah, this instantly was like, oh, Judd is bad. Judd is a really, really a bad person and a bad priest.
Rags on
Even
that
within
point.
True.
I'll try to remember because this will come up later, 100%. It's just there's a moment where someone's saying things that's going to destroy their life and reputation, but it will help him somewhat, and they're like somewhat dying, and there's just this moment where he's like, continue, please, keep saying things. It's just like, it's just
Keep
really
saying
funny.
things that'll get him off the hook.
Yeah.
Come on, keep going.
You know, before you run out of time, destroy yourself, please. Like, he's no, he's a very good man. The film said so. He's actually the best one.
He's non-judgmental. He opens his arms to people, even if it means breaking the sacrosanctity of confession.
He's
So-
My
non-judgmental.
assumption would be that Rian Johnson would be like, yeah, but it's bullshit. Like, it's a bullshit confession. So,
Yeah.
so it's all
Doesn't
good.
count. It's all
Or
fine.
he didn't even think of it at all. Like, he didn't even
Well,
realize, like, oh,
well-
what, you mean that's
well,
like a
he probably
thing?
didn't think it.
Like,
It's like the Monsignor thing. He didn't give a shit.
I can tell you
the
quite
issue here
definitively
is-
he didn't
Pretty good.
realize the problem because it happens more than once. So obviously the narrative need is, well, how can we possibly tell people what happened if no one was allowed to see it? And in this instance, you can say, well, he's writing a letter after the guy's dead. Maybe that's a justification. But there'll be another bit later where he does confession knowing that someone is filming them. And by knowing, I mean the guy's in his fucking eye line with the camera. So
Right.
that's another one, which just tells me that no, Rian Johnson doesn't really understand the mechanic of the thing. He knows it's a thing Catholics do, but he also knows that it will be really inconvenient to try and work it in a believable way because it's a constraint on his writing. So there is, the name is there, confession is there as a thing. It just doesn't function as it's supposed to function.
It's just so narratively useful to learn about people's, confessions when they tell in a crime story. It's just so useful for giving people information on characters. I guess that's how he saw it. That's literally all he saw it. Instead of like, well, I would actually kind of appreciate it. And again, it's like I'm an atheist now. I don't believe in this stuff anymore, but I have a great deal. I will not speak ill of my Catholic upbringing, and I really like it when films who take on like a priestly related narrative or a Catholic narrative, or it could be any denomination. It's often Catholic because of the the imagery and a lot of the rituals and stuff like that. And if they actually kind of
also-
like pay it some respect and they actually use that to be a part of the narrative in a way that isn't really lazy, instead of just doing what they've done here, because Judd has essentially done something that has gotten people excommunicated, that will get you defrocked. That is like one of the biggest, maybe the biggest possible sin a priest could, commit, theologically speaking, at least in these regards, in terms of his duty as a priest and the vows that he takes. This is just like it's one of those things where it's like, oh, well, what if someone says I murdered someone or I abused a child or something in confession? It's like, well, he can't tell anyone. And that's like obviously a nightmare scenario for the priest, but you can't do that. Like, that's how seriously that sort of thing is. If you go to a priest in a confession, it is complete and total confidence. They can't tell anybody.
What if
But
they
it
say
seems
they
there's a
wanked
joke here.
30 times?
Well, that does change things. That is pretty funny. That is
You
pretty
can
funny.
also you can tell that Rian Johnson isn't really thinking about this at all because he doesn't even use it for the sake of solving the mystery. So Judd is just telling
Yeah.
Benoit Blanc this for no
this is
reason.
This is for color, this is for flavor, basically.
There's
for
an
a
It
specific
doesn't help
story.
exceptionally
solve
enormous amount
solve
of
the mystery.
information that is useless to Benoit Blanc. You might even say 99.9% of what he writes is useless to him.
So he broke, the seal of confession for literally no reason except to exposit to the audience.
Yes.
Well, but you could, if you were actually going along with it as you really should, because these are supposed to be characters and they're supposed to be believable. You
Supposed
could
to be
even make
characters.
the case that actually a lot of the color stuff is, or it arouses more suspicion than if it weren't there. From Benoit Blanc's perspective, he's hearing Judd kind of going out of his way to exonerate himself, big himself up as the most morally nice
Mhm.
character, and demonize the murder victim, thereby in his own mind putting himself out of contention as a killer. If I were a
Platoon, you
detective
don't
reading that, I'd be
understand.
like, well, that seems a bit suspicious. Maybe the priest doth protest too much.
You don't understand, Platoon, because Benoit Blanc, when he first met him, could instantly tell that he wasn't guilty, and he assumed that for the rest of the story. So,
Well, what's the? We'll
know.
get there. It's something. What's the line? Like, you don't strike me as a guilty man, but you're an innocent man tormented by guilt. It's like,
I
I
dude,
can
basically,
tell.
yeah.
He can just tell, so he doesn't really
It's like
have
the first,
to
yeah,
consider
it's
it.
like Knives Out. He could tell.
Ryan's genius idea with Benoit Blanc is he's not a competent or even ethical detective, but he just knows something that's key to the whole situation, just automatically. It's
Within
great.
seconds
He's read
of
the
turning up.
script.
It's a really clever idea.
There are lots of those in this wonderful, wonderful film. But it's time to move on from this stuff. We now get into the broader world and people introductions section, which again, writing to Benoit Blanc, Judd says these are the people who will be our suspects. Like,
Yeah,
I don't
and,
think you get to decide that, but okay.
You know how
It's prescriptive, not descriptive. Like, you are a suspect, and you are a suspect, and you are a suspect.
I can't believe I'm
Not
saying
me,
this,
though. The
but
one
you
writing
know
this.
how
No.
Hot Fuzz does this way better, where you follow a character who has to go to a particular place for reasons that don't connect to a fucking murder mystery, and then he gets to know everyone pretty briefly, but still in an environment that's natural. Then a murder happens, and it's like, who's the suspect? And the film sort of says, like, could it be them? Could it be them? And it seems like it could really be Simon Skinner. And then, you know, we're trying to develop it, trying to find some clues, a lot of curious things happening. Another murder takes place. And you're like, what the, does that match the other person? It's like, we got some pieces of information that could match a motivation or this, that, and the other thing. And then, you know, twists and reveals and stuff. This film is like, you know, you're here for a murder mystery. These are our suspects. This is their motivation. What do you think? It's like holding fucking top trumps as your film. You're holding each card, and it's like key information, fisherman, key information, barber, key information, fucking groundskeeper. And this groundskeeper will do anything for other person. This person will do anything for a packet of cigarettes. This person will do anything to get fish. And that's it. And it's just like, what do you think matches? And you're like, I don't know, because you haven't told me the thing that solves this problem. Benoit Blanc will at the end, miraculously. It's like extremely thin, pathetic, and how do you make 3 of these? When you like, why do you
People say it's amazing?
Why do you want to make these when you have no idea how they work? It's like, what's the point?
Because he thinks they're amazing. He thinks he did a really good job, and people keep affirming that belief. Oh, they're so good. They're so clever. Oh my goodness, he's just such a masterpiece.
And like, again, with Hot Fuzz, there's so much to enjoy, be it on the comedic angle or the characters or how, you know, how the world's coming together, the reality of the situation. This film, this is all there is pay attention to these characters, because one of them is going to reveal at some point that they're the one that was behind it, or maybe more than one is behind it.
I
And you're
actually
like,
think
okay.
it gets a little bit worse than that as well, because when you look at the order in which characters are introduced, it is almost in order of priority. Which, like, I'm not saying you can never do it when writing a murder mystery, but you probably shouldn't, because we've already been introduced to Martha. Why did you say that name, etc. And so the thing to note about her is she's uniquely old and she's uniquely loyal. So you're already thinking, that makes her a pretty likely suspect because she's been here for ages and she's the only one with a backstory. Then the first ancillary character you get introduced to is her husband, the groundskeeper, Samson. And Judd explicitly tells us he would do anything for Wicks and he would do anything for his sweet Martha.
Yep.
So I was sitting there thinking, well, she's in on it and he's helping her. So there's not a huge amount, like the whodunit aspect of the whodunit has already kind of disappeared. Now it's just
it's
a
more
why
like
done
how
it.
did they do it, not who done it. It's
Completely,
how
yeah.
did they do the thing, yeah.
When they said she knows where the bodies are buried, I was like, okay, so she's behind it all.
Oh,
It's like
and also
she-
she's, as Platoon said, she's the one old enough to have a really big, long backstory. Oh, what do you know? The backstory of the movie is that stuff happened a while ago, and the only person around who's that age could be, okay.
one of the funniest examples of a flashback within a narration of the past where you're like, why the fuck are you telling me all of this? And it doesn't come up then until the 3rd act. You're just waiting.
I mean, you know what? Are we at that scene at this point?
Nearly, but,
big
you
old
know, it's,
flashback?
because we're still doing the character introductions.
Yeah, no, I'll save it then for when we get to the scene.
Yeah. But this is Martha is introduced, as has been mentioned. She keeps the book, she stocks supplies, she does the laundry, she plays the organ. So if any of these things play any part in the murder, then you know that she's behind it, and you
Now-
already do anyway because that's where it's
I
going.
will say, once that line came up, I had already started to get a hint of sort of a recurring theme with the characters. It felt like a contrast, right? It's like Wix is just a complete douche. And whatever the nature of her character will be revealed, she does everything around the place. It's like, I will log that in my mind, right, as sort of number one sort of indicator of a sort of trend that we'll be able to detect with the characters in this story.
As you just went over with Samson, it's like they tell us he'll do anything for those two, but there's nothing else to him. He's not a person.
Oh.
He just seems to be kind of nice.
Yeah.
He's
Sort
sort
of,
of
he
described
seems
as
like a
being the
cool guy.
only nice person here, to the point. But there's a stupid part where like Judd has a huge argument with Martha, and then the first thing Judd does is go to Martha's husband's house and use his boxing bag. Is it not where I probably wouldn't go to the husband of the person that I'd just fallen out with first, but fuck it, he's nice, so it's fine. The only other thing worth noting, I guess, about Samson is that like he's really loyal to Wix because he helped him stop drinking, which is superficially relevant later.
Yeah.
I do stress the word superficial in that. He also lives right next door to this giant concrete crypt, which is what we're introduced to now.
It's
We
just
are told
right there.
it's just
It's
right there
so
with a
oddly
bunch of
placed.
penises on it.
It's right
It's-
there. It's on the driveway.
I
It's
know.
right there on the driveway.
You know,
it's
Why would it
really,
be right there?
really weird.
Yeah, it's almost like
don't
they
you
created
think
it
that
just
one
for
of
this
these-
movie.
Yeah, don't you think that this, relatively old Catholic church would have like a cemetery,
Nah.
with
On
like
the
a
grounds of
gate
the
and
church?
mausoleums and tombstones
Nah.
on the grounds of the church? Yeah, like no, it's by groundskeeper Willie's driveway. I mean, that's where it is.
Well, and also the Lazarus door was so
God.
strange and specific when it was introduced. I was just
Yeah,
like, good
I
God,
knew.
this
You
is going to be
already know what's
extremely
gonna
yeah,
happen.
someone's
important.
coming out of that door. Someone's
Yeah.
kind of out of the door.
Yeah, the premise of the Lazarus door is you need construction equipment to open it from the out. We're told all of this. This isn't me telling you. This is the movie telling me, and I'm just relating
Yeah.
it. We're told that it requires construction equipment to open from the outside, but you can open it from the inside with just a slight push. So you already know that's going to happen. Gives us a second Glenn Close jump scare though, so that was fun. And we're told that Prentice, who is Wix's grandfather and the founder of the church and the one whose power he envies, he is buried there.
Couldn't help but think about Sherlock Holmes, the Guy Ritchie Sherlock Holmes, where they realized that Lord Blackwood had burst out of his own crypt from the inside. But then the reveal by the end of the film is that it was pre-broken and then glued back together with something that would become weak in rain. So, basically it was an inevitability that he would be able to easily break the door. Meanwhile, with this structure, he
like this movie.
just... You have to give it a light push, and the fucking whole thing comes under. I was just like, do you even need the construction equipment? Could you just get, like, a standard sort of suction cup or crowbar?
A plunger?
Plunger, yeah.
You just pop it right onto there, then you just pull it right down.
It seems so easy to open from the inside that I was just like, this is just stupid. Like, it surely needs to be better than that. It needs to be stronger. Otherwise... It's so easy to vandalize, which, by the way, they establish people are doing.
Yes, never comes up again, but yeah, people are just drawing penises on it, which
Rocket
Martha calls
ships.
rocket ships because
Very funny.
That
she's
was the
quaint and
only thing that made
old-fashioned.
me smile in this film is the old lady who thought they were rocket ships, even though they look like penises, obviously. But I thought that was slightly amusing.
I thought that would amount to something.
Yeah,
Graffiti.
Penises?
Who's doing the graffiti? What's that about?
Well, they would know who it is because of the camera that's facing.
No,
it.
no,
That's why-
no,
In
no,
fact,
no,
they would
no.
even say, "Oh, well, we can find out who did it because of the camera that's over there on my house." But
this would be the
they
place
don't,
to
like,
intro
mention-
that. Yeah, they
Yeah.
don't intro, but there's a kind of a rule with these
Set
movies.
up?
You don't really introduce something until the very precise moment it's needed. So we will learn about the cameras, but not until the cameras are relevant. We can't set them up too far in advance.
It's
So
so
people
well
in
done.
chat are saying Snyder. They were Snyder fans, and they drew the Snyder spaceships on the crypt.
I
They're
love
mad at
those
James Gunn. And
those rocket
so they're
ships. They're
putting-
wonderful.
That's their symbol, the Snyderverse symbol.
They honestly, every time we see them in the context of that movie, is the funniest fucking shit. It makes me laugh every single time.
Why did he make him look like penises?
They're so funny. Thank you, Ryan. Sorry, not Ryan. Thank you, Snyder. Snyder's funnier than
Thank you,
Ryan.
Snyder, yeah, Snyder is funnier than Ryan. He's more, his kind of weird earnestness is more amusing.
The joke about the penis rocket ships is, I think, that to distract you from when Martha says that Prentice, who is buried there, was like a father to her, because that's also important later. And again, it just goes back to the point, this is the only character so far who actually has a notable backstory, so the only way you have to compensate for this, if you introduce her first and you give her a backstory, the only way you can muddy the waters is doing equivalently hard work for other people, which we are not going to do. But if you were
Because that
thinking
would
of
be
writing a
hard.
mystery story, that's what you should do.
So like you said, it's hard work. They wouldn't do that. It's hard.
Yeah.
Rian Johnson wouldn't do that. It's difficult.
I just feel like these are the kinds of movies that you'd want to write backwards, you know?
Or redraft.
Yeah. Or
That's a
like
crazy
something.
concept.
Why'd you do that? We just established you don't want to work harder. Work smarter,
know,
work not harder.
It's been established that twice before in Knives Out and Glass Onion, you obviously don't have to redraft or rewrite anything because people will just glaze your film and its writing and what it's trying to say no matter what. So why bother?
It's something I think I've been definitely pushing since the beginning of EFAP, that everyone in every format for everything should always just give the old redraft. Any form of like creative work, why not? But I do think that one, we've learned thoroughly that they don't even have scripts for a lot of big budget Hollywood stuff. But secondly, I think that a lot of them probably see redrafting as weakness. Like, redrafting? I made a good thing. I didn't make a shit thing.
I mean, maybe Rian Johnson should take a book from the Catholic playbook where pride is the deadliest of the sins. Maybe you didn't get it perfectly right the first time. Maybe you should check your work.
See, this
Maybe
is
you're
why
not
Denims is
quite as
actually
good as you think
awesome.
you are.
She doesn't want to take pride in her work because that would be a sin.
Oh, what a
She's actually the
lass.
holiest of people.
She is holy.
Into the church we go, speaking of holy places. Judd is getting vexed by this missing cross on the wall, so he goes up to measure it so he can make a new one. He tells us because he does woodworking. Never going to come up until the very last scene of the movie. Not relevant to anything that actually happens within movie. But Wicks tells him not to do that because they leave the empty mark there as, and I quote, a shameful reminder of the harlot whore, which is a wonderful name. And Martha then gives us the exposition as to who the harlot whore was. She was Wicks's mother. When Prentice, he's Lord Randall Tarley, isn't he?
Yes.
So when Lord Randall Tarley entered the priesthood and he founded this church, he arrived widowed, and he had a daughter called Grace, and Grace was a whore, and she loved fancy brands and revealing clothes, and she got pregnant with some drifter, and she gave birth to Wicks.
Very odd for a Catholic priest to be a widower.
Yeah.
Because you cannot get married. I think there are very, very rare technical exceptions.
They changed the rules quite recently with when the Church of England is already in and always in a crisis, but when it was in one of its more recent crises, the Catholic Church changed the rules because you're allowed to be married in the Church of England. It said if you come over and be a Catholic priest from the Church of England, you can keep your wife. Yes, it was basically just headhunting at this point.
That's the only exception that I know of. It's that one. But very, very strange to have your story, again, a story that you've constructed specifically around Catholicism and the clergy, and then have like we already have like 3 or 4 different instances of very noteworthy not Catholic things, or like legitimately some of the worst possible things that clergy can do as a Catholic. So yeah, Ryan, I feel like you're really you're not even squandering the premise. It's like the premise is kind of antithetical to a lot of what you want me to think about the characters and the setting. Why would the Catholic priest be a widower?
The more Catholic you are, the more of a hypocrite you are. That does seem to be the rule of the movie. So I guess it's on brand. Prentice, unlike Wicks, he's not evil. Even though he is a widower, he has a slut daughter who he's very mean to. He also has a vast fortune somewhere, and doing yet more damage to the whodunit aspect of this whodunit. He tells Grace, young Grace, that if she stays under his roof to raise his grandson, that he'll give the fortune to her. So that's why she stays around. The person who knows all of this, obviously, is Martha, because Martha was also there as a young child, which means she knows everything and can be the only possible killer. I do wish it would stop doing this because it makes the remaining 2 hours of movie really long, but I know who the killer is.
Yeah.
It is quite conspicuous. I was thinking at this point, either she is the killer who orchestrated everything, or she is the legitimate good person that the killer has to get rid of because she would be the one to know everything. It's either one of those two things.
It
And
is.
also, if you know anything about the Knives Out trilogy, if you hear about anything that happened in the past being recounted by a character, you can discard it because
Yep.
it didn't happen that way.
It's
Yeah,
not
this
lie.
was the thought
Oh, yeah.
this was very much the thought I was having while watching this is bullshit. This
Yes.
is
So-
a
so-
lie, and I'm gonna have
Yeah,
to
what
wait
really
until
happened.
Rian Johnson decides to tell me the truth
It's
about
a
what happened
specific form as well, because the thing about it, because you're so fucking right, all of this, it's like, you're going to show me all of this again, but with the key information, so I can just disregard this. It's only going to get in
Yeah.
the way.
here. The only thing that I need to use this for is to figure out what your game is, and now this is clue number 2. There is a story in the past that is definitely a lie, where this character was, like, in some way, you know, from the perception of the film, has in some way been mistreated or misjudged or something along those lines. Like, all right, so that's number 2 that I can clock there. In terms of the nature of these characters, it's like, so, you know,
And the
Wix
person who's
is a
complicit
piece
in
of
the
shit.
obvious lie is still in the story as well. So
Yep.
it's you already
So-
know.
Well, it's just so, like, why, like, right, I've seen movies before, Ryan. You took ages. It's all done visually. This is going to be, like, the core foundation, and what you've told me is that near the beginning, so it's obviously not going to be the truth, especially judging by his other films. What can we conclude from this? It's like, Glenn Close is probably the bad guy. Like, there's no reason
Well,
to
yeah,
assume anything
and
else.
of course, and it would be, and you know, someone might say like, well, sure, but I mean, you can make judgments about what is a truth or a lie here. It's like, no, not really, I can't. And as you will find out, there's critical information that's been left, not only left out, but the visuals that you are being shown are false. Like, the
Yeah.
visuals are wrong. Several of the visuals are just outright incorrect. Though I will say, it is really funny what Rian Johnson's interpretation of the actual events are, and who he thinks is in the right and in the wrong.
Well, we
yes,
don't need
it's
we don't need
kind
to add to this statement, but when first watching this and assuming everything's going to work the way it usually does in a Rian Johnson film, which, i.e., in this situation, is this woman that's being portrayed as super, super evil, it's going to turn out she's probably a good guy. Though that's going to be tough this time, because Ryan shows her beating a child.
Oh,
And-
hero.
and-
But
the-
bear in mind, she said something kind of mean to her. So
Well, that's what I was going to say, is that
which we
I
don't
guess
find out until
That's
later.
that's
but
the
yes.
one piece of evidence that maybe like, oh, maybe they won't reveal that this lady is actually a really good person and repeat several times that she's a really good person because they showed us her beating a child. But I guess what I'm trying to say is, like, that's going to be a tough one to do, right? Are you sure? And it's just like, you know.
Sometimes kids need a beating.
I mean,
And
he
he
wanted
does.
us to cheer when they destroyed the Mona Lisa, so, like, I don't know.
Didn't they try
he
to
chooses
retcon
these
that after
battles
the
for
fact and
himself.
say that in a deleted scene it was said to be a fake and therefore it was fine, but then it wasn't
whatever,
actually in the
whatever.
movie? So as far as the movie's concerned, yes, they did burn the Mona Lisa, which is lovely
Mhm.
to see.
Well, you can tell that the movie's trying to make the point that that's like it's there's I don't want too much trauma, too much, and we need to not. I don't want to get into Glass Onion. Holy
We don't-
shit, we have
No, we've
two.
got so much wonderful shit in this movie to go through. So this is the flashback we're talking about, where obviously wrong information is conveyed. You have Prentice telling Martha as a small girl that wealth and the power that comes with wealth is Eve's apple, which is a term that will be very relevant later. It's the temptation that leads to the fall. We must protect our loved ones from its corrupting influence at all costs. And then you might be thinking, well, there's plenty of ways to get rid of your wealth. Why do you still have it? And he decides on the day of his final communion that he doesn't want to do any of those conventional things. We don't find out exactly what he does do until later, and it's incredibly retarded, but we will
Another
arrive
big-
there shortly.
Is it
Another
alright
big
if we-
Catholic? Oh boy.
We should say it now anyway, right? I don't think it's gonna. what he-
Okay, so the story that Martha tells us at this point in the flashback is that Prentice just takes his final communion and just dies of reasons at the altar.
Yes.
That's the
Old.
story that you get.
That's the story.
Yeah. Later, you learn that he has a huge fucking diamond, and his method for getting rid of his huge fucking diamond is to swallow it, and it kills him. so he can be buried with it in a tomb that
But he doesn't
uniquely you
choke.
can get out of.
It just kills him.
Well, Rise, did you catch? He exhales before he dies.
Well, yeah, that's the thing. I think. Oh, is he gonna like choke? And he's gonna like. So okay, we got a couple things to go over here because we might as well say it now. All right, this is so I don't know if you guys knew this, but suicide is a big no in Christianity. Killing yourself is the killing of a person. That's a mortal sin. That's really, really bad.
Dude,
Do not fucking
Chad's so
kill
lost.
yourself.
They're like, what do you mean? It's like, yeah, he swallowed a giant diamond and died.
Now, his choice, his choice of method and location for his suicide. Remember, this old pastor, this very Catholic righteous man, decides to kill himself. All right, can't imagine anyone else doing that in this story. Now, he does this by swallowing a diamond, which apparently doesn't choke him. It just
it's in his
kills
stomach.
him.
You know, later we
Yeah.
find out it is in the stomach of his corpse. So
Yeah, he
it
just
seems like
dies.
but I mean,
it would have been a
I mean-
really painful poo, but a valuable one.
Valuable.
But he also chooses to do this in front of a little girl.
and remember that's right. And remember that the reason why he does this is to like get rid of this diamond. It's like, man, you could have just like buried it somewhere.
You could
You
have
know,
thrown
like,
it
you
out
could've
to
Thrown it
sea.
into the
You could've
woods
thrown
or
it-
the
done all the
sea, or
things that
well, they
even
mention it
suggest doing
specifically
later,
later. Yeah.
You know,
Well, that's what I
just
would have
put it in
done
the-
if.
put it in the bin and then it goes to the dump and
But-
it's basically impossible to find at that point. But
Oh,
instead, he's
but why
like,
not donate
"Uh,
it to charity?
Well, and
No,
of course,
instead
if you're
You're a Catholic priest. Just convert it into money and then give it to one of the many, many, many Catholic charities that go out and feed the homeless and clothe the poor and stuff. Like, bro, what are you doing?
well,
You're
if
a
you think
shitty
that this
priest.
will make it so that no one will get it, it's like, but forensics,
What if they do an
even back
autopsy?
then, would have a basic. Yeah,
Yeah.
like if it's lodged in your throat,
a
they can
giant
feel
stone.
that. You don't even need a
It's
scan.
stomach.
the thing is, you got two options. Either it got lodged in his throat, and it's like, man, you'll just see that shit bulging out. Or two, it went to his stomach and presumably cut up a whole bunch of his internal, his insides, and they'd be blood.
Probably wouldn't have done
And
that
be like,
either.
Yeah,
It
well,
would have
that's
done that. 'cause
I don't
it's
think it
all
would-
mucusy in there, you know.
Well, so we know from the film that it was lodged in his throat, right? Like that's what happened.
no, it was in his stomach.
Yeah, he doesn't choke. It is in
You
his
see it-
throat,
you
or it
see
is
it
in his
in his
stomach.
stomach.
I
Yeah.
thought he pulled it out of his
That's
throat.
the thing.
Okay.
No, it
You
is
see
in
it
his
as
stomach.
stomach.
the reason why you're
And he
thinking
doesn't
of the
choke.
throat is the Adam's apple thing, which is
Oh,
obviously
right.
what Rian Johnson is going for. But it's
Yeah,
like
this
it's the
this is Eve's
it's like,
apple,
oh,
not the
see,
apple of
it's
Eden.
It's the Adam's apple, which by the way, that's like another thing that should already be cluing you in terms of this sort of thing. But also it's like, well, it's not in his neck; it's in his gut, so it doesn't even work.
It
Like,
was.
He's just
yeah,
like,
just,
oh, I
just-
don't know what I expected to happen. You're gonna have a bad poo, Grandpa.
It was. It
I think
wasn't.
he just died of sheer force of will. I think he just said, nope.
Well,
Here
so
I
it's
go.
funny
Yeah,
you say that. I was going to
felt
bring
that
up
way during
as
the
part of the
movie,
story,
too.
the initial story. Someone else dies of sheer fucking will. I thought it was going to be a reveal or a something. You know, this lady who's trashing the church just has an aneurysm after it. I laughed
Yeah.
when it first happened because I was like, okay, Ryan, like what'll be the truth, right? She was poisoned or someone did it to her or whatever. It's like, no, she had an aneurysm. Like, what do you mean? You just had it.
She just runs into a wall and dies. It is quite funny because it's the next bit, in fact, because Martha's still like narrating this flashback. Martha says that, well, she describes it as in demonic rage. Grace is going around and ransacking the church, and she's tearing everything apart and destroying the cross. Martha tries to mislead us by saying this is blasphemy, desecration, and evil incarnate, which obviously doesn't work because we've just been told about the huge fucking diamond. And then, so young Martha approaches Grace in the church when she's quite distraught. And young Martha goes up to her and she whispers something in her ear, and the camera just cuts around the other side of the head so you can't see what she's whispering, which is your sure sign that she is lying to you. And this will be very different later. She claims that all she said was that God the Father will forgive Grace. And then she smiles, and then for no reason, Grace attacks her. Two people pull her off. Then they just disappear so Grace can run out,
But
run
also
into
they-
a wall, and die.
They again, another bit of lying. In this, they don't show the little girl doing the Tyler Durden cackle as she's getting beaten up, which is what
Yep.
actually happens in reality. She does the like as she's getting punched, which again, it's like, Does Ryan think like so? This makes it more acceptable that this is happening. He's a weird guy.
You know what else is weird and also amusing? Elvis the alien deleted that tweet.
Oh, what?
What saying that?
Yeah.
Saying that he thought that the movie was
Ryan
good.
Johnson cooked again. He really should have been given the reins to all 3 Star Wars movies. He deleted that tweet.
Well, I mean, just to be clear, it's like he did not cook again. He fucking burnt it again. And then secondly, all 3 Star Wars movies? One was bad enough.
Or did he cook it? Did he cook again like when Bender pours all that salt on the alien slug?
It just deflates. Dude, when he starts cutting it, when it's like...
Yeah. Well, look, I'm just saying, this film is very salty, in a sense.
Oh, yeah. I would, like, you know, Platoon, you said you watched all 3 back-to-back. Which would you say is the most bitter out of the 3?
Weird. I don't know. Maybe because I blotted out a bunch of Glass Onion. This one seemed to me to have more of it in dialogue that I noticed anyway. Just because it sort of goes on and on and on, and every character does it. But I might be missing some stuff from Glass Onion.
There's a bunch in Knives Out. Don't they have like a fight about the president in Knives Out or something, or the
There's
administration?
one argument, isn't there, about like immigration?
I think so. Yeah.
They're bitter about different things.
Yeah.
This one's obviously bitter about religion and Christianity. Knives Out is bitter about like white privilege
Rich
and
people?
things. Glass Onion, rich people in general. Yeah.
Oh,
well,
yeah, that's rich people. Yeah, Glass Onion is rich people.
Race, class,
like,
religion, and it's funny because it's like, Ryan, you want to tackle those 3? And he's like, yes, sir. And you're like, okie dokie. You go right ahead, bud. Don't like Ryan. Don't you think you should do friendship first? Like, just focus on something more simple.
Ryan, why can't you do something nice? You know, just people being nice.
But so that's kind of it for all the stuff you need to know for the rest of the movie is basically contained in that flashback. You know basically who's the killer, and you know what the killing's going to be about. It's going to be Martha, and it's going to be about the big diamond. That's wonderful for the first 20 minutes. Now we get to move on to the people who aren't relevant to the story in any way.
Yeah.
So we get Vera Draven. She's a local attorney. She is loyal and devoted. Her dad was Wick's attorney, and he was also his drinking partner. And she says she wanted to do great things in the world, but her father asked her to stay here and to protect his legacy. So, you know, you're kind of setting up that she's frustrated and she's given things up to stay here. And maybe that will come back to haunt them in a way that it won't do later.
Well, I mean, does anyone here disagree that she's borderline superfluous? She's like, she'll get her moment, and her moment is just a repeat of everything you've already been told, I think twice over.
It's funny that you say that, because her being borderline superfluous actually makes her more important than 2 other members of this
yeah, because they are superfluous.
Actually superfluous. Yeah, she actually has a kind of role to play before being... We're done with you. We don't need you anymore.
And it's strictly a plot role because it doesn't seem to. There's just so many questions you'd have for character that just don't get repercussions despite this important sort of role. But it's just very funny the way that it's like squarely delivered to us that this is a woman who has really done a good job, worked hard, she had great potential, and her life was kind of, you know, I was about to say destroyed, but you find that out later, by very, very selfish men. And that is the conclusion. That is the story for this character. You're like, okay.
Which would be fine if it weren't also the story for most of the other characters as well.
Well, so for me, it's just it would have been nice to get to know this person instead of you just telling me that's the story of her, if you know what I mean. It's like just being like, also there's this other person who's over here and their life was ruined by gambling. Anyway, you're like, okay.
Yeah.
Because we also get introduced here to Cy Draven, who is billed as her adopted son. Spoiler, he is not. And his backstory is that he is a Republican and therefore is really evil. So he recently returned from the big city because he tried to get started in politics. And yeah, the backstory is that like Vera just gets out of law school and her dad brings this kid in and says, you're going to raise him now. And she just says yes, because she isn't a character at this point in the story. The whole town knows, Judd tells us, that he's obviously her illegitimate brother, but she just accepts it and goes along with it. So for now, he's her adopted son. And, you know, she gave up lots of stuff to be loyal to him and to Wix as well and to her father. So, you know, she reckons her dad is proud of her. Not proud of this guy though, because Sai is just a cliche and it's very funny. So
Well, and now it's like, okay, so we've started to introduce sort of our extended sort of whodunit cast, and what we've been presented with is that she, she's probably got some problems, but like obviously presented as like sympathetic, pretty much. Meanwhile, this
Yeah.
guy's just a piece of shit, and
This
it's like,
Outright,
is
yeah.
right,
horrible.
okay,
Which is-
and now it's like, all right, I think I need one more thing to tip me over the edge in terms of sort of seeing through your facade, Mr. Johnson.
Also, just it's definitely something you'll come to sort of notice. Like, so she's this quite good person who's been hard done by a lot of guys. She raised this guy who's just a monster.
Yeah, and the film doesn't seem to view her as being in any way responsible for him being just a dishonest, selfish piece of shit.
She raised him
Like it's almost
solely.
like he was independent.
Yeah.
He was independently sort of became a psychopath, even though she was the most important guiding influence in his life.
Makes you wonder.
And also that the film doesn't recognize when you learn more about his history that he was kind of hard done by as well. When you actually think about it,
Yeah.
No room for
his
that.
circumstances are kind of grim when you sort of just think about them clinically, putting to one side the person that he is, which is partially her fault, but the film doesn't recognize that.
It is funny the story
those
that
pretty-
these,
but
like,
look
Catholic
at her
themes-
though. I mean, come on.
I mean, she does look evil, I'll grant you that. But like, it is just odd in a story that has Catholic themes. That the show is it's so obvious which characters it deems as irredeemable, which is like ideally in Catholics don't really teach that anyone is totally beyond redemption unless they do some
everyone
particularly
can-
horrible
yeah,
things.
That's the big Christian thing. Everyone can
he-
be saved. Everyone
yeah.
can have redemption and can come through in the end.
Sai, though, is irredeemable because he was the GOP golden boy, he tells us. Yep, he has connections. He just couldn't engage the voters. He didn't have that cult of personality thing, I guess, he says. I
He
wonder
wasn't really
who
much
does.
of a golden boy, was he?
Well, no, but they thought he was, though, but he also wasn't. But now he's met someone, potentially, who does have a
I
cult
don't
of
even know how he
personality.
got to that position to be.
Well, he
considered a
tells
golden
us,
boy.
kind of, right? He says, I think this is the complete list of what he says.
Here we
Because
go.
Judd says, like, have you tried connecting with people on a genuine level? It's hard to do that. And Sai says, I know, I tried everything. I hammered the race thing, the gender thing, the trans thing, the border thing, the homeless thing, the war thing, the election thing, the abortion thing, the climate thing, the thing about induction stoves, Israel vaccines, pronouns, AK-47s, socialism, BLM, the CRT, the CDC, 5G. I tried everything and it just didn't work.
God, it's like
because
Weird
he's
Al's
evil.
hardware store.
This to me is the like culmination of what was happening in the other two films of just cringe reference. I am hip. Look at me, fellow kids. I know what the happenings are. But simultaneously, I don't want to say anything too aggressive. I wouldn't want to upset anybody. But I did reference it.
Yeah, because he keeps just saying the thing, not the stance that he took on the thing.
Very
And,
clever.
and
Yeah,
obviously,
he's
by the
He's
stance that he took
Republican,
on the
so
thing,
he
the
took all the
stance
wrong
that-
stances because he's Republican.
Well, I mean,
Yeah.
I guess is what I mean. It's like, but he'll leave that up to you essentially to figure out what that
Yes.
means. Rather, it's just like here's a list of topics that people are sort of incensed about at various points over the last several years.
It's
But
like
I mean, it's just pretty bad dialogue. What can I say?
Well,
It's,
and just there's a reason you don't do this, much like he's done it in the other two. It's like you have dated the fuck out of your movie for
yeah,
no
imagine
reason.
watching this in 10 years. Imagine. And by the way, you don't necessarily date things by having political commentary,
Not
or
necessarily,
political
no.
satire, or just any reference to
Yeah,
politics.
Star Wars is timeless.
I mean, well, yeah, I mean, but I mean, even direct. You watch a South Park episode from 15 or 20 years ago that is referencing a very specific political event. You can still watch that now and find it entertaining.
Yeah.
But there is no. It's just referencing the things and being like, huh?
And he's looking at you with a smile on his face, like I did a good job.
And it's not quite sufficient either, because the conversation goes on and Judd suggests, well, have you tried getting back to the fundamentals? And Sai says, what, like show them something they hate and make them afraid it's going to take away something they love?
The
But
subtlety
you're not-
of a,
it's
of
just-
a- like,
Jesus
I mean, what?
Christ.
Come on, Brian. Can you try a little harder?
Well, I mean, yeah.
Right,
So to be
evil
clear, like this.
Republican characters, it's perfectly possible to do that, but like the idea is that you write them as a character as opposed to a caricature, which is a different thing.
Yeah, and
But
you know,
have
this
the
scene
same
is
root word.
Judd is the super friendly progressive man who's just trying to get things going. It's like, come on, man. While Sai is like, man, I love manipulating people and I just can't get it to work. Like, okay.
It's similar with Wix, where Rian Johnson's like, see, he's a loser. I want him to be a loser, and what he does doesn't work. But also, at various points in the story, we're going to imply that this is nefarious and that it actually does really work. He kind of can't
Yeah,
decide
that's
whether
Yeah.
these strategies actually are
the
effective
thing
or
of
not.
Wait, what
my
are you thinking of?
well, I can't remember what it's called, but the thing of it's one of the bullet points, right? My enemy is completely weak and ineffectual, but also damning and horrifying and effective at the same time.
Yeah.
You can't have both, but you want to be able to make fun of them for being pathetic and useless, but also a threat.
Yes. That's what he does with all the people who are antagonists in terms of their perspective, right? Whatever their political or social opinion is, that's how he treats all the villains in his movies. They're pathetic and also a giant, horrible threat.
That's because lots of the audience is also stupid and gullible, and that's why. Unlike we, the pure and chosen few, who see through all of it. That's kind of
the lies of the Johnson.
Well, from my perspective, the Republicans are evil.
That's kind of it for his introduction. Next up, we have Jeremy Renner, Dr. Nat Sharp. And as has been mentioned already, his whole life revolved around his wife, but then she left him last week and she took the kids because he wasn't rich or successful enough. He would do anything to get her back, but at the moment he's just a boozer. That's it. That's all we get for him by comparison.
Hell
Much
yeah.
more
Pretty
important
much.
character, really, but actually just like a paragraph.
And of course, my assumption at this point is, but he's a piece of shit, right? His wife left him, but it's because he sucks. It would be my assumption at this point.
Well, don't they say something like he would do anything to get it back? I was like, oh god.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Anytime a character is described as would do anything for such and such, or would do anything for so and so, they are going
means
to be
they will
complicit.
do
It's
anything.
like-
in the
Again,
story
remember,
for it,
this
yes.
is meant to be Judd's POV, but it's not. This is Rian Johnson's POV. This
Absolutely,
is like
and-
the POV of the omniscient narrator.
Not just that, but Ryan assuring us, like, hey, if you think Jeremy Renner or etc. characters do anything that seems out of character, I've told you it's not. They would do anything for X goal. And you're like, no, that's not how it works, dude. Like,
After him, we get one of the totally irrelevant characters. This is the sci-fi author Lee Ross, who is described as being the closest thing the parish has to a celebrity, but he's just useless. He's been here for 10 years. He connected with the church in that time. In his own words, he unplugged his brain from the liberal hive mind. And he has
This
been writing.
dialogue, man.
It's so great, isn't it? I love it. And he's been writing a big book about Wix. The book is called The Holy Man and the Troubadour, a battle song for America's soul. And it's basically, we're told it's his last
800,000
shot of
words.
success. Yeah, it's not very good,
800,000
and
words
it's the
as
thing
well,
he's betting
comically
on.
long.
That is literally
it
all we
for
get for him. Yeah, nothing else for him. Except, well, he does say that no one else in town likes Psy because Psy has this little influencer clause all in Wix at the moment. So you're supposed to believe that everyone else hates Psy. Notably, it doesn't stop them. Like, they don't try and stop him recording them admitting grievous sins because we need that for the
Constantly
plot.
throughout the movie, yeah.
Yep. They all hate him, but they give him complete unfettered access to their private lives. This is how characters behave. Then we get the other totally irrelevant character, who is Simone, who is a former cellist, and she's new to the town. She was forced to retire 5 years ago because of chronic pain. The doctors can't identify or cure the cause for this. And then because theme, she
Could be a
says,
streamer for that
No, she could
undiagnosed
be.
chronic pain.
Yeah, I mean, streamers are an undiagnosed chronic pain, so she could just be a streamer in that sense. She says that she believed the doctors could cure her because she's a sucker. She says to take someone's faith and exploit it for money, it's the ultimate evil. This feels different, though.
So it's at this point when I saw that she was in a wheelchair, I was like, okay, I get it
Woman in a
now.
wheelchair.
All of
she's-
the men
she's
are
good.
bad, and all of the women are in some way victims. It's like, right, because she's in a wheelchair and you're Rian Johnson, so there's no way she's gonna be a bad guy.
Yeah, that about sums that up. All right.
And then
Yeah.
it's like, well, then it connects with all of it. And then at that point, it's like, right, so
Mistress-
Glenn Close's character is the most developed of the female characters in this story. But she's going to be, I mean, obviously, right at this point, clearly she's going to be in on it. It's like, right, so we're going to have to wait and see how it all gets recontextualized to essentially explain her situation, because the other characters is way more obvious. Because, you know, for Kerry Washington, it's like, right, she got taken advantage of to raise this kid that wasn't hers and kind of throw her life away. And then with her, it's like, she's given all of her money on the hope of something that's never going to be delivered. It's like, dude. So here's the reason why it's really annoying. In like a good story, there'd be no reason to really conclude anything based on any of this information, because it would just be like, oh, here's a bunch of characters and that could all mean anything. But because it's Rian Johnson, like, it's just pattern recognition. Like,
Which is really
right,
ironic
yeah,
considering he's the
I see.
subversion guy.
But he's not subversive once you see his tricks.
You know exactly what to expect based on this stuff. If you wanted to be subversive, then she'd be the one who did it.
The movie's already over at this point, in a sense. You know, it's like, all right, I guess I'm gonna wait and see how it's all gonna tie together. But we've now got sort of our guiding core umbrella of like who the good characters are and who the bad characters are, and what the broad theme is going to be about their relationship with each other, you know, between the men and women in this story.
And you can predict like the cozy wrap up scene of like who gets their just comeuppance and who benefits and you know enjoys a new fuller life, which is like, it's kind of funny in a way, because it's sort of been mentioned like all the guys are dicks basically and all the women are not. So it's like, oh, sci-fi author, he wrote his book, but then he got saddled with an audience he hates. Chronic pain woman, she learned to get over it and she enjoyed her life. Okay, doesn't seem that chronic in that case. Doctor is obviously, well, he's not going to make it. Then woman who takes like adopts size, well, she gets to live a new fresh life, and then the other man is like, oh, well, he's an evil dick, so he doesn't get anything he likes. It's just the whole middle 2/3 at this point is just okay. I'll just wait and see how all of this is pieced together, but I already know all the key players and what their comeuppance is going to be, which makes it a way longer film than the 2.5 hours would suggest. But we are at least past now our character introduction. I think that's all of them. I haven't missed anybody out. No. So, yeah, Judd tells us that this is the core group. This is Wix's core group of believers, his core parishioners. He says that Wix's personality is seductive, but his methods are not. Every week he picks on someone, usually a newcomer, and kind of just attacks them while they're sitting there. So that you get the shown example as a new woman who's turned up with a daughter, implied single mother, and Wix just sort of goes in about the sins of evil single mothers and how the child's going to burn in hell until she leaves. This is his approach, which again we are expected to believe is both incredibly popular and also incredibly exclusionary, because that's believable.
It's very popular among the 8 people who show up.
Yes, ever declining number of people.
And the 16 views he gets on YouTube.
And Judd tells us, they do show us, don't they?
And like the time, and it's like it's shockingly low views. It's like teens of views as far as I recall.
I don't think they really understand how YouTube works, because there's a bit later in the movie where a certain video goes up and they're like, oh, it's gone viral. So, well, really? Because none of the other videos did, but apparently this is what makes it so popular.
Views, viral, baby.
To ensure that we understand he's good people, Judd tells us that this is not the true church. Even if you ask the most hardcore people in the pews, they will tell you they don't really believe any of this. It's just Wix pushing it too far. But he says that Wix aims every week to make somebody walk out, because that means everybody watches that person walk out, and everyone who stays seated watching implicitly takes his side. I guess. Not entirely convinced that's how it really works, but that's how the movie says it works, so we'll run with it. Right?
All right.
I guess they're like, oh, I'm not one of those losers who left. I'm one of the good ones who stayed.
Which means I'm on the righteous path.
Yeah.
At some point in the intervening time, because it probably is worth mentioning, several weeks have passed. In fact, several months have passed, I think. It might even be 9 months have passed since Judd arrived to the point at which he's writing this letter. We don't know exactly where in time lots of this stuff happens. The implication is this next bit is quite early on. So Judd starts his own prayer group to try and sort of provide a counterbalance to Wix's doom-mongering. I guess he also can't just call back to Jeffrey Wright and say, hey, he's being evil and a fascist, so you should get rid of him. That would be too simple. The time jump will be important-ish later, but everyone is here for the moment. So there's this nice prayer meeting. Sire's recording all of it because he does this to everyone. They just let him. And Judd starts telling them about a man he accidentally / on purpose killed in a boxing ring when he was younger. But he describes how he was saved by the church, breaking down the walls with Christ's love, etc. No one's interested in this, partially because he's not an interesting character, but mostly because he's arranged all of this without first telling Wix what he was doing, and all of these people are on Wix's side, so when they find out that Wix doesn't know they're here, they all get up and leave because they're scared of him, essentially. They love him, but they are also terrified. And Sai says he's going to post the video of this meeting tomorrow, and Martha congratulates him on his attempted coup. But this leads us into something that is quite important, as in quite massively important. So what happens now is that Judd kind of challenges Martha. He says, you all seem terrified of him. Are you really, really, really telling me that you could go into that church tomorrow of your own free will and confess all of your sins to Wix? Because I don't believe you can do that because you're all scared of him. And she says, I absolutely can do that. And the next day she does do that. And she comes out looking quite flustered, and Wix does as well. And we know this because Judd is just very conveniently happening to stand within proximity at the time. If they'd done it at any other time of day, it wouldn't have happened. But the more interesting thing is what she's confessing to him.
The whole movie is a product of this. This is the reason why the whole movie happens. Is because Judd said, "Hey, I dare you to confess," and she's like, "Okay." The whole movie is a consequence of that.
Which I don't believe she wasn't already. She seems like she's quite a very big churchgoer. So the idea that she wasn't already doing this regularly was...
She's not characterized as a person who would make such a life-changing decision based on some guy daring her to. Doesn't really work, I don't think.
Very out of character. It just seems like it's just something that she would do regularly.
If she was going to confess something like that, she would have done it by now. She's going to have her own rationality. This guy saying, bet you won't, is not going to be why she would do it. And then, of course, it makes the whole film happen, which is insane.
Because
also, it doesn't really follow from him calling people out in front of the congregation, because he's not calling them out on things that they confessed in confession. It's just obvious surface level things, like that woman that had the child out of wedlock and that random gay couple. It's not like, so and so revealed to me in private that they watch a lot of porn or something. Like, that's not what happens. So I don't really, it doesn't really follow for me at all that anyone would be scared of going to confession with him, especially her. She would be doing it every day, probably.
Well, because the implication is she has utmost faith in him. That's kind of the reason they're all here to begin with. She has the utmost, she has no reason to doubt him. She's one of his acolytes. The reason to doubt him doesn't come until later, which is why it's sort of stressing the timeline was kind of important. This prayer meeting, when the bet is made, happens before the thing that shakes her trust in him. But if she hasn't had her trust in him shaken, why is she not already confessed? And it's not much point holding it. The thing she's confessing is that she knows where the diamond is and how to get it. And if you hadn't told him that before, you wouldn't have told him it now. But then if you tell him it now, then you should have told him already. And that's just dumb. I dare you to go and unveil the location of the plot relevant diamond. But that's what she does.
Maybe I will.
Is it fair to say that whether she tells him now... okay, so two options. One is she never tells him because she was never going to tell him. And option two is that she already told him years ago, right? If either of those happen, which would be the more logical things to happen, then the plot doesn't happen at all, right?
No, that's a relevant point, because bear in mind the plot, the whole story takes place over Holy Week, leading up to Easter Sunday, which is really relevant. I mean, the film's called Wake Up Dead Man, so I imagine you could already sort of see.
Not Wake Up Dead Man. Wake Up Dead Man.
That's true. You pointed that out earlier, Rags. That the title is kind of incorrect grammar, technically.
It bothered Cap and I quite a bit. It was legitimately
To tether it back to that, a big part of essentially Glenn Close's evil plan very much relies on sort of the timing of this being around Easter, for symbolic reasons. So if she had told him at any different time, that does pretty radically change a lot, you know, in terms of what kind of plan she would concoct and how it would tether to Easter and, you know, all the religious connections. So it's pretty convenient.
Massively convenient. And yeah, as Cap says, the plot wouldn't happen without it. I mean, you could rewrite the plot to make it happen without it and probably make it better, but that isn't what they did. So yeah, this reveal obviously comes later, but now everything is in motion behind the scenes. We now enter the Holy Week, and we are 9 months after Judd has arrived here. He's he snaps finally. Palm Sunday, he confronts Wix even, because one thing he's learned is that Wix can't possibly be masturbating as often as he says he is, because he had an operation 5 years ago that prevents him from getting an erection.
So yeah, this struck me as another Rian Johnsonism. Because we're in a position where it's like, how do we get him to realize that the bullshit stories being fed to him are bullshit? It's like, well, because they're obviously bullshit. It's like, no, because he will breach secrecy and privacy and look at his medical records and prove he can't get a boner. Like, what? What?
Got him.
You're a
What?
great priest.
It's
Which,
so
again, this just
bizarre.
feels like Rian Johnson's bitterness that the villain that he made up in his own head can't get a boner.
It's like, why?
Look at that fucking loser.
It's so
Remember,
funny
just
that he's like,
fucking away.
I masturbated 30 times in the shower, and he's like, you know, I'm starting to think you might be fucking with me. I need to check your medical records. Like, what?
No man could possibly masturbate that much.
It's
It simply can't be done.
And
Good
this
job,
is the
Ryan.
prelude to the actual complaint he has, which is that he hates the way that Wix tends his flock. He says he's making everybody's faults worse. In the preceding 9 months, the Doctor is getting more miserable and bitter. He now hates all women. The writer, he's built
He does say that. He's just a misogynist who hates women.
Yeah, women suck. Based movie.
This is
But
not
the-
relevant to the story in any way. It's just important that
No,
you know
but
that
again,
he hates women because he's a piece of shit and he's
this is
bad.
something that you should notice is the nature of the descriptions for the male characters versus the female characters and how, you know, their circumstances are getting worse. As has been pointed out. Number one, male character is becoming a misogynist. I can't remember what he said for the writer, but I remember it's pretty bad for him as well.
The
Like,
writer
he's a
is
piece of shit.
building a moat. He's literally built a moat around his house to turn his house into a
yes,
fortress
that's
to
right.
keep people out.
Yeah.
And he's
so-
the one who
yeah.
talks about the liberal hive mind earlier.
Yes,
right.
he's very
Yeah.
scared of the
Amazing.
liberal hive mind.
It's amazing how little sympathy the story has for Nat, because his wife left him and took the kids completely, and now there's
but-
like his children are gone from his life, and he's like, "Ah, yeah, he sucks, right?" Because now he hates women. It's like, man, there's just nothing for him at all. No acknowledgement that, like, oh, he actually went through something pretty terrible, actually.
Yes, someone nicked his kids and went off to shag some fucking fishmonger somewhere. It's like that's not a nice thing to do.
Fishmonger.
Well, they met him on Fish. I think it was a fish message board.
Message board.
Fish message board.
There's your message board.
Arr.
But it's a good
Message
example
board
of the
fish.
differential treatment being handed out. So yeah, you've got like misogynist man, paranoid writer. The first woman we get the mention of is the cellist, and her major thing is that she's just donating so much money because she's so nice, and this is
Right, the
unhealthy.
$10,000 check. They show her right.
Yeah, so at that point it's like,
check.
so here's your corruptive influence. That guy's a piece of shit. That guy's a piece of shit. Oh man, she's being exploited by you, and that's really bad. It's like, Ryan, like you're not very subtle.
Yeah. And then
No.
Sai, for his part, he's posting Wix's incendiary rants on YouTube. And this
yes,
prompts
back to-
Wix to
back to
punch
the-
him.
And he's getting
Douchebag,
dozens of
that's
views.
right.
Dozens and dozens and
Yeah,
dozens.
he punches her. Yeah.
He's changing the world, one viewer at a time. So Wix punches Judd at this point, and he says that fear leads to anger, anger leads to hate, hate leads to jealousy, etc. And feel your anger. He says,
Jealousy leads to masturbating 30 times a week.
and yeah, he says anger, it lets us fight and take back the ground we've lost. He says the world wants to destroy us. Your version of love and forgiveness is a sop, going along to get along with modernity, not wanting to offend this garbage world. Meanwhile, they destroy us. Feminist, Marxist whores. Bit by bit, they do. But I carry my burden, I hold the line, and you simpering child from Albany, are you going to get angry and fight? He's a lovely man.
This is
What a terrific guy.
Good actor.
routinely what they do with him, or what Rian Johnson does with him in this movie. If there's any sort of legitimate point a more traditional Catholic might make, we give it to him, but then we immediately follow it up with, and that's why I'm going to shame everyone publicly, and I'm going to, like, he's going to fleece everyone. He's going to out them for all their sins. He's just a complete monster. He's a drunk. Well, I guess we'll save that for when we get to it. But, like, any sort of traditional perspective a Catholic might have, we just give it to the worst character in the movie to just imply that that's also bad because look how bad of a person he is. So, like, oh, okay.
They already
Right.
said he wants power. That's it, Cap. He just
Oh,
wants
man.
power.
I mean, it's basically the same level of like interest in actually exploring these themes that Conclave had, honestly, where they pretend like they're interested in the sort of conflict between the more liberal and the more traditional views of religion, but then they just go, well, the ones who are traditional are obviously evil. Look at them.
By the way, I love the fucking shot of him throwing the glass of alcatisms at the framed image of his wife. It's just like smashing the image of women. How evil. How could he?
A black woman at that. Can
Smash
you
women,
imagine?
even their depictions.
But it is
Even
just amusing because
icons.
that's as far as it goes for him. Like you said, there's not. They don't bother with
He
much
hates
of anything
women.
else because obviously the rest of his screen time is now going to be devoted to explaining his plot of how he does the things. But or Jeremy Renner get to be a nice
But we do
man.
get one more scene which isn't plot relevant, which is when he's just an idiot because all people who follow people like
We get
Wicks
them
are
for all the
idiots,
characters. What do you
which is,
mean?
yeah, well, yeah, that's not a special case. So yeah, Judd says to Wicks that you're poisoning the church. This is quite incriminating if someone happened to be recording it, but of course nobody would be doing that because
No.
there's only one door into the garden, and if someone was standing there with a camera, he'd have seen him because he's looking at the fucking door. So he
And you
says,
would
"I'll
have
do
seen it in the
whatever it
shot if
takes."
you can see it in the shot.
You can see it in the
He's
shot.
not
You can
there.
see he's looking at it. He says, "I'll do whatever it takes to save the church.
Also-
I will cut you out like a cancer."
So what this also means is that I guess Wick. I guess this is more like
This-
So
Just
It gets
real
to-
quick. This is what Cap meant, right? By the he's not in the door.
Yep, quite clearly nowhere to be seen.
But then he will be.
well, maybe that's just the magic of cinematography and filmmaking, or the perspective of that's just Judd's perspective. He was so focused on Wick that he didn't even notice, and so it's like we're seeing things through his eyes, where the rest of the world doesn't really exist, and he wouldn't even notice if there's someone there.
Just so chat
Or
though.
haul in the arguments.
That's how
yeah.
blatant it is, right? He moved 3 meters and then suddenly he teleports there. It's like good stuff. Nice.
And he caught the thing where he said he would cut him out of the church like a cancer, and he's going to upload it to YouTube.
Also, Lola recorded a confession.
You can
Yep.
see him walking away and he's not there after he said the line, and then all of a sudden he's there with the phone. It's the laziest,
Yeah.
hackiest shit ever. So, in case anyone out there is going to be like, oh, Rian Johnson, yeah, maybe he's not a good writer, but he's a good director. No, he isn't.
No.
He's he's a lazy hack.
And this is
Well,
not
it's the
new from
failure of
him. He
directing,
does this
yeah.
all the time in his whodunits. He thinks if I present you
Last
one
one, yeah.
story without the information you can need to build it up and omit all the details and then show them to you later and have a character very cleverly piece it all together with information you didn't have, that's what a whodunit is. You're like, oh wow, a mystery where you held all the pieces for the entire thing. Why was I even here? Like you could just watch the third act of each of his films. You don't need the first 2 acts.
It's true. In addition to him not being there in order to record this incriminating piece of video, also it has incredible audio, as we'll hear later, even though the line that Judd says, the incriminating bit about how I will cut you out like a cancer, he basically whispers it,
Yeah.
but he's like 30 feet away and you can hear it perfectly as if they're wearing lav mics because they're wearing lav mics. That's retarded.
Well, and anybody who knows anything about anything, seeing that online would be like, wait, you treat this like a candid moment, but you guys are clearly this is a fake.
Yeah. You can hear it really
Recorded
well
a dude's
from that far
confession.
away.
What?
Yeah,
Like, that's fucked up.
yeah, that too. It's a great movie.
Wonderful film.
It's so lazy. I can't get over it. He doesn't even think I should probably make sure I shoot it in a way so it's not obvious that he's not there during all of this conversation. He doesn't
But
care.
then he does. And the people who say these movies are great, they don't give a shit either. They do not care. You can reference these things like we did with The Glass Onion. You know, and how the flashback just like literally changes, how the camera angles do not work, how the timing doesn't line up, and people will say, "Oh, it's not bad." Doesn't matter because the film's just great. It just is.
Rian Johnson is a genius. Can't deny it.
He managed to fool a lot of people, so maybe he is a genius in a way.
It's a self-report. He's actually Wix, isn't he? That's kind of who he is. He is the sort of the person who, by force of reputation alone, has managed to gather a bunch of idiot cultist acolytes, and he's now setting himself to the cause of ruining
True.
film for all time.
Institution.
Later that night, though, so Judd now he goes back to the rectory. And this is
great.
another one of those slightly odd time things because the prayer meeting from earlier, you get the impression is quite early on in Judd's time here. 9 months have elapsed. But the premise of this next meeting is that Wix is now having a meeting with the rest of his core group of parishioners, very angry about the attempted prayer meeting, which he's, I guess, had plenty of time to be angry about, except that it wasn't
It's doing
relevant
for
yet.
months.
Yeah.
Well,
but
and they
we
told him
only
while it was
crucially-
happening, so.
They did, yes, so it should have happened immediately,
texted
but
him.
did not. But this, quite importantly, we do not see the whole thing, because they are having a different meeting beforehand, and Judd only arrives for basically the last bit of it, where he's just angry and shouting about that prayer meeting. Judd walks in, Wix lobs a Bible at him, and he leaves. But given what we later learned was the substance of the meeting, I would have been quite concerned, had I been them, that he may have overheard a whole bunch of
Oh,
stuff
yes.
that we really didn't want him to hear.
But instead, it's good because he only heard the part that was relevant to him, which was fucking barely any of it.
And they
So
know
imagine
that
if he
he only
showed
heard
up
that bit.
5 minutes earlier, he would have heard all of the actual plot relevant
It
information.
would be like
because
if
this is another misdirect.
Yeah, it's like if you laid out your full plans to just murder 100 people, but in the middle of it you said, "Man, I need to go to the toilet," and that's all the person heard. That one line, and you're like, I think they were talking about toilets and stuff. It's fine. There's nothing else going on in there. Nothing else that was crazy, which is extremely convenient.
It is, and now it's time to start gathering props because we've got all the characters. So Judd says Wix's final move against him is open war. Judd goes to the pub. He gets a bit drunk. He has an argument with a
He is Catholic,
devil.
so
Well,
I
he
mean,
is.
Ryan
They're
got
allowed.
something right.
It's the nice thing. Loads of feast days and opportunities to get pissed. It makes it tolerable.
Yeah.
For reasons of we need the prop, he has an argument with a devil wolf's head ornament on top of a lamp. He accidentally breaks this off.
We've all
He
been there.
apologizes to the bartender, but, and this did remind me of the hot sauce thing from A Glass Onion, he then just puts the wolf's head in his pocket because, keeping things that they have no use for but that become really useful later, that's allowed. So he walks off with this random devil wolf's head, which becomes very important very shortly.
I mean, he says he
cycles
broke it too
drunkenly-
when he clearly just removes it. You can put
Just
it back
screws
on.
It just screws on and off. Yeah.
It's just
He,
weird.
He drunkenly cycles
Oh.
back and he lobs that wolf's head through the church window for no particular reason. He's spotted by Samson, the groundskeeper, but nothing really comes of that. And now we know that something is in play, a device, a thing. I wonder how, in what exciting manner, the wolf's head demon thing will come back. And we are about to find out because the next day, he says, things in the sermon, they felt different. He then says, I can't recall the homily because, if you notice something's really different, the one thing you don't do is remember what makes it different. So, yeah, fuck Rian Johnson. But he does note that the atmosphere, it felt more angry, less calculated, and more unhinged. It's also quite important, I guess, that he doesn't remember the homily, given that the content of that homily is quite relevant to the plot that comes later. Just, if you want to do it, yeah, if you want to have people say things, but it not be time for those things to be acted upon, just have characters notice them and remember nothing. It's great. You're allowed to do it. There's nothing wrong with that at all as a writing device.
Remember how much I don't remember.
All the time. So
Actually, here's a question. Actually, you're about to describe it, but it's probably worth noting now. When Wix walks into the room, can you see something on his back in that shot?
Oh, you should be able to.
you
that's right.
should be
That's-
able to, given what is about to
ought be
happen.
able
Yes, you
to,
can.
but you can? Okay.
Yeah, it's small though.
Oh, thank
Okay.
goodness. You got
All
the
right.
oh,
That's
good.
okay. He got that right. That's not. I just
God.
wanted to know that because I wasn't
No,
quite sure.
fair. This is Rian Johnson. It's very fair to ask and to assume that it wouldn't be there.
So Judd says that, as always, Wicks is exhausted after his homily, and whenever he's exhausted after a homily, he ducks into a little cupboard off the side to catch his breath. And during this
Do a quick
period,
bump.
do a quick bump, get a little bit wasted. And
Little
while
Jesus
he's doing
juice.
all of this, Judd continues the service until Wicks feels strong enough to continue. Now, everything we know about these two characters up till this point tells me this should never happen because Wicks thinks that Judd's here to take his church from him. So why would he voluntarily give over a large part of his sermon to a character he hates? The reason
Well,
is that we need it to happen.
Well, I mean, I guess technically in the mass, after there's a lot of stuff that happens in the mass that's just that you go through. That isn't really like it wouldn't be relevant to anything I think that Wick would have a problem with. It would just be like move this here, take that there.
I think it's more the case that because we've been shown that he's angry, even the judge should try and hold an irrelevant prayer meeting. Like he's uniquely paranoid about his own position, is Wicks. Why you would give over any part of your service, even the redundant bit. I've been to fucking Latin masses. They are long and incomprehensibly boring. But even so, like if you were very paranoid about your position, you probably wouldn't be saying, hey, take over from me, person who is my rival. It's not like he has a good relationship with his knave. So, I don't know, small thing, not a
Or
massive
you
deal.
think that that would be part of the story where it's like he has to put up with it because the people above him who let him call himself Monsignor, I guess, they said you have to like he's here by our orders. You have to put up with him. You have to do whatever.
Yeah,
You
that would
can't
have
just
been an
like not
interesting
let him
thing
be
to include.
involved. He's here to do stuff.
He hears a bang coming from the closet, and he looks over and he sees Wicks lying on the floor. Sai immediately starts recording, and the doctor immediately, suspiciously quickly, in fact, stands up and says, "What's wrong?" And then Martha does the same thing, which is another one of those things that you probably, if your mystery story has not been very subtle so far, then you need to start adding rather than removing subtlety. So having the two people most complicit in what's about to happen be the ones to implausibly quickly assume something bad has happened is making it even more obvious.
Ryan would tell you that's clever. He'd be like, nah, they're doing that because they're the ones that are most insecure about what's happening. They're not sure if it's worked, their plan.
I know, which would be fine if I didn't already know they were behind it.
Well,
But
I would also
do.
I'd agree with what you first said. It's like, no, their investment should be to not appear suspicious or insecure, right? That's like the whole idea if they're doing this intelligently, but that's a silly
Man,
thing
it's like
to
it
assume.
works every way, which means you have an excuse no matter what.
You just do anything.
Eventually,
it's not really time to go into it yet, but I just want to say it now. I cannot believe how convoluted their plan is.
Yes.
Yep.
We'll get to that.
We will, because what seems to have happened, as we all sort of crowd around the room and Judd goes in first, he finds that there's something in Wicks's back, and he goes to reach for it. The doctor, who is supposed to be a drunken, depressed wreck who's useless, but he immediately says, don't touch it, because he needs to do that. The thing in the back, well, thing in Wicks's back, it's the demon wolf's head, seemingly, from the pub. And that causes Martha to scream, even though I think she could already see it because it was in her eye line. And she is very sort of histrionic, and she knocks over a cross, and everyone looks away and looks to what she's doing, as you would, which will be very important later. But as far as we know for now, it looks like somehow in an empty closet, Wicks has been stabbed in the back, and the person with blood on his hands is Judd. So, Judd is prime suspect. That is roughly what we get. And then we cut away, I think, from this point to Judd finishing what we are still. I'm trying to remember how long we are into the movie at this point. It's a good, 30, 40 minutes,
It's
I
like
think.
almost 35. It's decent
Yeah.
way in.
Yeah.
30.
So we're still keeping up the pretense that he's been writing a letter to Blank to invite him here this entire time. So we cut away to him writing this letter again. He says the ambulance arrived in 5 minutes. Then when he joined the others outside, the police were just arriving. That is the only important line in this entire letter.
Yep. That was what this whole exposition dump was for in the narrative, when obviously the whole point was to deliver information that Rian Johnson couldn't figure out any better way to deliver.
Yeah, huge amount of backstory
Which is pretty bad.
one tell. It's it's a lot of time that we've just wasted. But things improve slightly though, because the sheriff from Scary Movie 3 arrives, and I liked that. And her name is Geraldine, and she questions Meg even. Her name is Meg.
Yep.
She questions Judd all through the Saturday, and she tells Judd that he was the only one on stage with Wicks at the time of his killing. He had prior possession of the figurine that was attached to the murder weapon, and he was the only one at the church who hated Wicks's guts, which Judd denies, but nevertheless it is true. The sheriff isn't going to be particularly relevant to anything that follows. I guess that's a common theme, right, for Knives Out movies. Do the police ever do anything?
She's
I'm trying to remember if they...
around.
I mean, she's there, but the police are always there, except in Glass Onion when they're not. But like in Knives Out, they are dumb as fuck. So this one is not too much worse.
Yeah, she's very dumb, but also she's the one that invites Blanc, right?
It's never entirely clear.
I think it's her.
I mean, regardless, she is willing to let him be directly involved in the investigation because Blanc says, "Oh, I've taken an interest in this particular investigation." Like that's what he says, and I think that's it. He was interested.
Basically, yeah. The impossible crime. I need to be able to solve it.
I think the implication is because when she's talking to Judd, she says something about how, like, man, there's just no possible way this murder could have happened. The implication being that, like, she sought out his advice because this is such an impossible crime. So I took away that she was the actual person who invited Benoit Blanc.
Yes. I mean, if anyone did, it had to be her because, as we find out,
if it wasn't her and he just showed up because he's like, hey, I'm just curious about what's going on down here, then either way, she lets him basically take over her murder case.
Yeah.
Which is worse than some of the other ones, I would say.
She's barely a character, and then, of course, barely takes advantage of the fact that she's Mila Kunis at all. She could have just been anybody. It doesn't matter.
For that, it could have been anyone. Also, she's incredibly stupid. For what little screen time she has, she makes a whole series of absolutely moronic decisions, including Benoit Blanc just sort of lead the case and let Judd Nelson, I don't know where that came from, Judd Duplessis, whatever his name is.
Pal around with him the whole
pal around and see all the evidence, even though he's the prime suspect. Yeah.
She fucking lets him go and examine the body, and she tells him after they examine the body that you are still the prime suspect. You don't need to be here without... No, he shouldn't fucking be here. Stop doing this.
No, lampshading means that you've accounted for it in the script. When you say this doesn't make sense, you're okay.
The ultimate shield.
She gets one moment when she's almost smart, but the realization's so dumb that she doesn't get any points for it, and it should preclude Benoit Blanc even being here. It's like, after a bunch of investigations into like how impossible the crime was, she suddenly realizes, hey, there were 9 seconds when no one could see what you were doing in that closet, and maybe you just killed him then. Which is not a very impossible death, and is entirely plausible. Isn't, in fact, what happens, but could have been.
It literally could have been if we took the way that he actually was killed and just changed the person who did it. It's totally plausible.
Well, but she couldn't have possibly known any of that without reading a book. There's no way to find that out.
God, I hate that book. We're going to come to the book. She says it's literally impossible for anyone to have done this. Obviously, that's untrue. She tells Judd to go home, even though she's just told us why he should probably have been arrested. She tells him to be careful because Size uploaded the confession video to YouTube and it makes it look like Judd threatened to kill Wicks. And that's another reason that he should probably be under arrest, but isn't. And he walks off through the woods alone. He gets a bunch of hate messages, but he says in this letter that he isn't writing that he doesn't care about those because in the part of this, I like this line, in the part of my soul that can't lie to myself, to Christ, or to Benoit fucking Blanc for some reason, he is happy that the old man was dead. It's the Holy Trinity, is yourself, Jesus, and Benoit Blanc, that you can't lie to him, obviously. Why would you? So he falls to his knees and he asks Christ for help. And now, 50 minutes into the movie, the protagonist shows up. Benoit Blanc is finally on the scene. He just walks in.
And we're still, though, me when watching this, because of the duration and the writing stuff, I was like, the story hasn't started yet still. Like, we're still getting the background, we're still getting flashbacks, still getting exposition about all the people involved. Hence why I said, like, we only need the third act. All of this is fucking pointless.
Pretty much, yeah. But it does give us a bunch of time to talk about faith. So we get some of that from Rian Johnson with such a deep understanding of the subject matter. Benoit Blanc does not immediately identify himself. And even though the premise of Glass Onion is that Benoit Blanc is internationally famous and everyone recognizes him even when he's wearing a mask, Judd does not recognize him because we aren't doing that in this movie.
Judd's not a man of the world. He's a man of
That
pride.
is something that's worth noting. This is quite immoral, that he doesn't let him know that he is actually involved in the investigation. He's like, oh, well, I'm a private investigator. It's like, it doesn't matter. You're working with them, and you don't tell him that while essentially getting him to reveal to you information that he might not disclose if he knew who you were. Pretty bad.
It's
Yeah.
almost entrapment, almost. But luckily it doesn't go anywhere. So now we get a conversation about whether or not Benoit Blanc is a Catholic or a believer or an agnostic or an atheist. And it's sort of, I sat here watching this thinking, you know what, he could be anything because he isn't a character. It doesn't matter. No continuity between any of these. I don't know who he is. I just know he's Southern. That's kind of his character. But Judd asks him, like, are you a believer? And he says, no, I kneel at the altar of the rational. He starts to say that his mother was very religious, but he wasn't close to her, but it's complicated. And this is when you get some top peak filmmaking.
Ooh.
Because Judd asks how it makes him all feel. And as Blanc starts speaking...
By the way, before you say it, this is a really good way to earn some respect points from people. Where if you if you're a director who's I guess if you're Rian Johnson in this case, but if you're a director who's if you're an atheist or whatever and you don't believe that that at least the theological components are real to them, the way that you sort of have characters, one being very religious, one being an atheist, and have them discuss it or talk about it and how the characters refer to one another and how you sort of see it, it could mean a lot to go so sort of how you look into it, how you see it, how you see the people who do believe it, how you see yourself as someone who was maybe in the faith and left it, or as someone from the outside looking in, how you view that sort of thing. It could be really interesting, and as long as you don't do it in this weirdly fedora tipping bizarre kind of way, it'd be like, oh, okay, that's neat. That
It's
you
funny that
understand
you
at least
say
the
the fedora
perspective
tipping
and-
thing, because it sounds like that's one. I have a different sort of feeling about the scene, which we could talk about once it's done.
Well, I'm just talking about
There's a
the
bit of the
potential
fedora,
of
though.
it.
Oh, sure, I get you.
Yeah,
Do you
yeah,
think
like
that there's a bit of
how-
fedora in this though? Because do you think that there's a bit of the fedora in Benoit Blanc?
Does he literally wear one? Also,
I don't think so.
Not
Not
in
this
He's
this
just
scene.
wearing
scene.
like
it's not
just a
quite.
regular kind of hat.
I think so.
So the movie understands
need
that it tries to send him on an arc with it, though, right? So it starts off as this what you'd call fedora tipping, almost like internet atheist type screed, and then the
it's
idea
the
is
misogynist homophobia thing he talks
Yeah.
about, where I'm like, oh,
the idea is at the
okay.
end he's learned something about the value of what good Catholicism is, which is what Judd represents. So he starts off in this quite hardline position. He says that he admires the impressive architecture. He understands the intended emotional effect of the church. But he says it's like someone shouting a story at me that I do not believe. He says it's built on the empty promises of a child's fairy tale. It's filled with malevolence and misogyny and homophobia. It's justified untold acts of violence and cruelty all the while and still hiding its own shameful acts. It's like an ornery mule kicking back. I want to pick it apart and pop its perfidious bubble of belief and get to a truth I can swallow without choking. And as he says all of this, the sun goes behind the clouds and everything goes bad.
Very great cinematography right there.
Ooh.
That's amazing.
Which,
Yeah,
there
it's
is
like-
an
it's a
awful
bit-
lot of that in all forms of religion, basically. Yes, that is true to a point, but there's also quite a lot of the stuff that people value and see as important. I think the movie is aware of that. It's just, I would rather have a more
Well-
interesting critique than that.
What if
I
the
would say,
person he was talking to actually had a response instead of saying, "Well, at
Well-
least you're being honest."
So, I think it's worth going through his response. I would say to sort of
Yes,
get
so
to my issue
Judd
with
in
the scene.
response, and while he says this, the sun appears from behind the clouds and everything gets light again. But he says that, yeah, sometimes you're being on. He says you're being honest, and that's good. And Blank says, sometimes like honest truth can be painful. I suspect you can't always be honest with your parishioners. Judd says you can always be honest by not saying the unhonest part. He says you're right to Blanc. He says it's storytelling. This church is not medieval. We're in New York. Neo-Gothic 19th century has more in common with Disneyland than Notre Dame. The rites, the rituals, the costumes, all of it, storytelling. I guess the question is, do these stories convince us of a lie, or do they resonate with something deep inside of us that's profoundly true that we can't express any other way except storytelling? And Blanc thinks this is an amazing response, and he says touche.
Yeah, so that's what I find incredible. That it's like he would say touche to that. That is not a compelling argument.
No.
Yeah, that's not.
This is a really annoying thing, honestly. There are a lot of stories where it's almost like an atheist isn't actually that willing to commit to essentially sort of purporting like an atheist conclusion. In terms of like the storytelling, because it feels like you can do the opposite thing of like, man, that was some really edgy internet atheist sort of thing that Benoit Blanc said. It's like, I think I'm like, sure, it kind of is, but I'm also kind of annoyed with the fact that he's like, wow, that's a really good argument. Have you considered that it's all storytelling that speaks to a deeper truth? Shit, man, that's a really good point. I've never heard that before. This is not like touche, really?
Any
like,
atheist, let alone.
Why would
neither of them feel real?
Smart guy.
Like, and also again, it feels like it ties kind of to what you were saying, Cap, which is like this is an argument that would be presented by a certain kind of religious character, Yeah. Because this is one where he's almost like, yeah, maybe it is all like fake, but it's speaking to some true thing, so the fake stuff is chill. It's like, well, careful,
That's
Ryan, because not everybody feels that way about their religion.
Well, a Catholic priest wouldn't say that. A Catholic would go on like, well, the traditions stem from this, and they represent things, and it's a lot of symbology, and we take a lot of pride in our traditions, and we carry them forward, and it means a lot to us. It gives us a sense of identity and a connection to the church, and therefore each other. I mean, Catholic literally means universal. And you go into this big thing, because a Catholic priest is a very educated person. You got to go through the seminary and all that stuff, and they teach you a lot of shit. So he would go into like an answer. Like this shouldn't be new to him. He wouldn't be like, "Oh, but it feels great, and it's a lie, but it's stories in our heart." And like, no, come on, no. He'd have like an answer, man.
I think
he should believe.
Say that it's, yeah, go for it.
Sorry, he should believe fundamentally, especially that certain key stories like the resurrection literally happened and aren't just a story, right? He's a Catholic priest. All right.
All Christians, you have to think that the resurrection.
And also the sort of deconstructionist nonsense about, oh, well, you see, this church isn't really Gothic. It's not really medieval. It's a neo-Gothic architecture. Who gives a shit? What does that have to do with anything?
It looks fucking cool, first off. So don't knock it. All right.
Someone in chat has pointed it out, and it's basically correct. This is fence sitting. He doesn't want to go hard in one direction or the other. So it's kind of like,
he should go hard both ways.
Yes, he should go hard both ways. Yes,
well,
that's what he should be.
I feel like
characters that are on very opposite ends of the spectrum.
Midnight Mass,
and different views on religion.
Midnight Mass's episode where they have the full monologue of the atheist perspective versus the a more spiritual one, because it applies more broadly, but still.
I'm kind of glad you brought that up, because I remember we felt this way, that Midnight Mass kind of concludes on a similar statement as what Judd makes here, which is like kind of the more secular-ish sort of modernist kind of like, of like, because what is it? She says it's like everybody is dreaming. Yeah, kind of. Instead of actually committing to like a more sort of rigid,
doctrinal
kind of approach to it. Yeah, which in a sense it's like, I don't know about that, like I don't know. It's I way prefer essentially committing one way or the other, because that's what this should be.
Yeah, or
two characters with two different views making real arguments in favor of their beliefs, rather than the shit atheist sort of explanation and then the sort of shit response.
Yeah. You don't get the wishy-washy spiritualist feelings response from a Catholic priest. They're going to be a lot more like, I guess more.
Well, in a sense, what you would enjoy is that they both actually know a lot about these things, because it's kind of what you said, Rags. There is research to be done. Right, there is reading that you can do that is going to make you better at essentially advocating for either of these perspectives that involves, digging deep into the literature. But
these are centuries-long debates, guys.
Yeah,
millennia-long
debates. In some cases,
literally,
millennia long, until the beginning of humanity, pretty much. is all
But even
of
then,
this.
specifically, I mean, Catholicism is like kind of unique in having that very, very rich intellectual tradition. Even that's like Protestantism doesn't have to quite the same degree. It tries to reconstrue
Just a lot
stuff,
newer.
but
Yeah.
like, you can go back to. I mean, Aristotle gives you the predicates of a lot of what Catholic teaching comes on to be. Plato's laws become formulated as natural law by Aquinas later on, and that's in like 2000 BC. Like, there's a long and like they would claim for themselves consistent chain of intellectual tradition, which you do have to read all of. Rian Johnson's counter might be, oh, but how do I make Oregon and Aquinas interesting to people? And it's well,
I don't know.
that's your
being good at
job.
writing-
Smart, well-written character. I mean,
Be good at writing.
if
I mean, hell,
here's the thing,
we
if
waste a lot
you're
of
gonna-
time in this movie. Go for it.
you go ahead. You go ahead.
No, go
Well,
for it. Yours.
was
Go
like
for it.
I feel like if your issue is you can't make it interesting to people, it was like I don't know, maybe the Venn diagram of people who wouldn't find this kind of conversation interesting and the circle of people who are into murder mysteries. I feel like if those aren't like almost a single circle at that point, like we're missing something. I feel like intellectual stimulation is kind of this is the perfect genre for it. You know, you shouldn't have to worry about not being able to appeal to those kinds of people in your murder mystery story. And if we're creating this sort of slopified version of the murder mystery where actually we just lie and it's full of bad exposition and terrible characters and caricatures, and I could tell who did it based off of I guess you're typecast this and that. So I don't know. Maybe we shouldn't be encouraging this sort of movie to be made. I don't think we should be like lowering the bar and the standard of of the murder mystery.
No, we shouldn't, but it's already been lowered by people praising Knives Out anyway, so it's kind of over.
That's true,
But
yeah.
also, I get because I'm not sure if it's what you're getting at, Rags, is like, well, he could have done better, but he
Much
almost
better.
like chose not to.
You know,
Whereas I just think
Ryan
I think he
Coogler's
could
too
do better because he's not. I don't think he's actually like capable of providing a more rigorous discussion between these two characters.
Thinks
I
he
think
did
he
a
was
good job.
thoroughly satisfied. Yeah,
yes.
I think he was satisfied with the extent of Benoit Blanc's argument being seems a bit silly though, yeah. And then the other guy saying, yeah, maybe, but maybe it speaks to something that's true. And he's satisfied with that being the extent of the argument between an atheist and a religious man.
Well, because it
You're
seems
right,
like
Johnson.
the end has
Catholics
almost
are
been
not-
placed before it. So because what he wants to do at the end is to have these two characters sort of have a fresh understanding of each other, but they agree to disagree politely, but they get on and they're friends. And it's almost like you see this in other areas as well, where in order to effectuate that kind of happy-go-lucky conclusion, you have to defang the extremes of both sides. You almost have to be as milquetoast as possible in order to justify that conclusion. You see it in certain other ways, like Parks and Recreation does. Like it gives you seemingly a popular conservative bent character in Ron Swanson, but it's one example where to make a lovable conservative character, they have to pick a libertarian because they can't really grapple with the beliefs that other people have. Like they have to go for someone who doesn't doctrinally believe in the opposite of what they believe in, someone they believe is safe. The same sort of mechanic happens here. If they started with an actually educated, fairly hardcore atheistic argument versus an actually educated, fairly hardcore traditional Catholic argument, I don't think Rian Johnson would know how to reconcile those two things because in his life he doesn't tend to meet or associate with people with whom he has these profound moral disagreements. So he's defanged it in order to make it tolerable to himself and to like lead you to
Maybe.
his
The,
conclusion.
But there's, I mean, obviously there's no excuse anyway, but particularly in this regard, the internet, I mean, you can hop onto YouTube and find some of the most highbrow, most educated people on either side of the aisle discussing this topic and going back and forth and giving their answers.
Yeah.
And also, I mean, the doors of every church are open, Ryan. You could go in and you could talk to any Catholic priest. I'm sure they'd be
But
thrilled to
also, the
point
Bible
you to
is
some
what the number
cardinals
one
and
most published book of all time. Like you can just find one and read it a bit.
stuff's there. Catholics are not these mystical, legendary beings that exist in some ethereal plane far beyond our reach. And it's like you just go to a church and talk to a priest, you know. You're Rian Johnson. Like a normal person can do that. I'm sure you can pull some strings and talk to some of the big bad cardinals who really know their shit.
Well, you can just go and YouTube is such a he puts YouTube as a story device in his movie.
Yeah.
You can just do that. Like my university, my first one was technically it couldn't be a Catholic college anymore because it was University of London, but it was the oldest University of London college because it was founded by Jesuits in like the 1600s when they were running away from the Pope. So it had a very long like Catholic tradition in it. Most of the lecturers were priests or people training to be priests. It had the power to qualify people for the clergy. So like, loads of my time was just spent arguing with quite hardcore Christians, many of them like hardcore African Christians as well, who were really nuts. And it was great
Yeah, they're
fun.
wild down
And
there,
like
yeah.
you can have wonderful conversations, and it turns out you can fundamentally disagree on basically everything without actually hating the other person. And loads of that was just YouTube material. Spent a lot of time doing all those science and religion arguments or atheism and religion arguments. And so much of that material is just very, 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 very easily available to you.
It's all there, yeah. It's super accessible. It's just all there. No excuse for not being able to. I mean, you're a writer. You're Rian Johnson. You have a lot of money, a lot of sway.
I mean, the broadly
There's
it
just
just
no
feels
excuse
like
for not being able to
he
make
he
this
dips
good.
his toe into the sort of like, let's get this done, let's have this argument. Then you go, oh right, well, so you're gonna cover this. And he goes, whoa, calm down. I just wanted to, say that religion's silly, but not so silly after all. Okay,
That is
Very
kind of the-
profound.
that
Good
is
job,
the theme
Ryan.
of the movie, pretty much. It's silly, but I don't know. Maybe it's not so silly as long as you're nice.
Okie dokie. Like I said, it's about friendship.
Well, you want me to explore
Friendship
these
is
issues in
magic.
depth? What are you talking about? It's only the theme of my movie.
It's only a 2.5 hour long movie for which we
Yeah.
spent the first 50 minutes on mostly useless information.
Yep.
To embody how much religion does mean to people if you don't really believe it very sincerely, Judd starts crying, and then he says it's because he felt like a priest again, but now he's about to lose all of that. He's about to lose his purpose, and he's frightened, and he doesn't know how he will live. Probably worth remembering for the time later when he decides that it's not worth trying to solve the case anymore,
Yep.
because
That part was fucking baffling. I was
Oh yeah.
losing synchronicity with the film. I had no idea what he was trying to tell me. But we'll get
no,
there.
just random dark night of the soul. Yeah, the sheriff then gives away the game because she summons Blanc to her and uses his name. And that's the only way that Judd learns his name, because he still hasn't introduced himself. She calls for Blanc, and Blanc just says he's taken an interest in the murder. So the twist is that the letter obviously did not summon him. The letter was written after the fact. And I guess, yeah, either she summoned him or he was just generally interested in the case. Both of these, I think, are actually much weaker than either introduction of his character to the previous two movies, but he's not important to this film at all, really. And he does say that because he's immediately taken Judd's side, and he says he wants to help him because what I see is not a guilty man in torment, but an innocent man tormented by guilt, which is a fucking wild assumption, given he's just met him. But
Well,
he's a
remember,
detective.
Knives
read
Out,
the
he
script,
knew
so-
Vomit Girl was innocent. He just knew. And in the second film, he was like, something's afoot with all this wacky twin shit. Our plan is gonna work. It's insane, but it's gonna work. Also, I know you're gonna blow them up and it'll be fine. That shit was so fucking
I'm gonna
nuts.
put you into insane danger. You're okay with this, right? You could probably die, but you go, girl. You got
Detonates
it.
the building, and he's just sitting there like, another case solved.
We did it, Patrick. We solved the case.
Yep, and continuing that long Knives Out tradition, so now the most likely suspect obviously is going to become his sidekick. The police let them both go and examine Wicks's body. The sheriff does tell him he's a suspect and that he shouldn't be here without a lawyer, but he shouldn't be here anyway because she's an idiot. Then they all three of them go to the bar from when they got the demon wolf ornament thing from. The bartender is giving a seat, like they're in the middle of a conversation, and as always, it's only the most plot relevant piece of the conversation. So he talks about how his wife is obsessed with buying everything in doubles. There's double chairs, there's double this, double that, double lamps even. And it's so obviously relevant that absolutely nobody picks up on it, which is just Benoit Blanc is a shit detective.
Yeah.
One of his
Yeah.
consistent traits. He always just lucks into the answer, and then he's like, man, I'm good. This is the most flanderized he gets, too, out of the three films, because he has that moment of like, I'm gonna do the thing where I celebratorily announce the answer. It's gonna be great. And just like, what the fuck are we doing? People are dying.
Yeah, he doesn't seem like he has a natural flair for the dramatic. Like that's just sort of an emergent part of his personality. It's more, yeah, it's prescriptively. This is what you have to do. So this is what you have to do.
It is. Doctor is present at the bar. Don't really get anything from it. He's just drunk, and he accuses Judd of killing Wicks. So we go off back to the church, and there's a little important background visual that we see here, because we see groundskeeper Sam. He's working in his shop, like a big garage door is open. He's watching the TV. He sees them looking at him. He presses a button on that remote to close the door, and the TV, which is very clearly in view, it has a little glitch, and that glitch will become temporarily relevant later. Yes, but for now we get a chat during which Blank says this case has something nobody here has ever experienced. It is the textbook example of the impossible crime. It's the stuff of detective fiction, and yet here it is. They're just lucky that he is incapable of not solving a case. Then he pulls out a book from his pocket. The book is called The Hollow Man, and he says it's a primer on the locked door murder, which is the textbook example of the impossible crime. He's just carrying this around. He doesn't know yet that
All
this
detectives
book.
do.
Yeah,
The
do they? Is that a thing? Is it part of the
Yep.
uniform?
Oh yeah.
Yep.
Comes
That
with the
explains a lot then, because
The
then that just makes it only massively convenient that Judd looks at it and says, "Hey, I recognize that book. It's on the reading list for the fucking parish book club," and so that's our next lead. He just pulls. Yeah. There's a lot of this again. All three Knives Out movies. It's just these
so
things
clever.
are strings of contrivances.
I think you're nitpicking.
Unbelievable. Because, like, what happens if he doesn't pull this book out?
Yeah, what happens if Judd didn't remember it was on the book club reading list? What happens if the person who made the book club reading list didn't create an instruction manual for the murder they were trying to commit?
It's all because
Like-
of Oprah. Oprah solves this murder indirectly.
It kind of does.
I can't tell if nothing changes if we get rid of this book part, or if like none of what they discover going forward would even happen.
I mean, what drives me nuts is
you
having the book be the prompt for the process of elimination of the possibilities of the crime when it's just basic critical thinking.
Yes. That's what I think. It is just kind of irrelevant. and
Well, he
time
worships at
wasting.
the altar of rationality. It all checks out.
Because what they get from the book is that all of the rest of the congregation are suspects, which they already knew. That the murder was seemingly impossible, which they already knew. Anything else they get from it? I don't think there is. Yeah, no, it is redundant. It's like it's presented as a clue, but it doesn't really clue them into anything.
They try to like play up Daniel Craig. Well, Daniel Craig tries to play up the interestingness of the scene when it's like, okay, so we saw it all play out. It's like, so what could have happened? Could he have been stabbed before he went in the room? Could he have been stabbed while he was in the room? Could he have not been stabbed? No, that's not. And you're just like, wow, this is fascinating.
It's
Like-
also incredibly stupidly contrived again, because he says that there are the book, The Hollow Man, contains a bunch of different ways this crime could be carried out, and he starts listing them. So as you say, number one is Wicks could have been stabbed with a knife before entering the closet, but they dismiss that because he was in Judd's eye line, Judd would have seen. Doesn't help if Judd's the fucking prime suspect, but we pretend he isn't.
Yeah, well, but I was just, you can't even rule that out because he's like, I didn't see shit, and it's like, well, but he did actually have the thing attached to him at the time. So what I'm saying is, like, you actually have no idea what happened, and you can't rule it out with like you said, the fucking testimony of someone who is most likely the killer. It's so ridiculous, but we do need to keep the story moving. We need to focus on the impossibleness of it. But we're all sitting here like, well, it's not impossible. What do you mean?
And it's only impossible because he leaves out the one very obvious possible solution at the end. So he says, number two, he was killed inside the closet by someone or something outside the closet. They rule that out. It's just, it wouldn't have happened. Number three is he could have been killed inside the closet by a device inside the closet. And just for the sake of plot, the sheriff suggests this means somebody activated a stabbing machine with a remote. And Blanc says the walls are thick, but a strong RF signal could penetrate them. And they suggest a few scenarios like a false wall.
Which never came into my mind when seeing all of this, but the second they say it, it's like, oh, so that's actually going to be a thing. Otherwise, why the fuck would you have brought that up? It would be like if I said, what if a wizard cast a spell? It's like, interesting, we'll consider this. It's
I
like,
can't wait
what?
till we meet the wizard.
As soon as you hear it, your mind goes back to the previous scene, not even way back in the film. The previous scene where you see Sam press a remote, which causes a glitch on a TV.
Do you know,
Space them apart.
They don't actually entertain, despite it being a very serious possibility, is that he stabbed himself. You just don't know the motive.
Yeah.
And it's actually, with all things considered, the most
Wouldn't be the only
likely.
suicidal priest in this
I
story.
that's what I thought was gonna happen because I thought it was going to be his idea to do all of this, charade,
Well, I mean, we
essentially.
could sort of like so my first assumption would have led to he's in on it. It relates to some kind of inheritance thing, and that he's taken a drug that makes him appear dead, and he's gonna burst out of his coffin as a
Yep.
sort of facade, fake shit. Very
We're
Sherlock
talking
Holmes,
about old
Guy
books.
Ritchie.
I mean, Romeo
Yeah.
and Juliet is literally.
Yeah. The potion that makes you appear dead is that seems most likely. But no,
Have you taken
nothing
the
like
potion that makes you
that. That
appear
is
dead?
not at all what we're doing. Which I was like, oh, okay. But it's just so funny because they think they've basically ruled it out. It's got to be impossible. But we do have this RF signal thing to think about. Meanwhile, I'm just sitting there just like, oh, we haven't entertained like the most likely option, but that's fine. You didn't read it in the book, so I guess it's not a thing.
He deliberately doesn't read it in the book because he's decided that Judd is innocent and he doesn't want to wrongfully imply that he's guilty.
I meant
because
killing himself is the most likely with all
killing
we
himself,
know,
right?
which isn't even in the book.
No. But then they've got the other problem, which is that they've told us that 9 months have elapsed, and presumably quite early on in this, if that prayer meeting is quite early on in this, he learned the truth about the diamond and where it is. So he's had potentially months in which to steal this thing and leave. So it would almost have to be that his plan was to play into the Easter Rising mythology to justify his delay in getting the diamond out, because he could have done it at any other time preceding. So you sort of naturally expect that he's the one responsible for all of this. So stabbing himself or faking his own death, something like that, is plausible because like that's otherwise why hasn't he already done it? He must have a grander plan to stage everything. But he doesn't, no. The RF remote thing is the clue. Though Judd does ask what possibility number 4 in the book is, and Blanc just sort of waves it off because we don't have time for that. That will be too important. They find some red thread in the cupboard. The red thread will be semi-important shortly. And then they are interrupted by Martha. She turns up and she's now wailing on the floor, demanding that the police be thrown out of the church. And then she demands that Judd leaves because he's just like the harlot whore and he's defiled the church. So this is the part at which she goes to her husband's house and uses the boxing bag thing, because that's what you do. When wives are angry with you, you go hang out with their husbands.
You beat something else and not her. It's
also that, yeah.
So you're cynically assuming like that he's here for some ulterior motive, like a writing reason or something, as opposed to the very obvious reason that he thought of him because of her. That's why he went there. It makes sense. And he has the boxing bag, which he knew, and he wanted to. He's a fighter. That's his history. So actually, this kind of perfectly lines up. I'd say 11 out of 10 lines up. So
there's plenty of character reasons for him to go there and just happen to spot the TV and the remote and the VHS with the recorded tape on it. Yeah. So my criticism is retracted. It makes perfect sense.
There you go.
Yeah. See, it turns out that Sam recorded a baseball game. I think that's baseball. All American sports look the same to me. And he did it because he wasn't allowed to watch it in church. So then he suddenly thinks, an RF signal. I wonder if maybe there will be some kind of glitch on the tape if a remote was used. So he takes the tape to forensics, the media lab. They watch the tape, and lo and behold, there is indeed a glitch on the tape, which would suggest an RF signal was used at this precise time. This is mere seconds after he hears the bang and just before he finds that Wicks is on the floor and murdered. They try to line it up then with the iPhone footage that Sai shot, but there is no glitch on the iPhone footage. And this is a complication. I am trying to remember how they resolve this complication because I think the answer is they don't.
Do you mean like the revelation that the RF signal glitch doesn't sync up with the where they would expect? Like he's already fallen, or he's almost someone else?
Oh, maybe I'm thinking no. If he's already fallen, no, because it's used after. Well, no. So the idea is the RF signal is actually used. We're jumping ahead a little bit to control the blood capsule in the knife with which he was stabbed. So the minute the RF signal appears on one, the RF signal has been emitted. So it should line up with the other tape timestamp wise anyway, surely, because it's like the same time the thing was pressed. But it doesn't appear on the iPhone thing.
No, the iPhone footage does not have any sort of glitch in it.
No.
But they make a big deal of that, and this sort of disproves their theory. But then I'm trying to remember exactly why that. How does that incongruity get resolved?
The time by the time of the murder would have to line up specifically with the RF signal, but when the glitch in the tape is lined up with the iPhone footage, it doesn't line up with the murder. So that means that the RF signal was for something that happened before it, but they didn't know that at the time.
Wait, Platoon,
Is that
are you just asking why there's no distortion in the iPhone footage?
Yeah, what are they lining up if not the joint? I assumed it was that they were.
I
looking at the distortion on
assumed
both,
it
or
was
the
just
sound of the bang.
a way, like it's logged on the iPhone of what time of day it was taken, so they can just sync it that way.
Oh,
Yeah,
and it
I think they
happens
just
just
say sync
before
it
he
up.
walks in, right? So
Yeah,
that
yeah.
means that was the one, right? Got it. Okay, I knew there was something that didn't quite make sense. This time it was my fault, which is unusual in this movie. Normally it's the
Okay.
movie's fault. So yes, we have
It should
John in
have
there.
affected the iPhone.
I would have
footage,
thought it
though.
would.
Well,
Yeah.
that's what confused me. I think is the fact that it didn't, and I thought that's what they were trying to line up,
Maybe it's
but actually it was
digital,
just the
not
timing.
analog, so it's
That would make sense.
I googled
Yeah.
it, and
Technology.
apparently it should affect the digital camera too. But
Oh.
that's
alright.
about all.
So
I
I
know.
was right to expect it, just wrong in identifying that as being the thing they were trying to show me with the footage.
Jeez, get fucked.
Huh?
How could you have possibly not? I mean, we all, of course. Why
But there's
you
going to be
why
more of
wouldn't
that to come
lie?
up. I had to Google a certain drug, and the results were not good for this film.
Wow, you had to Google a drug to make the film not work? It's not about. Wow, you're. Wow, always
know
with
when,
these nitpicks.
This
I
is
know-
just CinemaSins
I know I mentioned
rotting
this
Yeah.
your brain.
back when we've talked about it before, but in Knives Out, the revelation that they switched his medications bottles to kill him, and the nurse was so good at her job, she recognized the viscosity difference in like a muscle memory way, and so she gave him the wrong medication, which then was flipped and it was the right one. That's like the big revelation. When I told my mum that, who's nurse her whole life, she was just like, that is the biggest horse shit I've ever fucking heard, that a nurse wouldn't look at the labels, she would just judge it from viscosity. What the fuck are you talking about? I
No,
was
that's what a GERD nurse.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, my sister's a nurse. I wonder if she's seen that movie. I'm not gonna make her see that.
She was like,
It-
that's just malpractice, and she would fire a nurse if they were on their, like, you know, ward for that shit. Like, you can't just go by viscosity. What's wrong with you? It's like, actually, a great nurse would do that. Shitty nurses
Yeah.
look at the labels.
If anything, this is a self-report on you. For
Exactly.
being a bad nurse.
And also, you think she would notice that he isn't showing the signs of being given a lethal dose of morphine? He just it's not affecting him at
No,
all.
it's such
You
a
think that would come up?
it's such a shit movie.
Ugh, terrible. Anyway,
I think you mean super clever movie.
I did mean
Super,
that.
super clever. But with the realization that the RF thing distortion does not line up with the actual seeming time of death, Judd sort of collapses because he's really exhausted, and
Join the club, man.
yeah, Blanc says like, "Oh, we have all the pieces in front of us, and yet I can't see it. How confusing." And so, well, the obvious answer is you don't have all the pieces.
Yeah,
yet. And then in the car, he says, "We don't have all
how
the
could
pieces
you
yet."
possibly
So-
know that you have all the pieces? How could you it's the one bad. It's something bad that's actually in Sherlock Holmes, books. It's Sir Arthur Conan Doyle writes. Sherlock Holmes to essentially say, once you've eliminated all of the possible outcomes, then whatever's left, no matter how impossible, must be it. But the obvious issue is, how could you possibly know that you've eliminated all outcomes or all possible things? It's the same here. With Blanc is like, oh, I have all of the information. Like, well, how the fuck could you possibly know if you have all of the information or not?
Well, we find out he
Why are you
actually
stupid?
doesn't. He literally
He
has
definitely
not got a
doesn't,
piece of
yeah.
information that is key here that's been hidden from him. So it's like, why would you make that statement? It's not about moving the puzzle pieces around. It's that you don't actually have them all yet. Which, of course, you could be like, well, no, he comes to understand that. You'd be like, well, then what the fuck is the point of him now? He's supposed to be like a veteran detective. Obviously, that's
Yeah.
the conclusion
There
you
must
have
be
immediately.
something that I'm missing.
However,
is what he should be saying.
The thing that struck me, I was like, I felt like I'd been time traveled. I was like, wait, we haven't even talked to all the suspects yet. What are you doing? Like, the idea that it's like, oh, we've got all the puzzle pieces. Like, ask them about how they felt about the Monsignor. What was the last thing they saw him doing? How did they think about his church and how it ran it? Do they think anybody would be likely to do this? How many times did he visit that place? Did you see him drinking anything, eating anything that could maybe have... Hey, what did the autopsy say about the nature of the things that may or may not be in his body? I don't know. Is it... Hey,
Chronic masturbator.
man, did anyone check the old blood? See if it, obviously we'd
You would
expect it
think
to
so.
be.
Even it was quite a big part of the first Knives Out movie was, we have to hide the evidence of the toxicology report. You would think he would remember that toxicology
He's given up
reports
on
are a
that
thing.
shit. He's just like, whatever.
Maybe I should check that I have all the information from the police from their, investigation. Yeah.
This is gonna shock everyone. I'm not a detective, and yet
What?
this basic set of things that I assume a detective would do, I've already gone well above and beyond what is considered the greatest detective in their universe. I'm kind of impressed with myself.
Yeah.
I guess you just
should
use
be.
basic logic to be like, oh, okay, well, if I was a detective, I'd want to do this and this.
You don't
info and
understand.
talk
He
to the
worships at
police
the
and-
altar of the rational.
Oh.
So get fucked.
I see.
Yep, it's why he intuits that Judd is innocent.
He
What-
kneels
what-
on
what's
the
crazy, by the
altar of
way?
Vibes is what he does.
What's insane, right?
He's a vibe cultist.
With the introduction and what Judd would tell him, you know that Rain, good old alien Romulus, Rain, wheelchair lady, is very much devout, invested, wants to get healed, all that stuff. If you spoke to her, standard interview, after all this, she would be really upset, really angry, and she'd probably say she's lost faith in the Monsignor. And you'd be like, what a strange thing to say. Why would you say that? And then you would eventually get out of her that there was a conversation that took place where something happened. What I'm getting at is that it would just improve this film to cut the fat and actually have those interviews where you can start getting pieces of information that are like curious. Something happened at different points. Different people have changed their minds on certain things. You can increase motivations, develop dimensions to characters. He just skipped it in this one.
Yeah.
It's crazy. And as was
Entirely.
mentioned earlier, he does go like, it's time to do the interviews after declaring that it's over, basically. He's like, well, I don't know what to do. Anyway, interviews.
So they drive
What was the name
back.
of the actor for the protagonist of Ninja Assassin? Did you guys see Ninja Assassin?
No?
It was like
No.
2009. That was the name. That was the actor's name who played the main character. His name is Rain.
Oh.
Hmm.
Was he like in a cage? Did he need to fly free?
He was in a dojo in certain scenes, which is kind of
That's
like
like
a
a
cage,
cage,
but
yeah.
with doors that you slide open and can come and go as you please, unless it's surrounded by angry ninjas. In which case you could try, but there's kind of like an explicit threat of like violence if they didn't want you to leave and you tried to, which is part of the film's plot, was that he wasn't allowed to leave like the super secret ninja training facility, or else they'll kill you. And that's what happens to his love interest, and so he has to get revenge. But he's able to escape, but he has to go back and fight the ninjas so he can get revenge on the bad ninja guy, because he killed his girlfriend when she tried to leave the ninja facility.
I see.
It sounds more sensible than the plot of this movie.
Yeah.
I would rather
Which-
watch Ninja Assassin than Wake Up Dead Man. I have to remember to say it without the comma,
Yeah.
because I'm being commanded to wake up the dead man, I guess. Without the comma is what that means, which maybe is intentional, but it would be
You'd still throw in a
Odd.
the though, wouldn't you?
maybe-
Wake up the dead man as opposed to wake up dead
Yeah, but
man.
maybe it's a guy whose nickname is Dead Man, so it's Wake Up
Up.
Dead Man.
Oh, it's a Hideo Kojima
Wake Up
character.
Dead Man. Oh yeah, that's true.
Yeah,
that's
right.
true.
Die
yeah.
Hard Man.
Die Hard
Oh.
Man. Well, you
No
know
wonder
who
it-
didn't who didn't die hard was Wick in this movie, because he wasn't able to achieve an erection because of the medical records we found out.
That's true. Well remembered. See, that's what
Didn't-
Ryan's
didn't
looking for you to
matter.
do. Just piece it together and
Connecting
you'll
the
get the
dots.
answer at the end.
Connecting the dots.
So is Blanc, because having decided that they have all the pieces, he then decides they don't have all the pieces. So he drives Judge back home to the rectory, and he says that there must be something missing, and that something missing, it's probably in your head. So you need to go in there and you need to write down the story, the origin of everything that we've just seen. Write it all down for me while I sit down with a cigar. And this is the letter he's been writing since the beginning of the movie.
Yeah, and which means the story can now maybe begin, because all of that was backstory. The way it's formatted makes it feel a lot less impactful because it's not happening in real time. So like the retrospect sort of thing. So I was waiting to get to this point. I couldn't fucking believe we were basically halfway through the movie. But on top of that, why did this benefit anything? Right? You take this scene out, you remove the third person sort of representation of all the events in the first half of the movie and just make them in real time. There's no reason why you couldn't do that. And then instead of this scene, you just have Judd say like, okay, you know, we're out of options. I want to tell you something. I didn't want to like this has to be between me and you. I did take the flask. Like I didn't think it would be relevant. You know, you could just have him admit it. You don't need all of this.
He could confess
what's
it.
lost?
Ooh, themes.
What's lost narratively by not just going with what we thought was originally the case, where he was writing a letter to LeBlanc or Matt LeBlanc, and from a famous film, Lost in Space, to get him to like, why not just have him do that? Why go through the thing of the time jump? Just have this be part of the letter that he's sending to.
Like I said,
Blanc.
Knives Out, switching genres, like, oh, cool idea, piss poor execution. Second film, it's like we're going to introduce a whole new character and have their POV, which is going to recontextualize all these different scenes. Like, really cool idea, terrible execution. This one, I'm going to make it so that he wrote a letter that describes the first half of the events of the film, and then when you get to the part where he writes the letter, that's that, and we move on. You're like, I can't even say good idea. I'm just like, what the fuck are you doing? What's the point?
If nothing else, while he's writing the letter, because it would take him longer than an hour, maybe you could go interview some of the other potential suspects.
Oh, we
Yeah.
don't interview suspects. This is a detective story. We don't interview suspects.
But why
Which is
would you
often
need
like
to
one of the
when he
greatest
knows?
parts, you know,
Nah.
in theory.
Yep.
How do you know, interviewing each person, it gives them some focus in a scene. We get to learn their mannerisms, personality, information, their views on the other people, who they think might have done it. All that sort of stuff. We
Every
get to
every
find out what
interview
lines
is like
up
a
and
little
doesn't.
bit of like a power struggle, a little conflict within the movie. You know
Yeah.
what I mean?
Because there's obviously the implicit, you know, like, especially in between, any one of them could be the killer, so they are in a direct confrontational relationship with the person trying to find out who, you know, the murderer is, but we don't know which one the murderer is, and you have to treat your witnesses or your suspects as if they could do it, but you can't prove it and you're not accusing them. So it's like a really interesting sort of dynamic. I'm trying to get information from everybody to find out who killed him, and it's very likely that one of the people I'm interviewing is that person. I just don't know it yet, except the murderer knows it yet. So ooh. Drama, suspense, intrigue, character, writing.
Sure. Or you could
cinema.
just write a letter. I mean, that's good too. Letters are fun. And the only piece of information is the one we've already mentioned. So he hands in the completed letter. The only detail that matters is when he says he joined everybody else outside, which clues blank in that he was inside for a period of time alone, and he must have done something in that gap. And then he says, "Why didn't you? Why did you tell me? Why did you lie?" And he says, Judd says, "I didn't lie. I just didn't say the dishonest part out loud," which is
Even though
a lie by omission.
Why would Blanc think that's a lie? What did I miss?
So
Or
Judd
did I
says,
miss something?
well, yes and no. Judd says the one key piece of information that he joined the others outside. And so
Yeah.
by joined the others outside, that means he was alone doing something inside for a period of time while no one else was with him. And he
Okay,
didn't
that
tell
part I
this to
get.
Blanc.
But that could be, he could come up with anything from, is like, I just couldn't leave his side, or I was just in shock, or I felt like I needed to be there as the priest, or something. He could have come up with any kinds of reasons why he wasn't
Well, it's
specifically
also,
with everybody.
had he done interviews, he probably could have weaved that in. Ryan, I mean, now as a writer, could have had someone say, "Oh, I was distraught, I was crying, and I was talking to this person, and then, you know, Father Judd came out, and blah blah blah," and then he like does the little eyes thing. And then the next person you talk to notes that he comes out later. Someone else notes that he comes out later. And
yeah, maybe
you know,
he
we're
says
like,
that he was crying with grief, and the others say, you know, he came out and he just seemed sort of stunned, kind of a blank expression on his face. Like you get the little tiny details that don't quite line up from what one person says
Yeah.
to what someone else
I
says.
feel like that's the way
That's
you're
part of the
supposed to do
fun
it.
process.
But
of
instead,
the audience paying attention.
Ryan Johnson's just like, no, he just says it, and then Benoit Blanc, they even do like a trick shit where they're like, "You're the kid." Like he says, "You did it." He's like, I never thought I got lied to you." And he's like, "Oh, you're a piece of shit." Blah, blah, blah. It's like over hiding the flask, which we're all sitting here like, what does that even mean? Like, what is that a
Hiding the flask? Is that a euphemism?
But it's just a strange element, and it's delivered in such a lame fucking way that, in a sense, it makes you feel like the first whole hour of the film was just leading us to this.
Yeah.
But it doesn't even mean anything really yet.
Hit a
You were
hit
delayed
fast.
in joining the others outside.
It also makes
I'm not gonna hear
all the
anything.
police have been on pause for this entire time, because in the earlier scene when they are leaving the CCTV lab where they're checking the footage, they see the police interviewing other people. All the other people know that there was a period in which Judd was inside the church on his own. You would think they, believing that he murdered him, would probably be accusing him of all sorts of shit to have happened in that time, like tampering with the crime scene to remove a piece of evidence. The police should already be onto him for this.
Oh yeah.
And and they're not, because they're fucking morons and they don't really exist in this film. But like everything else has to be on super slow motion to excuse the really slow motion plot, only to get to the point where it turns out the revelation is not that he killed Wicks. It's just that he hid Wicks's hip flask, and he did this to spare the congregation. And by the congregation, he means only sparing groundskeeper Sam, because he's the only nice person. And he didn't want him to realize that the man who got him off drinking was a hypocritical boozer. So that's the reason we are still fucking around, is that he tried to be nice to a nice man.
It is insane though if you just went like, did anybody between the moment of assuming Wicks was dead and he was confirmed dead spend any time absolutely alone with him? No, and everyone would be like, yeah, that guy. It's like, oh.
Then he gives his reason, because like, well, I was just shocked. I was just looking over him. I couldn't believe he was dead. I mean, I didn't know what to do. I just felt like my place was beside him as a priest.
Has anybody
could have come up with reasons?
recently threatened him in a way that sounds like he might kill him? It's like, yeah, that guy. Again, it's just like, it looks really bad for you, Mr. Judd.
But Judd says he does not know who stabbed Wicks or how. He only knew about the hip flask, which he went to hide. This annoys Blanc, because Blanc says that in protecting the congregation's bubble of belief, you have shielded a killer. So now they have to go into Judd's room to find the hip flask, but when they go and find the hip flask, it is gone because someone has nicked it. And only now does Judd say,
They stole it from his
hey,
room.
they stole
haven't
it from
nicked
his
it from
room.
yeah,
So,
they stole it from his room where he
can
was
we be-
hiding it.
Absolutely clear about how funny it is how Rian Johnson's mind works. He was like, the flask being out of play means the forensics won't be able to detect the drug. But if it is now in Judd's hands, that can go to the police and they can detect the drug, which that's not the way I want it found. So I'll have someone steal it. You're like, Ryan? And he's like, yeah. If there's a drug, it would have been detected in his body.
From the autopsy. You know what an autopsy is? It's something you have to factor into basically every detective story that takes place after 1371, okay? You're really going to have to stick with the times here, okay? Even back then, like, oh, look, the lips are blue, or da, da, da. I mean, that's literally something that pops up. But yeah, like this is just basic. If you're writing a modern crime story, you must account for modern crime technology and procedure. And if you don't want to have that, you have to construct the story in such a way that those things can't be accessed. It's like it's the phones and guns problem. You have to account for phones and guns.
Watching him desperately try to prevent the reality of what's in that flask until necessary to the story, when there's just this huge fucking plot hole sitting there the whole time right next to it, like, hello.
Ryan, he's having it rough with these autopsies, man. Like, they really get in the way. He's got to set this on like a deserted island or something where there are no forensics teams or police.
Yes. Well,
where he has to do it the old-fashioned way, like we're locked in here or something.
Well, do like Robert Eggers, who said he never wants to make a film set at a time where there is a mobile phone or there is like social media. He said he just can't fucking stand the concept. He's like, I hate it.
Man, I don't blame him. Just make your vampire movies and just have a good time. Make your witch and vampire movies and just I'll just go see them all. Just keep making them.
So having
like there was do you know the show Cadfile? You ever seen that?
Yes. Is that Derek Jacobi? Is he Cadfile? He is, isn't he?
Let
I think.
me double check.
Is that the right one?
Let me look up his face.
I know the one you mean.
Yes,
I think it's the right one.
so. It's basically I watched Cadfile, this show, and I quite liked it. It was quite charming and endearing. It's basically Cadfile, played by I guess Derek Jacobi or some I can't remember off the top of my head, or maybe it was someone else.
Did you just? That's just what Platoon just said to you.
Well, yeah, I know. That's why I had to Google it and look it up, and I was going to carry on, but then I got sidetracked. I was double checking. Point is, he's like a monk. It's like medieval times. He's a monk in medieval times, and he solves like crimes, like murders and stuff. But he has to do that with medieval, like technology and just like cleverness and reason and talking to people and getting to the bottom of things. And obviously he's got, the church and religious angle that, factors into it. It's a really neat show. And it doesn't have phones or firearms or forensics or anything like that. And like, oh, this is neat. This is a good setting to kind of have crime stuff in. It's fun.
Yeah.
There's another one like that. I think is it The Name of the Rose? I think it is, which is sort of similar premise. Monk and initiate sort of having to solve a mystery set medievally again, but like actually does a better job of like melding the science religion theme than this movie does, because obviously one of the monk is like the primary detective is using a bunch of scientific tools which the others distrust, but he makes the argument that these are all effectively tools of God's creation that we use to better understand what he did. And it's like, I quite like the way that they synthesize those two things. That's what you do if you actually want to tell a story featuring religion. You don't have to even have it all in conflict the entire time, as long as you've thought about it. Plenty of ways to do it, but this movie doesn't, because this movie has a missing hip flask, and once they realize it's missing, and Judd finally realizes that maybe this means there's something calculated happening because he's a fucking idiot. Then Blanc says, "Hey, well, why not tomorrow?
I don't know if you noticed,
we'll go
but
and
there has been a
interview
murder.
everyone."
So
He's only just caught up, apparently. Yeah, he thought it was
wait,
just a
something's
random
going on here.
act of
Someone's up
angry
to no
violence.
good.
I never expected this to be a calculated thing. But yeah, tomorrow they're going to go and interview everyone together. But before we do that, we get to watch the last recording of Wix's final sermon, the one that he forgot, but then he could have looked at on YouTube because that's where we look at it. Which is quite long, and I don't know that there's a huge amount in there. I'm just scanning it to try and figure out if we even need to do the whole thing. Probably not, because he's going on about being like betrayed and mocked and murdered and blah, 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 blah. He says, even as I stand before you as a warrior of Christ in the armor of God, ready to fight the world to my last breath, you shall not pass. I am betrayed like Judas. Judas in many forms, he says, as the camera shows us all of the many suspects who are not characters standing around the open coffin, where a bait and switch has occurred, which we will come on to in a moment. Oh. Yes. Nobody's looking very closely at the body in this coffin, essentially.
Which is so fun. So when I first saw this, I was like, Glenn Close has put the antidote into the coffin, right, for the fake medicine that made his heart stop or whatever. Which in retrospect, I probably should have realized, like, well, that wouldn't make any sense, right, because he needs to take it. But at the same time, I was like, well, she's done something related to this medication. I had no fucking clue Ryan was going to make something so insanely stupid happen.
Yeah. I mean, so, Wix is just talking about like comparing himself to Jesus about to be betrayed, and it's really just there so we are reminded, A, he's a dick, and B, that people probably killed him somehow. And he's threatening to rise again. He says, Eve's apple restored to the tree and the wealth of his kingdom and his rising reign. Eve's apple being, of course, quite an important thing earlier and soon to come as well. He doesn't name anyone specifically who's about to kill him. He just says that somebody will, but he will rise again. We see the tomb being opened by construction equipment. We see everyone standing around the open casket, as has been mentioned. We see Martha standing over the open coffin saying, you will rise again. And then we see the coffin placed in the tomb, which is then sealed. And then the construction guy gives the form to Judd to sign.
If that's sealed tight, how much oxygen is in there?
Enough is the question.
It's probably, they probably didn't seal it
With the
tight.
amount that he'd be breathing out, it's more the carbon dioxide that he should be worried about. Because once that's getting to a high enough level, I mean, it's not good.
How long is he in there before he breaks out?
Well, because they do it,
I mean,
presumably morning is the funeral, right? And then he breaks out late night.
Well, it's got to be like Sunday morning, right? Like early morning maybe, or, because of the whole, because it's Easter.
So wait, so does he die on Friday, buried Saturday, or
Saturday? Yeah, something like that.
Well, in any case, I was concerned for Sandman.
Blanc and Judge, they assemble the suspects together. We're finally going to get the interview, right, with all the people together, the one we want. Writer guy calls him a Pino, which means priest in name only. and accuses Judd of covering his ass while Blanc solves the mystery so some libtard can make a podcast out of it and put the idiot versions of us on
Libtard,
Netflix.
yay! He said the thing.
The cellist
I
woman
like the word libtard. It's fun.
Libtard is
It's
a fun
funny.
word. Libtard is a fun word.
When he says they'll put the idiot versions of us on Netflix, when he said that, I was like, I get it, because they are idiots. And then it cuts to the lady, and she goes, idiot versions. God forbid.
Yeah, because we
It's
might
like-
have missed it.
Yeah, you tell the joke, then you repeat the joke, and you're like, I got it, Ryan. It's not particularly clever.
The cellist, she stands up to get something off the table, and this causes Martha to scream about miracles, but the cellist points out she can walk, and she always could walk. It's just painful. And that's it. Like, nothing comes of this. I think it's there just to try and add in another, like, oh, I wonder if she could maybe have done it moment. But we know she didn't because she isn't a character. But at least now we know she can walk.
She's a disabled woman. We know she's innocent.
He's a good person, yeah. There's no way.
Also that.
Remember, Russell T.
Blunt
Davis
asked-
said you can't make wheelchair people evil. That's
Oh yeah,
wrong.
because it's demonizing the disabled.
Yes.
That you can't call the.
You can give
the
them rocket
semen
launchers,
people
though.
We
semen.
can't demonize the disabled. They lead such a hard life as it is. We don't need stereotypes on television dragging them down as well.
Well, a
It's just
disabled
another one of
person
those
could never
orcs of
be
black
evil.
people
Come on.
thing. No, not unless they're Davros, but then we have progressed
that's-
beyond Davros.
Yeah, well, that's the reverse you're thinking there, is that they constructed him in a wheelchair as evil, which is evil in and of itself, because that means that all wheelchair people are Davros. That's what that means.
Yep, that's according to Russell T. Davis himself.
Genius.
So, well done. Massive self-report out of the way. Yeah, so Blanc finally asks about the private meeting, the one that Judd only heard the last few seconds of. So you're thinking, oh, I wonder, will they tell him? Because they don't want to, because they say is there some bad information about people that we don't want getting out? So that, could set up potentially interesting character conflict until, that is, Sai just pops up and says, oh, I recorded it, by the way, so come watch this.
So, this is another example of the intense, just smoothness of Ryan's brain and like this lack of interest in doing anything dynamic. When you've got a whole cast of characters, we already went through the individual interviews, which, by the way, boilerplate. It's not intelligent to do that, but that's not even something he can rise to. Another thing you can do, which a lot of stuff does, and it's really fun, is you have a bunch of characters and you have the investigator be like, hey, this guy actually said that you said this when they didn't, to see what they'll do about that. You can prompt an answer, or if you can wedge certain answers against certain answers, and you know how they cut it. There's a couple of examples. I'm not even sure what the TV shows are, but you see them shit on social media and stuff, where this amazingly shot scene where the camera is spinning around a sort of interview process, but they're switching out the person or the interviewer all the time of day, the things in the background, to give you a sense that they did this over a long period of time, but to do it really quickly.
Yeah.
And a lot of the time, the information has to bounce back and forth until you start narrowing down what the truth is. With all these people, some of them are willing to say nothing at all, and then some are willing to probably give away some stuff out of frustration. When you get the more pieces, you bring it back to the people who won't say anything and lock them into, like, you got to commit. Was it this or this? And when you finally get stuff out of them, you play it against each other, blah, blah, blah. And you could have done that in this movie. Instead, we've got all these people in the room, and like I said, interviewing them all together is really fucking stupid, especially if they're colluding. But whatever, at least we have that. And it's like, no, we don't have that. We have a recording of their evil conversation that we'll just watch.
Yeah.
I can't,
Boy, that sure is expedient, isn't
It's
it?
so shit.
Ryan does it again.
So shit. It's just unbelievably shit. But alright, fine. We're moving along. That's it.
It's a missed opportunity for any sort of interesting or sort of risky filmmaking choices. We don't watch the footage. We just see the scene that
Yeah.
the footage would have recorded. So we cut around, we see reverse shot of all these different characters. We don't watch it all from one perspective, from the iPhone perspective of Sai on the
Yeah.
couch. That would have been risky and interesting to do, but that might have been boring. So we can't do that.
It's like it's cheating, but but for what purpose? It's like you're cheating to give a worse answer than just doing like what was the point? Why did you bother with this narrative device that's worse than just showing the meeting or
Which,
having
I
the
mean,
meeting be something they investigate?
question.
Oh man, I
themselves,
love
or-
this genre that I'm not doing anything with and doing everything wrong. It's like, what do you love about this?
Well, the other question is, okay, so clearly the police have the video footage that Psy recorded on the day, right, of when he died. Is that because they said, "Hey, give us just that video," or did they sort of like get a warrant for his phone? Because if they got a warrant for his phone,
They get
knowing
this.
that he
They
records
should already have
literally
this.
everything, surely
My
they would
im-
have had this already.
My impression is that they just trawled his YouTube channel, and that's how they gather evidence.
Any detective worth their salt would probably check the past sermons and, again, speak to the members of this fucking congregation. What do you guys have to say about the guy who's dead? Because, you might end up saying something that incriminates you, and that's kind of the way this works. But no, we don't do any of that boring shit. We just wait until the film itself is like, this is the answer, by the way, Benoit. And he's like, wow, I'm a genius.
I am a good detective.
It
I
is so
figured
Look at
this
how the
out.
frustrating
answers
when
just
he
drop
is
into my
involved.
lap.
He just does no detective work. He
No.
just sits there waiting for idiots to reveal their plans to him. He's a fucking tree. A tree could do his job. But it wouldn't be
A
southern,
tree
so it
would have
wouldn't
a
have a
less
character.
annoying accent. So
Yeah.
that's
True. Yes, it would. But then people tell me that they really like that accent because that's what makes him such a really brilliant character, and they want to see him all over the place and everything ever. So,
Not a
maybe we're
good
just
accent.
wrong.
I think
Why-
they like it because it's a British man doing a silly, like, American accent.
But
I think it's
why?
almost like, I think it is just that they all know he's British, but he's talking like the fucking chicken from Looney Tunes.
Foghorn
What's his
Leghorn.
name?
Foghorn Leghorn.
Yeah, Foghorn Leghorn. Yeah,
Great
he's
name,
talking
by the
like
way.
him.
That's very
Yeah,
good.
it's a great name. It is. I'd
And
much
now,
rather
I
watch
mean-
the Foghorn Leghorn
Oh,
as a murder
easily.
mystery series. Of him going to various places in the Looney Tunes world,
Interviewing all the
Try-
farm animals and
Yeah.
stuff. To find out, yeah. Oh, that would be funny.
It is now time for the video to reveal all to us. So in this video, Vera asks Wix about his mother, the harlot whore, and asks like what her life must have been like, given that she was basically trapped by her father and shamed by her son. Then she says that yesterday, because this is again just things just happen, nobody connects these dots, they just occur. She says yesterday she got a call from a family law colleague in Brooklyn who was double checking contact details for Wix because Wix is their client and he had filed an acknowledgement of parenthood with that law firm where he acknowledges that Psy is his illegitimate son. So, A, he's a fucking moron. B, this just happened to happen
The
at precisely this
Yeah,
moment.
the timing.
Yeah, and then they happen to call it the precise moment and they happen to reach the right person and everything is just, this isn't a story. This is just a series of events that you've stuck sequentially. This upsets Vera tremendously because obviously she sacrificed so much to raise Wix's son as her own, while he was sort of hypocritically preaching from the pulpit, is her basic complaint. Psy didn't know anything about any of this until Vera told him that same morning, and Wix then happily acknowledges Psy as his son and heir. He says the mother isn't important. What's important is that, yes, this is his real trueborn son, and he's going to inherit everything.
It's interesting saying the mother isn't important. It's like, well, so what do we know about her? It's like, so she had this kid, and then, like, what, when he was 10 years old, through whatever circumstances, abandoned him.
Yes.
Like, and then you raised him, and he's a piece of shit. And what, I'm meant to feel sorry for you? Yeah, like, this is your fault that he sucks. And also,
Yeah,
I just like
yeah.
that there's no consideration. These are his circumstances. He was born, he didn't know who his dad was for many, 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 many years. He got abandoned by his mother to be raised by a woman who has nothing but contempt for him, yet is responsible in some part for making him a piece of shit. And all of this is completely unrecognized by Rian Johnson.
Because he's a Republican, so that's bad.
Yeah, and she's
Yeah,
a
but I mean,
minority
she
woman
raised
lawyer.
him to be that and to do all of those things.
I think you're nitpicking once again.
Well, and it doesn't even matter because this is the end of her role in the story. At this point, Kerry Washington is irrelevant going forward.
You almost
has
feel like
served
tricked
her
into
role.
thinking she's going to be a character, but she just never does. And you're like, oh,
No.
right then.
Well,
Okay.
just from this point on, she's just kind of cynical and smoking. That's it.
Yeah.
She's smoking again because she's
That's
punished
not.
whatever her name is.
She just has one really horrifically overwritten line where she says that the money is one parable in the Bible of my bitterness. Like, well done, Ryan. That's a real
Wow.
fucking
What do you think I
stinker,
feel
that
about
one.
your films?
Yep. Wick says, well, since this is going to get out, the world is going to know. So if any of you rats want to leave the sinking ship, now is the time. But much like we did in the previous movie, the flock all stands by Wicks. Because the writer says, you
Well,
know,
and also, I think it's worth noting again the nature of how they stand by him. The writer is kind of like a feeble dipshit. Jeremy Renner's much more like sort of sly and it's you know like dishonest. And then wheelchair lady Rain is like, oh well, I'm in too deep, so I gotta back him. It's like, right, so the two men basically have shit motivations, and hers is much more sympathetic.
Yeah, I gotta be healed of my crippledness.
yeah.
Yeah, like,
I don't know,
I'm
man.
desperate,
It's a bit
know?
crazy at this point. Like the nature of how these characters have been written.
This Johnsonian writing is it's really, it just throws you in for a loop. It's just one shocking surprise after the other. Who could have foreseen this?
The Doctor's one is particularly stupid as well, because the writers say, oh yeah, existential war, and God chose Wicks to be the warrior, so we follow him. But Doctor's
You
like,
have my sword,
well,
oh captain, my captain.
he actually does say you had my sword, and I was expecting you had my bow, but luckily they didn't do that, because we get our shit pop culture references next.
Well, that is the point of that, though. You're supposed to be led into thinking he might do a Lord of the Rings, and then it cuts away, like the camera.
Yeah.
It's
Hey, I mean, speaking of January, be ready. 25th year anniversary. It's going to be in theater. I've already checked the dates for my theater, so you guys need to as well. For see if they show it in your theaters. The extended editions, the one next, the one by me, is in January. So check your calendars, everybody. Take some time off.
A reason to go to see a movie in the theater.
I know.
Yeah, finally they're
is.
releasing a good movie in the cinema.
Did you see there was a tweet that said they should just re-release everything from like the 70s onward in chronological order in theaters now?
True.
Fuck
Do
it.
it. My ass would be in that seat.
They'd save a lot of money too. Just do that.
Yeah, if they showed Die Hard and Predator and Alien and stuff like that in a theater, I'd buy them. Yeah.
They're doing it more and more. Ever since the strikes, theaters are like, what if we just started releasing old movies again?
Yeah,
it's happening a lot. I just saw the Kill Bill movies.
Oh yeah, that must have been great in theaters.
Oh yeah, it was good.
I should have gone to see those. Those movies are fucking awesome. And it was one long movie, right?
Yeah, with a big intermission. But yeah, one long movie. There's a couple scenes that are cut from it, but otherwise it's pretty much the whole thing. Yeah, it's good.
That'd be cool. I should have gone and seen that. Yeah, but I think a generation, 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 years go by, and it's like you're basically showing it for the first time again. People haven't seen it. If it's new to you, it's new. So yeah, that's something I really wish they would do. Because a lot of these movies, just being able to see them in theaters would be amazing,
Even the not very good ones. Didn't The Phantom Menace do pretty well on its re-release? I think it made like it didn't make like $20 million or something like that.
I think so. Yeah, I think something like that. I think it did okay.
Beat out Shelby Oaks. Damn.
Beat out Shelby Oaks by about 20 times. Yeah.
Oh man, well shit, that's why he needs to be doing the gambling ads, right? To make up for
George Lucas never would have done a gambling ad.
Fuck no, he would have just made toys and sold them. He would have just made products that you could exchange currency for.
You should have learned from him. You should have made little Riley Brenner toys. I would have bought it.
It's not like he spent any of his own
bought
money
the Demon
on
Man.
Shelby Oaks. You know what I mean?
No,
it's not like Francis
Ford a lot of it from his fans that he then shilled a gambling ad to.
Yeah, exactly. It's not like Francis Ford Coppola putting all his money into Megalopolis or something. If he started doing gambling ads, I'd get it.
They're releasing that. They're re-releasing that in cinemas for New Year's.
Yeah, they are.
Which
really?
Which is good because I still haven't had a chance to see it yet, and I really want to.
It's funny bad. I think you'd enjoy it.
I know you saw presumably like the clip or whatever, but just Cap, while you're here, just the Chris Stuckman describing Slot Machine as cinematic and immersive.
Oh yeah. I can't.
The almost certainly AI generated graphics on the Slot Machine slot game.
Incredible. That he would just say that and have no problem with it.
He's a filmmaker. He really loves cinema.
He knows what cinematic is. He made a movie.
Imagine saying, like, ethically speaking, you can't insult a filmmaker, but then simultaneously doing shit like that. And the fucking BetterHelp thing to follow up in case you get the addiction.
Yeah.
What an actual
Mhm.
piece of shit. Ugh. I
Yeah.
would, man. Maybe if being boring is your worst sin, that's not so bad.
Maybe not. Yeah, he had to up it. But speaking of boring sins, so the writer says, "We're with you, Wix, and literally nothing you say or do is going to change that." And I choose to read this as an allegory and move on. Wix says he's going to give his final service a week from today, and then he's going to close the doors of his church for good, but not before he has destroyed everyone in the room. And this interested me because I was sitting there thinking, I know nothing about anyone in the room, so anything he's going to use to destroy them has to be basically new information. And the movie does not deal with this problem very well.
Can you fill me in? Maybe I'm misunderstanding something here. Why does he want to destroy everyone in the room when two of them
Sai
have like
told them-
decided to?
Yeah, he
Yes,
doesn't want him
tells me.
to.
I told him to do that because it would be
Oh,
good
right,
for
right,
his
right. He
future.
blackmailed everyone. Yeah, that.
The son,
Which
the
is like-
son he just met came to him with
I
a
gotcha,
pitch with
yeah.
your money and personality
I
cult
remember.
and my 15 YouTube viewers. We can.
I think that's why it didn't
Man, this
register. 'Cause
video
they
is doing
clearly
so
have this.
well. It's got 500 hits on YouTube. I love
I-
when things say hits. Nobody says hits. Nobody has
It's the
said hits
views.
ever. It's always been views. But so much like it's funny because Rian Johnson isn't even a boomer, right? He's Gen X. But like, oh yeah, look at all these hits. It's got 1,000 hits on the interwebs.
I think that's one thing that confused me about that question I'd asked, because I clearly have in my notes here about like the answer. Like the answer is just in my notes, but there was like an element of like, well, why would he actually want to do this? Because it's like the answer didn't make sense to me. Like why he would go through with it.
Oh yeah,
Like, why
the
is this
reason
one
when
guy
you get
told
it makes
you-
no sense.
Well, yeah, it's like these people who, even upon learning all of these things about your past, are sitting here. Essentially, they are your sword, your army. They are your 100% on board. They'll do anything for you, and you're like, nah, I'm still gonna burn you for literally no reason, really whatsoever, because Sai told me to.
But
That
the
it's
argument
good for
Sai
me.
gives is that they are a liability. They are a liability while they are slavishly loyal. So what you need to do is turn them all into your enemies, and that way they won't be a liability.
What's the Star Wars thing that the Empire did to kill all their loyal people? Operation
Oh,
like
Operation
Firestorm or
Cinder.
something.
Yeah.
Cinder. Yeah, that
In,
this
Battlefront
gives me
2.
Operation Cinder
Yeah.
vibes. Honestly.
In order to show that the Empire is still in charge, they're gonna kill all of the Empire loyal planets.
What a game. It's so good.
What an amazing game! I think that was written by an IGN reviewer who used to work at IGN, and then he wrote that, which is pretty funny.
Cinder, what that was is that a who's a cowboy hat man? Star Wars
Dave
guy.
Filoni?
Dave Filoni. Is that a Filoni thing? Did he come up with
No, that was
Operation Cinder?
Battlefront 2. That was Battlefront
Okay.
2.
All
The
right.
game.
It
And
just
then-
has
and then it
Filoniism
got
written all
referenced
over it.
in,
so-
Well,
and then it
never
got
forget,
referenced in the
Filoni-
show Mando.
Because it was on a stream that was said like Filoni's responsible for some of the good stuff with Star Wars or whatever. And it's like he's been there before Disney even came in. His tendrils are like a part of all of it. Ryan was having a big rant about this on Open Bar. It's like he's responsible for more damage than people will ever seem to realize.
Yeah.
Of course, yeah. He
Stuff like
must
that
have.
Battlefront
Battlefront 2
Star Wars.
campaign, like there's no way that wouldn't some way, one shape or form pass through like a creative team part of Lucasfilm, right? Like it's gonna.
Yeah.
He'll probably be like, "Yeah, I love it. It's great. It's another interpretation."
Well, the fact that they incorporated it into Mando, right? Because
Yeah.
that was Bill Burr's backstory.
Yeah,
was,
he was really
Operation
upset
Cinder.
that. Yeah, he was really upset that all those innocent stormtroopers would die at the behest of singular individuals making rash decisions, and then he proceeds to gun down dozens and dozens of stormtroopers.
Well,
at
just
once.
like Finn, you know.
Yep. They can't help them. They
Uh.
cannot write an interesting Imperial character. They just can't do it. Thank God Tony Gilroy got all the
Yeah.
money he did.
And that motherfucker
Thank
had him eating
God.
cereal for many scenes and still managed to do a way better job, you know?
Oh, jeez. Thank God. Oh, smile because it happened.
Yeah. It was a good time. This, however, is not. So, Wix
Sorry,
says to the
I'm just-
doctor.
Before we
Yeah.
move on, just as a super chat, we'll read it later, but saying, you know, name something that Filoni did that's actually worthwhile that he didn't just inherit new rats. I enjoy the energy. You rats.
You rats.
No, he's set to kill his reputation just like James Gunn, just like Zack Snyder. It's gonna happen.
Yeah. Once you give
I mean,
them,
Ahsoka's already quite lukewarm, probably at best, from what I've seen in terms of its reception.
people have turned on it with Andor. People have turned on it because of Andor. It's now like,
yeah,
fuck,
they have
man.
something
Everything
to
is so much
compare it to
shitter.
proper. Yeah.
When I fucking guarantee season 2 of Ahsoka, the first thing people will say is, "Man, I miss Andor." You're like, yeah, you do.
Yeah, that's right.
So, Wix tells the doctor that he is a drunk, he's been drinking on the job, and he should be struck off if this information ever gets out. So he's got something on the doctor.
For the
Then he
record,
turns to the
that
yes.
collapses
Makes him an
him
absolute
to the
piece of
like bottom of the fucking moral ladder in this film. He
Absolutely.
drinking alcohol while operating on people or prescribing shit. It's just like, what a piece of shit.
Mm-hmm. But he's gonna go on to not improve
yeah,
himself.
I mean, it's
Well, no, it means you won't
depends
feel
on
as
how
bad
you-
when he gets, melted. Maybe, hypothetically.
hypothetically. I guess it's like where you put people on the moral rung is like a toss up of how you see the revealing confessional thing. Obviously, that's more of a theological thing, and the other is a bit more
I get
like,
yeah.
you know, tangible.
Oh yeah,
But,
no.
yeah,
If someone said Wix is the worst, I'd be
It's
like,
like-
yeah, sure, you can pick him as
yeah,
well.
but if someone said doctor's the worst, is like, yeah, it's true. They're both the worst. Children, you're all awful.
Yeah, and it's
basically.
interesting. It's kind of like the medical equivalent of the religious one, right? It's like your
Kind
oath.
of,
You
yeah.
can't fucking do
breaking
that.
your oath.
Yeah.
So one of you thinks that the oath comes from like the big man upstairs, and the other one's just like, the oath of doctors and the desire to help people. You both suck so very much.
Mm-hmm.
Much like the writer, because the damning
True.
information that Wix has on the writer is that he is not a very good writer, and this will. doom
I will
him.
not endorse your book.
Does he not
Like,
say
okay?
my friends in like the publishing world or
He
something?
does, yes.
the
he's
Yeah,
got
funniest
I'll
L
tell all
fucking
my
line.
friends in
publishing.
publishing not to do it.
What the
Like,
fuck
I don't
does he
believe
talk
he
about?
has
publishing?
those.
What?
He has
Friends,
no friends in
When did this
publishing.
happen?
What?
He has no friends. That's the whole point. So no, he doesn't. But even
Unless one of the
that's
people
more
in
than
that
he has on anybody
congregation-
else.
Yeah.
Again, if my theoretical
publisher.
fish character were here, he'd be like, "I'm gonna tell all the other fishermen about you." Like, what do you mean? It's like you're a bad fisherman.
But that's literally what he says about Vera, because Vera's up next, and he just says to her, "You disappoint your father, who is dead." So
Yep.
that's not
Her
fucking
only
helpful.
crime is
He's not going to bring
that-
her down in anybody else's eyes. But then again, you're already seeing the sort of the disparity again in the men are shit, and she's just disappointed her father because actually she's not that shit. And then he turns to poor wheelchair woman Wheels, and he says, "You can't be healed because you're faithless." Again, not damning information.
I don't even know why
particularly
he would
not
say
going to
that.
destroy her. I don't know. No.
Why would Wix say that? She has shown like if anything, her flaw is that she's too trusting. Is that like I guess she's gullible, or that she's too trusting and has too much faith in this stuff.
Well,
But if that's your greatest sin,
why does
that's like-
Sai think she's a liability? She's been fucking funding the entire thing, and she's incredibly neutral as an entity. You know, she's not bothering anybody.
Yeah, she seems to just be pro-church.
But
She's keeping.
you can
Like you
tell-
said, she is keeping the lights on at that place.
If you said, like, if you're talking to Ryan, it's like, why are you doing all this? It's like, well, to give them all motivations to kill him, right? And you're like, oh, sorry, I thought, oh, Jesus, yeah, because you still think that we don't know who the killer is, right? Gotcha.
And
It's funny,
it
we-
calls
we-
attention to it because it forgets. He doesn't even give Martha a reason. She's just forgotten. She's in the scene, but she doesn't get taken down because
Yeah.
Mm.
Conspicuously absent. Also, there was a shot earlier when they were, putting him in the crypt or whatever, where he was clearly sort of making a reference to the scene in Endgame where like they're at the funeral and the camera sort of passes over everyone as there's all just sort of standing there, and it lands on Martha. She's the last one, and it
Mhm.
lingers there for a little while, and then we finally cut. It's like, oh well, that's because that's her.
They've
There
already,
she
like,
is.
3 times in this fucking movie had him ranting about, like, evil or deceit or deception, blah, blah, and it'll just show her, and then it'll cut away,
Yeah.
and you're like, oh.
Oh, I wonder who it is.
What's her dark secret?
Can't wait
So,
to find
um,
out.
what it might be.
no. Well, we'll see all of that presently. So all of that completely non-damning information dispensed with. He then says that on Easter Sunday he's going to reveal all of this to everyone even though the only parishioners he has left are these people, so I don't know who he's going to reveal it to.
They
And then he will leave.
conspicuously show like the day he's killed on Good Friday. On Good Friday, which is like it's a big, church, day. It's a big church day. Good Friday, the celebration. It's got its own stuff going on there. It's obviously a couple days before Easter, and it's just them. The pews are completely empty, and this whole town. There's literally just like 8 people who go to. Not
They
even that, there's
said
like 6 people who go to
gets
church.
rid of all of the people except the main cast all the time, definitely 100%.
There'd be
Except
some
the one.
Catholics passing by.
Of course,
at the time.
of course,
It's like
stupid.
it's bizarre how it's empty. Like you throw like a dozen spread around here and there, but that are just like, oh, obviously it's just to show that this town has human beings that live there in it. It wouldn't just be the 6 and only the 6 every time.
The movie
Like, it's the
acknowledges that
apocalypse.
there will be a lot of people there on Sunday, people who aren't regulars, so there would probably be some some non-regulars on Friday as well.
Well,
Yeah.
Easter
Also, it's
Sunday is
Good
the
Friday.
holiest day of the church. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's Good Friday. It's like a lot. Obviously, it's not a day of it's not a day where you have to show up. Like Easter
It's just
Sunday
that
is.
lots
It's
of
the
people
most
do.
important
Lots
day
of
of the
people
year.
show up around Easter and Christmas. So,
Yep.
like, the idea that there'd be less people there on Good Friday is like the opposite is true. There would be more people.
Yep.
Particularly since I assume in America it's a public holiday, Good Friday.
No, it's not a federal holiday. No.
Oh, do you not
Nope.
have the day off on Good Friday?
No. As far as I know, it's just
Really?
you might. It's
Okay.
it's an important day in the liturgical calendar, but it's not a federal
Okay,
holiday.
I
no.
mean, people are saying it's not, but Good Friday is here, or you don't go to work on Good Friday.
Hey, that's
Interesting.
interesting.
You don't.
What about,
Good
I
Friday?
I had no idea.
What about Bad Friday? They let you off for that?
Well, I don't know about that. I've not heard of that
What about
one. But,
What about Black
yeah.
Friday?
Yeah, that's Bad Friday.
What about
well,
White
now
Friday?
that has become
White
something.
Friday.
That has become something in Australia, which is kind of like funny because Black Friday is Thanksgiving related, right? Like it is specifically.
It is the Friday after Thanksgiving, as far as
Yeah,
I'm
we don't
aware.
do Thanksgiving here, but now we have Black Friday sales. It's funny. It's like Black Friday doesn't really mean anything in Australia, but all right, yeah, no, it's on so you can do some shopping.
Yeah, it's not a. I don't think Good Friday is not a holy day of obligation in the Catholic liturgical calendar. Easter is. There's some other ones too, but
Yeah, in Australia, typically Good Friday, Easter Sunday, and Easter Monday are like holidays. You don't. Not Saturday though. Saturday is just a normal day.
There is Holy Days of Obligation 25. So Solemnity of Mary, Solemnity Ascension of the Lord. Yeah. All Saints. Yeah, there's some other one here and there. Christmas.
What about in the UK? Is Good Friday? Do you get is day off?
I would have to
I didn't
check.
know this. I didn't know that it varied. That yeah, but that's
Yeah, I'm
how
not
it
sure.
is
I
here.
think we do. Isn't it a bank holiday? I know there's one around
like
Easter.
a very quick Google search suggests that it's a holiday in the UK, Canada, Australia, but not the US.
Ah, okay. You
Right.
learn something new every day. I didn't know that.
I guess it
I would
make
would
more
like that
sense for
here,
the UK.
please.
Because something that's interesting is that Good Friday in Australia, I think it's probably changed over recent years, but it was like one of those absolutely nothing, zero things are open, like kind of the same as Christmas, compared to some other public holidays where it's like,
Yeah, that's
most
interesting.
things aren't open, but a few things are. Like Good Friday is the hyper, everything is closed. Nothing except for McDonald's, I guess. Nothing is open. Can't go to the shops. Can't really do anything.
There are 6 days of obligation for Catholics. Solemnity of Mary,
Okay.
Ascension of Jesus, which is Easter, Assumption of the Blessed Virgin Mary, the Solemnity of All Saints, Immaculate Conception of the Blessed Virgin Mary, and Christmas. So those are the 6. Oh, you need to go every Sunday though. You gotta go essentially every weekend because we use why do I say we? Because they use the like the more Hebrew traditional calendar of like sundown to sundown, which is why you can go on Saturday and it counts for Sunday and that sort of thing. So yeah, basically every weekend, every Sunday.
The long and short of it is there should be more people at this church on Good Friday
It is
than are presented
weird
in this
that-
film.
There should be more
Like-
period, but the fact that this one, like, okay, yeah, it's weird.
I also don't think it's relevant given it's being recorded by a guy whose entire thing is sticking this stuff on YouTube where it reaches more people. So like he could destroy people publicly without even waiting for a big ceremony with a few people in church. But no, this one isn't going on YouTube. So the video ends, and Judd asks Sai why Wix would want to burn all of his comrades, and this is where Sai explains that it's because he told him to. Apparently, even though they basically met as father and son just earlier that day, they formed a really close bond, and it's so close that Wix told him all about his grandfather's fortune and that he was going to find it and that they would take it and leave. And Sai's pitch is that on the internet, your words have power. With your money and your personality and my social media skills, in 4 years, I could make you president. We could rule an empire as father and son, he says.
Yeah.
Judd says,
Basically, yeah.
like Star Wars, and Sai says, like the rebels, yeah.
What I
And
just
this is
want
very funny.
I don't get it. I don't get
can't,
it.
it's kind of unbearable. That's just like, it's so farcical. It's not funny. There's no insight there. It's just completely retarded. Nobody would say this. Not a single person would ever say that. Not even this dipshit.
Have any of you listened to or seen the Book of Mormon?
Yeah.
Not yet.
I saw the Book of Eli.
You know the song they
No.
sing about, like, you and me, we're going door to door, that song? Where he's like, you and me, but mostly me? That's what this feels like. Where he's just like, yeah, you're gonna be president with your charisma and your preaching and my social media skills. I'm going to stand on the side and help and watch, and I'm going to contribute. I am also here. Please recognize me.
Well, and just like the patheticness of the Republican doesn't even realize he's the bad guy, and he associates with the explicitly cartoonishly evil empire who just want power,
Yeah,
blah blah blah.
that's really
And he
dumb.
even contextualizes that as being on the good guys, the rebels. He's forgotten. What a silly little man that also shows exactly what he believes in, which is just reprehensible. He's just like, that's great, Ryan. Like, once again,
Yeah,
just
you sure made that character dumb. Very
it must
clever.
be fun. It must be fun for you to win arguments against fucking made up characters in your head.
this is what I mean.
Like,
He does it
it's-
in each of these movies. It's like
Republicans who
you're
live in
so
your head didn't
bad.
stand a chance.
Remember, like in Knives Out, there was like an aggressive movie review or something at some point, right? Or it was some kind of he said, "What are the
Podcast
yeah, well,
is-
it's that kid.
was,
I forget the name of him, but
him.
he was supposed to represent
I
like
thought you were talking about Dave Bautista.
there was a discussion at the time. No, yeah, that's Glass Onion. The kid in Knives Out was supposed to represent the trolls and angry people who criticize TLJ. And it's just like, you fucking kidding me?
Dude, you're getting
Mature
paid tens of
man.
millions of dollars to make any movies that you want, and you spend a not small amount of them having fights with like the people in your mind that you hate. It's
Well, so
unreal.
this actually lines up with I think it was
It's
about
like
the boys
She-Hulk.
and some other stuff where I put out a tweet about it and it pissed off a whole bunch of people. I fucking stabbed by it, which is if you only like the thing because it just repeats what you think of everyone else, like uncritically, you're just like it's just reaffirming everything you believe without even telling a story. It's like that just makes you really fucking boring. Like,
Well,
is this
it's
good
kinda like
because
the
I
people
agree
who-
with it? Like, okay.
It's the people who fluctuate on whether they like or hate South Park, depending on the political commentary that it's
Oh,
doing
yeah.
at the time. It's that kind of thing. Where it's like, oh, South Park's awesome. Oh, wait, now it's making fun of me? Oh, boo, I don't like that. Oh, wait, now it's making fun of them? It's like, okay, yeah, this is great. I'm so thrilled that this is the state of our engagement
That sound
with
of
media.
horrific melancholy. It's like,
I just think
It's
that
also funny
it'd be
that
nice
Rian
if
Johnson
there was story
is going
instead
to,
of
like-
just statements of what this person sucks because they believe in X. Someone else goes, oh my god, that story's amazing.
Well, Rian Johnson is fundamentally telling a whole bunch of stories and making a whole bunch of jokes and satire and all that sort of stuff just to sort of preach to people who already believe in everything he believes. That's the primary point
ironic.
of all of this. Yeah. And then he makes a whole movie where he's like, oh, religion's silly. Am I right, guys?
Am I right while nudging them? Yeah? Yeah? Oh. I'm
I
a
mean, we
really
could- we
clever
could-
guy. I'm so insightful. I've got my finger on the pulse of modern, social dynamics and discourse.
You kind of owe it to yourself to not make your ideological. I mean, I don't even say ideological components. It's like, I don't know, like, don't you, or opponents, like, don't you think that it would just be more like interesting and Like, don't you want to big up your enemy so that when you defeat them, it's more impressive? You know.
Well, but also
Like,
pragmatically, right? Like, if Rian Johnson actually has the goal of trying to make the world a better place through storytelling, does he think that he's going about it effectively when the people that are sort of opposed to him are presented as kind of like insane caricatures? Like, how would this be convincing, right?
Yeah, like
You know
good
what I
job.
mean?
You
Like,
defeated a
how do you
cartoon in a
convince the
fictional
people who disagree
narrative.
with you? Like, oh shit, I don't want to be that guy who associates the Empire as the rebels. Damn, now I agree with you on everything. It's like, well, that's
Yeah.
not like, come
Wouldn't
on.
want to
You know,
blunder
Well,
like
and
that guy
again,
did.
like
what are we doing here?
you shit on it, and then someone goes, "You're just mad because he's making fun of you." And you're like, "Making fun of me? Like, why? No, it's not making fun of anybody. Nobody
It ain't.
says
It's not-
this."
yeah, it's making fun of the fucking phantoms in his head.
Or you
Like,
think that
not-
it's like
I
when
don't-
people on social media or something talk about Nazis. It's like, oh, you're just talking about me because I'm not a leftist.
Well, and they have like
I'm just like a
Homelander.
liberal, but you mean me.
Homelander will laser the shit out of everyone and be like, "Ha, fuck you, liberals," and you'd be like, "You're just mad because he's making fun of you." You're like, "What are you talking about? What is happening?" Like,
And also, like, Eric Kripke is just kind of a retard, though, isn't he? So, I don't think...
well,
That's
100%, yeah.
Isn't it crazy? It's like that show got so much credit for so long until the Huey stuff and
Well, yeah, it only took raping Huey for people to be like, "Wait a minute, this isn't a
Wait a
classy
minute, this
show."
guy's weird. This guy's weird and bad at this, bad at storytelling.
That's what I meant by
it
like
took you this long.
uncritically just vomiting out, you know, the standard sort of statements to make everyone agree with you. There's no storytelling analysis happening, and it's only once he says something that you're like, "Oh, whoa, that's not like." Didn't he say like, you know, male sexual assault is funny? And it was like, "Oh shit, you shouldn't have said that."
That is an insane thing to say. That is an insane thing to say.
He may not have said that,
What
but
is
it was.
unhinged?
But he said like Huey's sexual assault was funny specifically.
Yeah, it was still unhinged.
Absolutely. Especially just after his dad died in the prior episode or something. And it was just like, what the fuck are you doing, man? Again, though, you know, Ryan's not as crude or crass, but at the same time, it's about as intelligent. Where it's just like, look how fucking stupid this guy is. Don't we all hate this guy? What a fucking idiot. You're like, okay.
And then I'm sitting here like,
though?
why do we not acknowledge that Kerry Washington's character is partially responsible for making him into this person? She raised him.
Yeah, this is not something
he
he's
was
picking
10.
up.
So he was
Yeah.
quite young. He was 10 when he arrived, and now
And
he's...
what did the other mother, you know, his biological mother, what was her influence? The one that is considered irrelevant.
Maybe she's really responsible. She's actually the original sin of republicanism or whatever it is.
I just
What
kind of.
color is she, and is she disabled? And then we can find out. I mean, get
Well,
to the
she
bottom
has
of
to
this.
be black, doesn't she?
Yeah, because he's mixed, so
Yeah.
It's a miracle from God or something.
Also, it's not that, by the way, just because people are talking about it, it's like, yeah, you can make context and scenes where, you know, sexual related events can happen. You can try and make them funnier. Whether it's like sex comedy films or even like Naked Gun will have stuff like that. But we're talking about he's like trapped in a dungeon and getting raped, and it's like, I don't know if this is working, Eric. But he's like, but it's funny. Laugh at it. You're like, all right. And it got him in trouble with like his whole fan base. I'm not sure if that's gonna have major repercussions on the next season or not, but he himself has said it's gonna be like it's gonna be like a rebellion against the status quo of the current sort of administration. All the cringiest things you could imagine.
Pretty brave.
Well, yeah,
Wow, I can't
you can
believe
tell
he'd go on it, really put himself on the line like that to criticize Trump. That's crazy.
when you read it all, it comes across as someone who's like, man, Andor was really cool at doing the thing that I'm also doing. And you're like, wait, what?
Politicals. I'm doing politicals.
When it's just like, the idea that Eric Kripke specifically could ever do anything like Andor.
Like, I'm gonna do what Tony Gilroy did. I can do that. Me, the man who made The Boys and Supernatural.
Well, it was I
other
can't remember
shows,
specifically what video it was, but there was someone saying like Andor is obviously being critical of current administration by doing fascism government or whatever, and it's just like this is set right before A New Hope. it's the same government. It's the Empire. It's the Palpatine.
The story that they would be telling because it's based on Star Wars, which came out nearly 50 years ago at this point.
I guess it's funny because you have the conversation about Star Wars is or isn't political, and it's like is or isn't like original. We went over this with the backseater guy. It's like I don't think he knows about the Vietnam connections, right? But at the same time, it's locked in. It's very much like Star Wars is about that, and you've got a show that's set just before the major events of A New Hope or Star Wars in general. It's just very funny how people sort of take everything to be exactly what they want it to be, and I'm just infinitely amused that Eric Kripke watches something like Andor and he's like, "Oh, we're the same, you and I." Just like Jesus Christ.
so different, you
It's just this shocking notion that you can be opposed to fascistic forms of government almost irrespective of your politics unless you are yourself a fascist, and not many people
Yeah,
genuinely
'cause
are, which is
You're
what, Star Wars...
99% of those people. Good
Yeah.
job.
But like Star Wars was always fantastic for that in the way that it could be equally claimed by both sides. Ronald Reagan calls his Strategic Defense Initiative Star Wars at the same time as a bunch of other people are saying, no, it's clearly an allegory for the Vietnam War in which you're on the wrong side, Mr. President. It's like it's quite nice being able to tell universal stories about like things without just saying, hey, this is an allegory for the orange person, or this is an allegory for the lefty equivalent of the orange person. It's just, you can tell stories like that without making it massively on the nose. Rian Johnson can't, but some people can.
That's why I felt like episode 8 is extremely fucking excellent television, that you had people arguing over which side represented which group of people, but at the same time everyone felt something from it. It's like, ooh, looks like it did its job.
Because then you're reaching everybody compared to, again, where it's like,
Well, the boys.
Whose mind is this film gonna change?
I wonder who they're saying who's who. And then, of course, it's like, did you like the allegory with the guy with the giant penis, where the guy jumped inside his penis and blew him up from inside, and then cummed all over the place, and then there was flash like fountains? You're just sitting there like, what?
Man, you're just a fool.
Whereas people are concerned that Stranger Things won't have the balls to kill a single character, Nick DiOrio was saying it's like the reverse with the boys. Which character won't explode into a pile of flesh? It's like, don't really know. Probably none of them.
Just so numb to it all.
Yeah, somewhere in the middle is a happy medium between exploding all your characters and keeping them all alive.
We've got to figure it out someday.
That's Andor, isn't it? That's Andor.
Yeah, I think so, probably.
Oh, that show's so fucking good, man.
It is.
God,
Hooray,
it's so
Andor.
good. And Smiling Friends is over for another year as well. We gotta wait. we can all get
Smiling
along
Friends
with
and
each other,
Andor.
except for a certain group of people. You know who I'm talking about.
We're eating well, though. We've got
Excuse me?
Fallout Season 2 to look forward to,
What?
and we've got fucking
Oh, yeah.
Star Trek
I have
Academy to
been-
look forward to, and
I've been
Mandarin
threatened
Grogu
with
to
that.
look forward
God.
to.
Bro, we ain't watching that shit.
No, we're definitely not. I've said a million times to Drinker, and he's like, I'm going to make you watch the first episode. And I was like, you'll only get one. That's absolutely it from me. Like, obligation, it's my job, fine, fair enough, but like, I am not
putting my
fucking
foot
getting into,
down.
like, seriously, that was a nightmare, and I'm not doing it again. Especially because this one's going to be way worse, because they're going to ruin the fuck out of New Vegas, which is going to be, there's so many people who are much better suited
That'll be
to do
fun
that.
for you guys.
Yeah.
That'll be. I mean, in a sense, by the way, that's kind of what. This is an inevitable consequence of praising the shit out of the first season of Fallout, even though it's really bad. Is like, yeah, but now they're going to come for the stuff you actually care about, rather than, ruining the shit in Fallout that you don't really give a shit about. Though to be fair, as I understand it, there was plenty of stuff to, because it was with the NCR, right, in season 1. And
They've already
got,
ruined
like, a
plenty,
big
but they'll
story
ruin
ending.
way more. And I
Well,
got a gut feeling that people are going to be like, man, this one sucked compared to season 1.
It's like, man, it was always was. It's
Always
the astronaut
was.
thing. Except it's just now it's about Fallout New Vegas, which is, good luck with that. I'm sure Mr. House will be incredibly interesting and compelling.
What if
That's
I
not just a
nuke the
fool.
world? What if I kill all of the customers on the planet because
fucking-
of
Well, and
capital-
also, isn't something I've heard about New Vegas is that the Legion was kind of the most underdeveloped of them because they ran out of time. In like an ideal scenario, if you were getting an actually good Fallout show that gets to take place in the same continuity, you could go into it like, oh, maybe that'll be something that the show can achieve, is
Or-
like, giving more flesh to one of the factions in the game that just invariably got less time because that game was made in like a year and a half, 2 years. But instead,
was
like,
very
I mean,
short,
that's
yeah.
not
For
gonna
how little
happen.
the
It's just gonna be
Legion-
bullshit.
For how little the Legion get, they're like, I guess the time, the ratio is really good. Like when you finally do meet, Kaisar, and you talk with him, and he explains his perspective and his reasoning on things and what he thinks the Wasteland needs and what the Legion offers and what it can do. It's like there's definitely a lot there for essentially, even if you were to sum it up all into one conversation. And when you talk with House, the perspective that he gives is almost like similar in the sense of you can learn so much about him and how he views the world and what he plans to do. And part of the reason is because you have to like obviously make a decision at the end who you're going to support. And so it's very, very important to have these conversations. But yeah, the ratio of
Well, I don't think they're. I
time
mean, it seems
and
like
learning
Bethesda's
is
not
crazy.
interested. They don't really give
They
a
don't.
fuck about the idea of it using Fallout as a template to explore
No,
different
yeah.
ideas on how the world ought to be remade in the in the wake of an apocalypse. I don't know. Everything I've heard about Fallout New Vegas sounds awesome, like really, really cool.
It's
And,
a really fun game. It would be a great game for if to like stream a playthrough of, just because it's as a game. Obviously, it's a bit dated, but in terms of gameplay and the stuff to do in it, and all the characters you meet and the ways that you could play it, it's just like it's a super fun game with all sorts of stuff to do. And the story aspects and the characters that you meet and a lot of the dialogue is just super memorable, and it's just
The few video
really good
games
game.
I've played.
I've been
And you were
playing.
30 years of playing video
True. That's true. Oh,
30
we got
years, that's a
jokes this
long time.
episode, people.
So, back to the thing we're supposed to be talking
Yay.
about. We get the next
Yay.
chunk of the movie, which is a little bit different. We temporarily forget, I would say, that we are supposed to be solving a murder, and instead we become very interested in solving a completely different mystery about the apple of Eve, Eve's apple. What is it? Where is it? Where is all the wealth? So, because Wix did not tell Sai where the wealth was hidden. So Sai figures it was just in a Swiss bank account somewhere. So he's here to look for the records, and he says, Martha files everything, so it must be here. Nobody seems to think it might be worth asking Martha, because that would be inconvenient. So the only clue they have is Eve's apple will be restored to the tree. That is all they've got to go on. Vera gets her last meaningful contribution to the story when she says, I wouldn't tell you where it was even if I knew, because of the horrible palm bitterness Bible quote, you fucking child. And then Sai tries to bribe Blanc and Judd into helping him. They say, nah, he fucks off. And then they go to the big expensive Fabergé box, which has a plastic Jesus in it, and they find nothing. The Fabergé box is going to be kind of important later. In a way that, because like Blanc later sort of presents it as though he always knew this was something worth paying attention to, except that it kind of wasn't, because he's here now looking at it, trying to find out why it's important and doesn't. So
Didn't mention it at the time. You'd think
He
he would
did
have
not.
acted differently, or he would have said something, or hey, where is the massive jewel that used to be here on this little pillow?
it's the mystery. Quite obviously, a
Ooh.
massive jewel used to be there, because there's still a huge dent in the pillow. But just by happen chance, because all plot progression in this movie comes by accident, Judd goes to file the form that the machinery guy gave him earlier. And he just glances at it and happens to note that the date printed on it for getting the machinery in to open the tomb was wrong. It was ordered a week before Wicks died, so now they have to call the place that has the machinery to figure out who placed the order, because if they figure out who placed the order before Wicks died, then maybe they can figure out who killed him. And the movie here does kind of an emotional tonal shift, I suppose you could call it. The woman on the other side is like
with
comically,
Louise,
yeah, Louise. She's comically talkative, and to the point where like they're all getting really frustrated because she keeps not answering the question. And eventually she says, "The guy who knows isn't here. I will find out for you at some point." But then she stops and pauses and asks Judd to pray for her, and specifically to pray for her mother, I think it is, who is in hospital, severely ill. They had a fight, and now the woman is worried that the last words they shared were crosswords. So she wants him to pray for both of them. And Judge goes away from the investigation completely, switches back to priest mode, and sits on the phone with her for many hours, which I think in intent I quite liked.
I like the intent. I like the thought process behind it of like he needs like priest stuff to do, and it helps to give his character some like, God forbid, moral compass after he should have been excommunicated. But I mean, like it's something. It's like, oh, it's a thing.
What's crazy
especially
is
because it kind of comes out of nowhere.
he's pretty much like one of the best performances in this moment in the whole film, because nobody else gets to do anything really. And I totally buy it. The problem I have with this overall is not in the sense of like this is the important work that a priest can do for someone, right? That's good shit. But it's what happens as a result of this. It convinces him, and it seems to be the film's fucking point of view too, that the murder investigation isn't relevant. It isn't pointed. It isn't important. What's important is looking out for people and trying to help broken people recover themselves. And it's like,
This
huh?
shit's bizarre.
What the fuck are
Like,
you
why
talking
would you
about?
think
Like,
this? A man was murdered, and like
the movie's
there's a
forgotten-
killer on the loose, and like
It's not just
the
that, though,
wrong
right?
person might be captured or
It's the
arrested.
wrong. So the double problem is that we're introduced, and the reason Judd gets involved in this to begin with is that he fears that his life as a priest is going to be taken away from him because he will be wrongfully accused and probably convicted of a murder. So you've got his innocence on the line, but you've also got his life and his calling as a priest on the line. And yet here he's saying, he actually tells Blanc at one point, this is just a game. This is not what I'm supposed to do. I'm supposed to be a priest. But the whole reason you're here is to ensure that you can carry on doing that. So what gives? You can't stop this now and go back to a life that will end if you don't stop this.
it's just insane nonsense. You know what you could do? You could do both. You can actually be a priest and you can participate in the murder
Yeah,
investigation.
they're literally not in conflict in any way. If anything, you should consider it your moral duty that justice be done.
Well, this
you
whole
should.
nonsense of like you're treating it like a game when this is about it's just like I mean, Benoit Blanc's stupid, colorful language of presentation, which by the way did feel forced, and now we know why, is kind of adjacent to the fact that something real is happening anyway. Like the idea that you're going to dismiss it because of him being a goofy is just absolutely nuts. And you're being framed. You know this, right? Like, have you picked this up yet? Whatever.
I don't know. I guess we need some sort of conflict at this point in
Yeah,
the movie
well,
or something. So
This is going to eventually lead into putting him in a very important position at the right time. This is we're beginning that because this is all it's all going somewhere. Real good
It is.
stuff.
It's going somewhere fantastic. So
yay.
there's a big storm, and Martha turns up to shut up shop, and Blanc and Judd go to shut up the church. They have this argument on the way back, and Judd says he's had this road to Damascus moment where he realizes that exonerating himself is not important anymore. Reasons. And then so they have an argument, and eventually Blanc sort of gives in and says, you know what, no, you're right, this is my game, not yours. You go home, get some sleep. So he walks off on his own. And Blanc goes back to the church, and the police arrive just as this happens. And the sheriff has just now remembered that Blanc did not quite finish explaining the book when he was going through the methods in the book. He stopped at 3, there were 4.
Yeah,
So
she read it.
belatedly, she went and read it, and she
She went
learned.
and read the Hollow Man.
And I can't believe she didn't already know this, but it turns out that if a person has a period of time with a dead body in which no one else is looking at them, that is time in which stuff can happen that they do. And
I
so-
also learned this from a book. I didn't know it. Like it's just a matter of physics, I guess.
I learned it from a book. Do you remember? Do you know that
I do.
reference?
Faulty Towers.
I can speak English. Oh, good times.
That's a good show. I love that. I've
Yeah,
not
it
seen
is.
that in years. I need to
Some would
rewatch
say it's
that.
the best comedy show ever made. Some would say.
Some would say. So now it turns to the police are now after Judd, and the sheriff says is that how he did it? And Blanc, for reasons, just says yes, but I didn't tell you because I still needed the bigger picture. Blanc is shit, and I really hate
I
him.
feel
but
like there
he's
has
still-
to be consequences for this. Has he not just obstructed the investigation?
Yep.
Yeah.
By his own admission, he did it because he wasn't confident he had the big picture yet. But then she should ask, "What do you mean? What's the big picture? You've just told me he killed him."
What's funny?
So
He ranted Judd earlier for potentially shielding a killer, which is literally what he's just done. But the thing is, the writer's like, no, he hasn't, because he knows he's innocent. It's like, how? He knows.
How
How?
does he
he
actually?
knows.
just does.
And if he does
Because
know,
the
because he
script
just
knows.
does, why is he saying that he's guilty? If he knows that he isn't, why is he saying this?
Yes, he's now misleading an investigation as well as obstructing it. So
Yes.
that's two separate, very wrong things that he should not be doing. But he'll forget. At least it means we're all separated now. So Judd is going through the woods, and he's approaching groundskeeper Sam's house with the big old tomb, and he sees the tomb door, the Lazarus door, it falls open, and out of the tomb steps what looks like Wix. It seems to be Wix, and what seems to be Wix seems to go and seemingly attack Sam, and it
What?
takes him into the woods.
So, what does Ryan think that I'm supposed to think here? Because I know it's not Wix.
That's what he's meant
'Cause-
to. Well, so that's the thing. He's fucking with you because obviously, wake up, dead man, right? It's like, oh, we've been
boy,
setting
but-
up. This is the
But Wix is
impossible.
dead. He
Well,
he
yes,
was like
that's-
cartoonishly on a slab in the morgue and getting
No,
flipped
but
over
see,
and everything.
we're dealing with a
and-
religious thing, and this is sort of divine. It's providence. It's supernatural, and isn't that crazy?
Mhm.
I think that is
But, like,
actually
obviously
the point,
it's-
particularly with an upcoming lie that's about to be presented to the viewer, just an outright lie. By the way, this is insanely convenient. Feels like it's worth noting. He was just shambling out in the middle of the night at the fucking rainy, windy night and just fucking sees this. Sees it and interferes with it.
It's insane. It's
Yep,
just fucking
if he'd gone
insane.
any other route back, if he'd taken any amount of time longer, he would not have been there. He would not have seen it. But he was, and he did. So that's how writing works. And it does want you to think that, yeah, this could really, really, really genuinely be Wix, because at the moment we do not know that they have pulled a fast one on themselves, and nobody else has noticed this either. And we'll get to the body in a moment. But for now, obviously, he sees Wix seemingly attack Sam and take him into the woods, and he runs in after them. It's really dark, and then he suddenly gets twatted by a fist, which he did not see coming, even though later we see that he absolutely saw it coming.
They do the thing of you can't see it for shit, and then suddenly it's extremely well lit. You're like, interesting how everything works,
Crazy.
Ryan.
And then Ryan lies to you.
Yep,
As per usual.
frequently. So he sort of dips in and out of consciousness, and he has visions of Wix, who seems now to be alive.
This is fake. This is
fake.
bullshit. It's not
Yep.
Wix. But at
It is
this
not.
current time, you might think it is through any number of crazy shenanigans. Because, who fucking knows when it comes to a Rian Johnson film. But, again, this feels like bullshit.
And in these visions, he's holding a knife, which I don't think he was when he ran into the woods.
He wasn't. Well, we
so-
definitely know that he isn't.
The answer to this
when he
genuinely
wakes up.
is everything you see in the sequence with the flashing lights is made up. It's in his head. None of that happened.
Yep.
Yeah.
And I think even Ryan would say, yeah, of course. And I'm like, okay, bud, just I don't know why you keep doing this, where you think you're clever for showing us stuff and then being like, that didn't actually happen at all. Like, okay. The recontextualization is one thing, but just outright showing things that just didn't happen. Did this in Glass Onion as well.
In this genre in particular, it's especially annoying.
It is, but it's almost less forgivable because this is going to go and dictate subsequent actions by Judd, which make no sense. So in his dream visions, he sees himself holding a knife, and he sees himself going to stab Wix. But then he sort of wakes up. And then he wakes up and he finds himself lying on the floor, and he's holding the handle of a big fucking sickle thing, which is embedded in poor dead Sam the groundkeeper.
Mm-hmm.
So what we're expected to believe that he believes is that he genuinely did go into the woods and stab a guy, and then wake up having stabbed the guy, because he will, after this, go and act as if he's the one who killed Sam, when it's obvious to everyone that he didn't, because he was unconscious. But he thinks he's guilty. Don't quite know how or why, and it won't lead anywhere either, as always, but that's what the movie wants you to believe, because he's going to try and turn himself in on multiple occasions. No sense has been made.
Nope.
But immediately, because they knew exactly where he was going, obviously, so Blanc and the cops just trace him, and they arrive right behind him. They find him at night through the woods, doesn't matter, but he runs off before they can reach him, and they decide, now we're not going to chase him, even though we now think he's a multiple murderer. We're going to leave him, and we're going to go back to the tomb, where they go in, and they see that Wix's coffin, it's definitely lying open. And the sheriff says, this is weird. People can't just come back to life. This must be some Scooby-Doo shit.
this is
That's
Blanc
not gonna-
says, Scooby-Dooby-Doo.
quite a peculiar
Yeah.
occurrence.
Dooby dooby doo.
Where are you?
Scooby-Dooby-Doo.
Something, something.
Well, much like Scooby Doo, the person who's behind it all is obvious, and we see him at the beginning of
You
of
know,
the episode. So
the Scooby-Doo movie from the 2000s is a better whodunit than this.
Oh yeah,
I'd much rather watch Scooby Doo 2000.
yeah. That
When
was
you
made by
find
that
out
guy
it's,
who makes good films. You know that guy? That one. He totally makes good films. Still, that one guy. Gunn.
Wow. I mean, who wrote it? Who directed that one?
I thought he did direct it.
No, I thought he just wrote it. I thought the Scooby-Doo movie was directed by someone else.
Well, his writing
let's
skills
find
have still
out.
collapsed as well.
It was directed by a guy called Raja Gosnell. That's who, and James
Raj
Gunn
Al
wrote it.
Ghul.
Famed director of Big Mama's House.
Oh,
Oh, yeah.
That was a good one too. That was a
And
good one.
Home Alone 3 and 2 Smurfs movies.
What
All right.
How many
CV
Smurfs
that
movies
is.
are there?
Well, there's a few now, right? Because they were like two, because there was that Smurfs movie that came out like I want to say like 15 years ago. I think they made a sequel, and then they recently made one, right, where Rihanna was Smurfette.
Hmm.
I think you just made
And
that
then there
up.
was
I
another
don't
one,
think-
wasn't
I
there?
don't think that's
No,
real.
I'm pretty sure
They,
that's true, right?
Friggy, did you see that they finally give Maggie a voice? And it's Lindsay Lohan.
Okay. Well, it's funny. Finally gave her a voice. I mean, Maggie has spoken before.
No,
Just
like
off of Nancy
the
Cartwright
I mean the
doing the
memes
voice.
in the future parts where they don't let like they always say like
Right.
they always interrupt her or they say she's got something wrong.
Well, yeah, because that's a fun thing to do. That
she's
Maggie
Lindsay
just
Lohan
never
now.
speaks in that whatever. Okay. Any time that I'm reminded of what's going on with modern Simpsons, it's like a dagger to my heart. I saw. Have you guys out there seen the Ella McKay Simpsons promotional
so bad.
shorts that they've been doing? The
Oh,
Ella
yeah.
McKay challenge, where you need to stand on one foot and like have the other leg sort of up in the air, and you try to reach down for it, like in the poster. It's pretty annoying. It's so annoying that I might not even watch that movie now. And I was thinking about it before, but now I'm not so sure because of all of that.
So,
Oh.
outside the tomb, we find Martha. Martha is ecstatic because she believes that she doesn't believe he's come back to life. She believes her plan has come to fruition. The sheriff orders a perimeter. This is when the cameras on Sam's house become suddenly relevant because one of the cops says, "Hey, there's cameras on that house," and she says, "Okay, they're relevant. Go and check them." They are motion detected, so they'll capture all of the footage. But then she says that the groundskeeper is dead, and Martha overhears this, and she goes from being ecstatic to being extremely unhappy, as you would be if you found out that your husband had been killed. And she is grief-stricken, and she runs into the grotto and finds his body. And she's very sad, but we don't really spend much time with her doing this, because in the woods elsewhere, no one's chasing him. Judd receives a call from Louise, is it, the woman from earlier, on the phone, and she tells him she checked the order for him. The construction equipment that was ordered a week before Wicks died was ordered by Wicks himself, and then he gets jump scared by another Wicks vision for no particular reason. And
Well,
so now
it's
we
because
know.
the tree kind of looks sort of like
Face-ish.
like a face-ish, like
It's just
sort of
another
kinda
fake
like
out of like,
face a
oh.
little bit.
I thought it was kind of funny. I was like, what time is it? Is she rigging him at like 2 a.m. or some shit? What like
I think
does anyone
so.
know when this is taking place? Because it eventually
No,
gets
I
to
forgot to
early
check.
morning.
It's got to be early morning on Sunday. It has to be because of the,
Like, we passed through the whole
parallels.
night in this series of events, so what? Like, why is she ringing him? And the answer is obviously because, well, we need it plot-wise. Right?
Yeah,
Okay.
we need it at this moment
also-
at like 3 a.m.
It's a little bit strange that after everything that's just happened to him, he runs through the forest, he's covered in mud, he thinks he's killed a man, he might be seeing apparitions of dead people, and then he looks at his phone and it has Louise's name, and he's like, well, I gotta take this.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, got to go back into that game I said I wasn't playing anymore because I have to save my own career as a priest.
I'm like, oh yeah, I told her to call me if she found out that thing. When it sounds like he didn't even remember the reason why she was calling him, which makes it even weirder that he would just take a call from Louise at this time, let alone anybody. Like, I feel like if I got called at this point, I'm like, I'm not talking to anybody right now. I need some alone time.
The really odd irony here is it feels to me if I didn't know better, that Ryan was trying to kind of sort of argue here, like his interest in taking care of her as a priest actually led to getting the most important piece of the murder mystery faster than he would have gotten otherwise. I'm just like, you're the one that said that doing the murder mystery was like immoral compared to like to what a priest should be doing. I don't know what do you want me to do with this?
Nothing, I think, is the answer. Just he did a good deed, so good deeds come to those who do them, even if they don't want them because they've changed their minds. Everybody else starts getting calls, and everybody else is still awake at this time.
This is
telling
such
them about the great news.
This is such a reminder of like, by the way, other characters exist in this film, and you're like, huh?
Yeah. Remember the writer guy? He was cool. What about Wheels? She was also really cool.
Yeah.
So
Oh my goodness.
they're
It's
all
okay
told
because she's only an actress.
she's only an actress. So they all go to the tomb to hear the good news. The only departure from this is the doctor. The doctor gets a call, but he also hears somebody banging on his door, and he goes to his door and he opens his door, but we don't see who's at his door because we see from behind him, and we can't see whoever it might be.
Ooh.
He says to them, "Praise be, it's accomplished." Very suspicious choice of words. I wonder if he was in on it, as I concluded that he was a long time ago. Back at the police station, they get the footage from the cameras. The cameras show what looks to be Wicks walking out of the tomb into the woods with what looks like it's Sam. And then they see Judd arriving after them, and they find Judd's prints on the sickle that was used to kill Sam. And this seems damning, so Blanc goes downstairs, and who should walk into the station at this precise moment? Why, it's Judd. And he has forgotten the information he just retrieved. So now he's come to turn himself in, except that no police person in this entire police station sees him walk through the door, even though he's murder suspect number one in multiple murders at this point.
It's pathetic, Ryan.
Yep.
It's so pathetic. And as you just said, it's like this is the one time where he might have been invigorated to not turn himself in. Turns himself in, okay. But he gets in right at the moment that he's seen by another character that could have seen him at any other... like if he had moved out earlier or later, would not have seen him in time. And then him getting captured cancels out all of their, like, expeditions. But where Blanc intends to go... Like, correct me if I'm wrong. Why does he need Judd? Why wouldn't he need the sheriff instead?
He needs Judd because Judd is the protagonist.
What's the point in bringing...
He believes that he's innocent.
And that's the other thing. It's just like, just drop him in jail for now, okay? I know that you have the omniscience and everything, but let's just entertain for a second that maybe he did something wrong at some point. Maybe. Kind of like you did, Mr. Amazing Detective. And then, of course, on your hunch of the doctor's house, if you think, catastrophically, there might even be a murder at this house or some great revelation, shouldn't you be telling the police?
You should.
Why are you taking the prime suspect to a murder scene? What is this man? What is he doing?
If you went back through the events of this movie, the police would probably have quite good cause to believe that not only was Judd the killer, but actually Blanc is his accomplice.
Yes.
Like he's acting
100%.
so suspiciously that he could well be covering up murder details.
Well, and if you actually went through
really
his history...
interested in this case.
If you went, wait a minute,
Showed
Benoit
up.
Blanc, has he got a history of this? It's like, well, there was this one case where he was like on an island and encouraged the prime suspect, fake twin death, fake blah blah blah, to explode the entire place and destroy the Mona Lisa. Also, in Knives Out, he like protected what was also the main suspect the entire time until he felt like he'd proven something. Basically, like he's just pretty suspicious. He's a wacky fella. He just doesn't play by the rules, and somehow it always works out. You know, this film can't even exist with the events at the end of Glass Onion. Like, he'd be in jail.
He does have, plausibly linked to the destruction of a massive private
gave her the
facility and the Mona Lisa.
Like, the prompt to blow up the place, right? He, like, encouraged her to do it.
Yeah, he did. He gave her a little piece of whatever it was called.
Explodinite.
Dude, that was an unreal ending, that the protagonist is there trying to destroy one of the most important pieces of art, like, ever made in human history, while the fucking villain is trying to stop her from doing it. That is unreal.
One of the worst movies ever made.
Yeah,
it is.
Really shockingly bad. Funny, though. So there is that. So the Judd and Blanc turn up at the doctor's house, but the door is open, and inside they see what seems to be signs of a struggle.
But no signs of a path being carved by a dead body being dragged through all of the shit that's strewn about on the ground.
Notably, no, there is no sign of a body
curious.
being dragged. That must mean it never happened. That can't possibly have been the case. So they follow the destruction and they go down into the basement where they notice a disgusting smell. In the basement, I fuck it, why not? Yeah, I'll just say it. So Doctor Guy, he just has an acid bath. He has a bath full of acid. I don't know why. I don't know what he would possibly use this for in his daily life, but he has one. And there is the corpse of Wix bending over the bath with its hands in the acid, seemingly reaching down to drown somebody else.
So presumably he ordered... Well, actually, I don't really know how the timeline works here. I don't know why he would have this bath in and of itself, but of course, he was supposed to get rid of Wix's body originally.
That's what the bath is meant to be for.
But did he order
Yeah.
the thing for me was just... Is it not incredibly suspicious that he would have ordered the
He would have
supplies
ordered a vat
equivalent?
of acid.
Yeah, he's, like what? And again,
You just
by
go
the
to
way,
Acids R Us and pick them up. It's actually not.
Remember,
there's nothing strange about this at all.
Wix's death is by design suspicious, and all of the main people in that room, any fucking detective worth their salt would just be like, "So I'm gonna do a quick inspection of all your houses in case there's evidence
you
of."
recently bought a vat of acid?
Yeah, and then of course you go to his basement. You're like, "Why have you
That's
melted
unrelated.
a body?"
What?
It's for medicinal purposes.
It's insane. It's absolute fucking nonsense. And of course, you'd be like, well, what else is he going to do? He has to hide a body. It's like, dig a hole in the forest.
Well, and the best part is because you'd be like, oh, but it's acid. It's like, yes, acid that leaves the fucking skeleton behind. So,
What's the
like, it's
point of
kind
the
of...
acid
And
at
also,
that
you have to
point?
deal with the acid and buying the acid.
You've got
You probably already have a shovel. Everyone has a
two
shovel.
able-bodied men are a part of this insane plan. Just dig a fucking hole, 6 feet, toss him in, cover it up in the woods. It
Yeah,
would
a
probably
deep
actually
grave.
be way better than the vat of acid in your basement.
Why are we adding so many variables and complications and paper trails to
And we
this
haven't even
cartoonish
gotten-
method of body disposal?
I haven't even gotten to the main way they convoluted the fuck out of this. It's going to be funny to talk about when we get there.
You really
Yeah.
half-acided it, you know?
Ah.
Ah! Oh,
So it's already a little bit strange. The vat of acid, strange. The smell, strange. General
vat of
staging,
acid. You just
strange.
saying that, it's amusing.
I know. Wix being here, strange. The fact that he's dead, very strange. Because he seemingly has, if you believe whatever set dressing they were going for, did they want someone to believe that he had stuck somebody in the acid and accidentally burned his own hands off and died? But that's quite obviously not what happened because he's been dead for ages. Because
So
actually,
that's-
the Wix they thought was the Wix is not the real Wix at all. That's the twist.
Yeah, if we want, we can deal with that when we get the explained motivation for why all of that was set the way it was. But you've already highlighted one of the major reasons why it wouldn't work. But I guess everyone in this fucking town is stupid. They don't understand why all their plans wouldn't work.
They don't, and didn't account either for the fact that the doctor has a very obvious identifying ring on his finger. So when they drain the tank of its huge, disgusting, smelly green acid, they find the skeleton, but they also
Oh.
find the ring on his finger.
By
Where
the
does
way,
acid go?
you can't just fucking... That's evidence, Benoit. You moron.
You messed with the crime
and
scene.
and
Yep.
he's putting his hands on the handles, the doors, the fucking tap. It's just like, your fingerprints are all over the crime scene and you're tampering with it, you fucking idiot. And you're with the prime suspect, letting him walk around.
Yeah.
How is
And
this...
you're in
Ah,
the
dear.
basement of a. Oh, it's just like, what is this?
I mean,
What
really,
what
the
will the police
circumstances
think
here-
realistically when they show up?
You could have done all this. You two were there on your own with the vat of acid and the two dead bodies for some amount of time.
And you've been palling
know?
around for days in secret.
And he's already
Looking at clues or doing
suspicious.
whatever.
She highlighted he didn't highlight the fourth way so that he could protect the suspect, and then of course once again hiding him again because he said, I have no idea where he is, and then literally is with him minutes later. And of course you'd be like, well then you must have known. You'd be like, no, I happened to bump into him, and the police fucking it's like, no, you didn't. It's like, no, he actually did, but I understand why you wouldn't believe that.
It's so
A little bit of,
extremely suspicious.
A little bit of self-awareness as to how you look to outsiders when you're doing things kind of is like it's good for characters. You know, it shows that you're not completely stupid. At least you understand how bad this looks, surely.
It's just something I miss in sort of mainstream high budget shit that relates to any kind of job just is never conducted competently, and it's really annoying if it's just the basic shit. Like even him wearing gloves in this scene would increase its quality significantly, but we can't even do that.
We cannot. But on top of all of that, Blanc looks over, he finds the doctor's bag. He sees inside this bag a powerful tranquilizer, and this is enough for him. He's figured everything out, so he calls the police and says it's finished. Judd then goes to turn himself in anyway, saying he killed Samson, which he didn't, and says that he has to do this of his own free will, or else it's not going to mean anything. And this is an incredibly important line for staging reasons later, because it makes Blanc do something incredibly bizarre. But for reasons of symbolism, we have to do this at the church. So
Yeah.
Judd goes back to church.
Which wouldn't happen.
No,
he has to
you would
cross
ju-
through the police to get here when he's like a super hyper mega Death Star fucking suspect. He'd be captured immediately. They'd be tackling him.
Well, there should already have been a fucking manhunt for him
Yeah.
for hours at this point. And Blanc calling and saying, yeah, I'm with him and it's over and we're here, would be told, keep him there while we come to arrest him, not let him wander back to the church, because he might run off for all they know. But it's time to wrap up the film, so they're not thinking, and neither are we.
God.
So we get back, and Judd confesses to murdering the guy in the boxing ring several years ago. He says he did it in a moment of fear and rage, and that moment captured him again earlier, but then he's interrupted by Benoit Blanc playing the organ.
It's very annoying and
Yeah.
loud, and I didn't like it.
And he
He's so
apologizes for the
theatrical, that
theatrics.
Benoit.
But it's
We love
supposed to
him.
be loud. Get some media literacy.
True.
You just
got
hate
me.
it because it's making fun of you.
Yeah. We know
Loud organ
how much you
music.
like playing the
Very
organ.
offensive. Yeah.
And so Benoit Blanc is now trying to stop these proceedings, having agreed to go along with them. Then they try to ignore him, so he runs up into the pulpit and he does a massive fucking preacher impression, and everyone just sits down to listen to him, because that's what you do.
Now,
The man-
now we're gonna listen to you.
Sounds southern, and he's at a pulpit. You sit down and you listen, even if you're in the process of arresting someone for multiple murders. This is what you do.
Something I
It's
enjoy
it's
about
an American
the
tradition.
framing is they deliberately show everybody taking a seat except for Rain. They just show her kind of wheeling forward a little bit.
She's already in a seat. Yeah.
Kind of funny.
Yeah.
So this is the bit where all of the big explanation stuff, all of the crazy events of the preceding multiple hours start getting tied together. So let's begin with Wix's murder. As Benoit Blanc explains, he wasn't dead when he collapsed in the cupboard. Rather, his hip flask had been spiked with the tranquilizer that he found in the doctor's bag. The knife in his back was the red devil head that was sewn onto his cloak by, as yet, persons unknown. It only looked like he'd been stabbed because that devil head had a blood capsule in it, which was triggered by an RF remote.
This is insane.
Yep. But then,
How could you have possibly
How
known
could you
any of
possibly
this?
have done that? Remember how I said it could have been a wizard that cast a spell? Looks like we're nearly there.
It basically is.
but then you see
We're not even halfway there yet.
we're not,
It's
because
so
there's a
much-
twist. Because it turns out that he was then actually stabbed with a second identical devil head from the other lamp in the pub, and he was stabbed by the
From the other
doctor
lamp in the pub.
while Martha was distracting everyone with her hysterics. So the doctor, Jesus,
Insanity.
This is very serious.
So
the reason the
Yeah, go.
doctor went in first to try to take the thing out, the reason he stopped Judd from removing the thing was that he was secretly going in to try and remove the flask, but he couldn't have known that Judd had already spotted the flask and hidden the flask to prevent the truth of fucking what's his name's drinking from getting out. And Judd quite correctly says, why? Why any of this? Why all of this insanely elaborate theatrical bullshit? The doctor killed Wix, okay, but then who killed the doctor? And then Blanc gives this spiel about he had to become a believer in all of his soul in the myth of the church to understand the motives of the killers. He had to believe like they believed in justice for the holy, vengeance for the wicked. And he says, it's time for my final checkmate over the mysteries of faith. And then more excellent cinematography, that's a word, cinematography, as he pauses and looks at the window as the light of heaven shines down upon him from somewhere, as he has his own Damascus moment. And he says, shit, I can't solve the case. So, I mean, I don't know, do we want to pause at this moment to cover the case so far?
Do you want to do the
or-
whole thing, and then we'll go through piece by piece? Because I think it's better if we have
Okay.
everything.
Okay, we'll get everything, and we'll have to try and remember the beginning bits by the time we reach the end of it. So, Sai is recording all of this. The police don't mind that he's recording all of this. He runs off with this recording because Benoit Blanc, the famous Benoit Blanc, has admitted he can't solve a case, therefore it must have been a miracle. The cellist woman, she says, are you just saying this to spare our faith? I need the truth, she says. The writer, for some reason, asks him to blurb his book, and he says no. The sheriff sends everybody out, and then you find like Sai is already shilling his YouTube channel to the media, etc. But then it turns out that Blanc could solve the case because he still doesn't believe in God. He, in fact, just did this because he was inspired by Judd's example to have grace for his enemy, grace for the broken, grace for those who deserve it the least but who need it the most, grace for the guilty. And who should walk in at this precise moment to confess her many sins but Martha?
Glenn
Because it
Close.
turns out that Martha was behind it all.
No
Who
way.
saw this coming?
What?
I know. And she could have
And
just walked off at this point
I'm
and been
in
fine. but-
shock.
Mm.
I can't speak.
So
Damn it,
she
Martha.
says that she told herself that she was doing this with pure intent, but really it started with a lie. Back in time we go.
Yay.
Yay.
Remember that whole scene we were told about? Time to forget that and relive a new one.
Here's what really
Uh-huh.
happened.
Yes, here is what really happened at Prentice's final communion when he swallowed the massive lethal diamond. He shows Martha Eve's apple. It is the giant diamond. He does indeed swallow it because he wants to shield the world from it, and swallowing it is the best way to do this.
It's
Reasons?
one way to do it, I guess.
Could have just
Like,
fucking buried it in
except
an
for when they
unmarked grave.
It's still
Get
so
it from
stupid.
your, except when they get it from your
Traded
corpse
it.
and
Yep.
Could have
Yeah.
traded it for money and given the money to the poor because you're
Yeah.
a priest and that's what they
Send it to
no,
the
he has to
Vatican
commit
Bank.
suicide
Nothing
in front
comes
of
out
this little
there.
girl.
He's very good at this. Just like the fundamental sort of all the stories built on this jewel being inside his body, and it's like, but it wouldn't be. And Ryan's like, huh? Like they would have gotten it with the autopsy, and he's like, huh?
Yep,
And you're
they
like,
would.
it reminds me of
The
Looper,
autopsy, when
where it's
someone
like
dies, it's what they do.
Looper's whole world is based on you can't kill people in the future, so you have to send them back in time to kill them, and then everything goes wrong because someone dies in the future. And you're like, wait, you
Yep.
just, but
The whole
you
movie
just
is
just-
predicated on something that he said was impossible. He just can't help but do
can't
it.
help himself.
So he does indeed take the jewel to his grave. Martha promises him that he will protect the secret forever. Grace, remember Grace? She knows her fancy brands. This was set up because she's a whore and whores know fancy things. So they can recognize Fabergé boxes that cost multiple tens of thousands of dollars. And she knows that they wouldn't just put a cheap plastic Jesus in a Fabergé box. So though she didn't know where the diamond was hidden, she knew it was hidden. So that's the reason she was ransacking the church at the beginning of the movie. It wasn't demonic
I think-
possession. It was
It
she was
was
looking for the
greed.
diamond.
It was she was trying to get
They
money.
imply she didn't
Yes.
desecrate the church in anger. She was just trying to get what was owed to her. It's like by desecrating the
so
church.
She desecrated it to get
So
money.
She didn't search neatly.
Yeah, it's bizarre.
Like, what does that have to do with anything? Why
Like,
did she
it
tear
doesn't
everything
matter
up
what
like
her
a fucking
motivation
barbarian?
was. She desecrated the church. It's just that she did it for money now instead.
Mhm.
Money
Which makes
that
her
I
a
guess
good
she's
person.
entitled to by virtue of the fact that she's his daughter, even though he is in a position to kind of do whatever he wants with that shit.
It's also really funny the way it's presented when we see the version that actually happened. Right, there's no giant like demonic red light behind her when she comes into the church,
No,
but
there
then she
isn't.
It's
immediately
just a
does
green
all
light
the
for
same
money.
I guess-
things.
and greed.
I guess again, you want to complete the story so we go point by point.
Yeah.
Hold on, but really quick, I just there's no red light behind her, but then it immediately cuts to her doing all the same things. So she's still destroying the tabernacle. She's still destroying the
But
cross
for
up on the wall.
justice.
This time because she really wants money that's not
Yes.
hers.
Money, not
So-
demonic possession. Because money is important.
No one has ever been possessed by greed. What are you talking about?
No.
It's so fucking bad, but yes, carry on.
It is. So
Okay, hang on.
then we get the scene where obviously we remember little Martha as she leans in and whispers something. And in Martha's original telling, what she leaned in and whispered was, "Oh, you'll be forgiven by the grace of God." Well, turns out not quite that. So she leans in and says, I know where he hid the jewel, and you'll never find it, you harlot whore. And it turns out that's the reason Grace starts punching her, because she's a
Oh!
You
bitch.
see? Justified.
Oh, I see.
She beat the child because
Okay.
of she
Now-
wants money.
Because she said something mean. And because she was doing the Tyler Durden, whoa, and she was getting hit, so it's okay now.
What the
just
fuck?
so
Like,
wonderful.
what
What are
is
you
this? I was
doing?
so confused. I was like, wait, this is not good recontextual. Like, she still beat a child. What do you mean, Ryan?
She
I mean,
did it for money now.
Yeah, what is happening?
And like, it's not like slapping her or belting her. Even it's like full on
Oh,
punches to the
punching.
face. It's just like, okay. It's
Yeah.
weird, man, and she's pretty young.
Oh, and also, she the lady, she still just died from an aneurysm. I suppose
Yeah,
is
there's
what way to
no
conclude
reveal.
That bit
She
never
just-
changes.
There's
Yeah.
no
it really
reveal.
was an aneurysm. She was so
She's still
fucking
just-
greedy.
You'd think they would have
She
incorporated
died.
that God smite her down. You'd think they would have that in there, you know, as an
Well, it
interpretation or
can't be
something.
that because something that's worth noting is that good old Judd is like, oh, that poor woman. The film has a stance, which is that
No,
oh,
no,
man,
no, no, no.
poor
I'm not saying
whatever
that
it
that would be what happened. I'm saying that's what like Wicks would say, like the harlot whore. She was fucking taken down by God himself, and then the reveal would be that he poisoned her or something, right?
Yeah, but instead it is just like no, she did just drop.
She just
dead,
dropped
basically,
dead.
For
It's
no
bizarre.
seeming reason.
Yeah, it was
to
a
me, it's
purely
just
secular,
Rian Johnson was like,
convenient death.
I need her out of the story, but I don't know what to do. She just died.
Maybe the aneurysm also explains her erratic behavior, so she's not morally culpable for being a greedy psychopath. It's actually just the
Ooh.
brain goo is fucking
I
with
mean,
her.
that's pity in a can right there.
She's just disabled again. There's two of them. But then Grace carries on this story. She says she kept the secret for 60 years until Father Judd showed up. So this is the bit where, because he challenged her about Wicks and dared her to confess to prove she wasn't afraid of him. So
Yep.
she did.
This is where we find out the entire
secret
film
she's kept
happens
for
because of that.
60 years was just sacrificed on a bet.
Yep.
Absolute nonsense. So but then she says, I did confess, but to the wrong priest. Okay. When did you... But she hasn't realized he's the wrong priest yet, because that comes next.
But also,
So-
he is still the wrong priest because you might just disclose what you said to him in
Yeah.
confidence.
Ooh,
just
yeah.
You'll
pretty
just like,
readily.
oh, man.
Well, this is the scene where he's like, please, carry on, keep going, keep explaining
Please
more
continue
things.
to
Go.
say things that will exonerate. Like, yeah. Wow, what a selfless guy.
It's also the thing that confirms that, yeah, she told him about this, and then Wicks did nothing with this knowledge for months. When he could have, at any point, tried to get that tomb open and run off with it, but
Well,
didn't
like I told
because
you,
it wouldn't have been
It
theatrical
is
enough. It has to do Easter.
basically tapped open from the inside to the point where, as Rags mentioned, a plunger might just do it, Wicks.
Yeah.
And I don't think Wicks cares about damaging the door.
That would have been a funny noise that it made if it tried to use a plunger.
Having not sufficiently incriminated herself yet, yes, she is indeed encouraged to carry on. So then she continues, and she says she was tipped over the edge by that meeting in which Cy was revealed to be Wicks's illegitimate son. She says she could accept that he'd been like infidelitus. She could accept that he was not perfect. But then it became clear that things were much bigger and worse because he was embracing what she says is that terrible boy, and she suspected foul play. So because Cy, who is like barely a character, is in it and is evil and they don't like him, this is what causes her to piece together that, oh, they must be planning together to steal the jewel and abscond with all of the money. So then she calls the construction company to confirm that Wicks has ordered a crew to turn up so he can steal the diamond for greed and his lust for power. Then if he gets it, she says the church would fall, and this would mean that she would have failed to promise, like she would have failed to uphold her promise to Prentice to protect the diamond, which she's already failed to do by divulging its whereabouts to a dick. So,
Yep.
good stuff,
Yep.
Martha.
Hence
Then,
the plan.
And hence the plan, because we've not even got onto the plan yet. This is just the setup for the plan. The plan is that
Plan for the
unless she
plan.
can steal the jewel first and get rid of it forever, whilst at the same time raising Wicks up as a Christ-like symbol and saving her church, like that's it. Really. That's her two motives. She doesn't just want to save the diamond. She wants to do it in a way that turns him into a Christ figure and redeems the church that she's a member of. It must be a holy, but unsolvable mystery. A wholly unsolvable mystery, if you will. Haha. So then she goes to the
You
doctor.
did this.
Yeah, Hugh did this. So much simpler than the thing we actually got.
You did this.
So she goes to the doctor. She goes to the doctor because she thought he was weak, but that he would be willing to help. From him, she gets the tranquilizer. She also enlists her husband, and her husband's in on this because he's just nice and does everything for her. He made the coffins. Then at some point, they do a body switch, which is quite funny because they don't look that much alike, and apparently nobody noticed. It wasn't Wix's body in the coffin at the wake. It was Samson's body in the coffin at the wake.
And he
Even when
agrees.
everyone was in the same room.
If you remember the
The
key
only
information, I would do anything for her. This includes the most insane shit, like pretending to be a dead person or being involved in a fucking murder. Like, he's just like, yep, I'll do anything. Like, oh, okay.
Everything.
Remember, he's the
everything
nicest
for her.
person ever.
He is, yeah. And he's willing
love
to go
that
along in
they-
this vile conspiracy.
I love that they put a wig on him and nothing else.
They
It's the
haven't changed
funniest
beard.
shit.
His
Nobody's
beard
buying
is
that.
Nothing like.
And
Wix's
Ryan had to be
beard.
like, I guess nobody looked at that point. You're like, wow, that's fucking lucky.
But they were all in the room. They all had the wake. Fucking Martha was like over his coffin saying, you will come back. And everyone else was in the fucking room with her. But no, nobody spotted that this obvious swap had taken place. So on the fateful night, the night in question, Samson is given a signal via phone from the doctor outside the tomb to tell him that it's right. Now is the time. Samson gets out of the coffin. He gets the diamond from the stomach of Lord Tali's corpse. Then he opens the Lazarus door. Outside, he meets the doctor. The doctor is the doctor is disguised as Samson. So Samson is disguised as Wix. The doctor is
And it's all on
disguised as
camera.
Samson. They've arranged for it all to be on camera, so their story will be believable. And it was all going according to plan.
That's so funny. Like, yes, this would be believable. It's like, no, everybody would just be like, oh, well, that's bullshit.
Oh, yeah,
then.
it's someone else. Yeah, it's someone else.
Yeah,
the,
that's
someone
the
else
doctor, the
that you
footage,
put in
or
there.
where
Yeah.
some footage has been omitted because here's the thing: Wix is dead. There was an autopsy. He was stabbed. They took his guts out. Like he's very, very dead.
Well, any basic forensic work inside the coffin would reveal that a body that did not belong to Wix was in that coffin because he probably left skin particles and hair everywhere. But we don't do forensics in this show. Then the plan progresses. The plan then was for the doctor, who somehow procures Wix's body. I do not know how he got this or how nobody noticed it, but he did. He was going to take that away and drop it into the acid bath that he just has.
Yep.
He keeps it for this
We all
sort of
have an
occasion.
acid
Just in
bath.
case.
We all have an acid.
Yes.
And like I said,
If
if
your
he had
doctor
ordered it
doesn't have
recently,
an
that would be
ice coat for
incredibly
mine.
suspicious, but it's fine.
Mm-hmm. And then afterwards, the plan was the next day, Samson was supposed to tell everyone the words of faith that were imparted to him by the risen Wix before Wix ascended back to heaven like Jesus. And everyone would believe this story and the job would be done. Miracle. That's what it was. Needless to say,
And it would
went
be
wrong.
victimless as well. There would be no
Yeah.
victim of this.
Well, not counting
Not
Wix.
one. Not a single person would be implicated very specifically and on purpose as part of this crazy scheme.
Yeah, speaking of him, it all goes a little bit wrong when Judd showed up that one night, kind of. So Martha saw Samson's dead body, which obviously was not part of the plan.
What a
We
terrible
get to
coincidence
see
that he showed up,
the
too.
other reverse camera angle of when Judd gets punched, and so you can see how he can see them, but that didn't happen because filming. So now Martha realizes that something's gone wrong, and she knows roughly what's gone on. In fact, she knows quite specifically what's gone on. So she goes to pay the doctor a visit. She was the one who knocked on his door that night and told him that the miracle had been complete. So they go down to the basement together. Doctor hands her the diamond. He drops it. He bends down to pick it up. While he's doing this, she subtly goes and switches around 2 cups of tea on the table because she predicts that he's going to try and kill her as well. So he tells her, lying, that everything went according to plan.
How did he poison her? How did she see? Did she not see
He
him
had a
poison
hunch,
it?
basically. That's what we had left to conclude.
Yeah, I don't think she
because
sees him do it.
knew that he had killed Sandman. And she's like, oh, he'll probably use the poison on me, so I'll just switch the cups. It is that simple.
Yep.
It's a guess.
I hope he doesn't try and like stab me like he did him.
Yeah,
or
like
just
he
use
did
anything
him.
that isn't
okay,
poison.
Rag.
Yeah.
If you're gonna go up against someone like Hayden Church, he's a big guy, but that's the kind of person you take on physically. Glenn Close, you don't want to be taking her on physically. Holy shit, she will fuck you up. She's
She'll
actually
scratch
like
the fuck out of your eyeballs.
she's one of them
She'll
ancient
screech,
like.
she'll go.
Well,
And she'll fly through the air.
say, "I curse you, I curse you, I curse you," and you'll be having hallucinations.
No, that's what happens if you don't give me the stone. If you don't give it to me.
See, so you got to give it to her, but you got to poison it so she doesn't. And then she dies, and you're okay. So gotta be careful.
Wouldn't she have seen him poison the thing too?
No,
Like, how
no,
could he have done this without? Her knowledge?
You're giving it the whole point is she is concluded because she knows that he killed Sandman, that like he had already pre-poisoned her.
Yeah,
which is so funny.
He's pre-poisoned.
Like you said though, all he has to decide just randomly is like, I think I'm just gonna kill you regularly.
Yeah.
I don't see
I'm just
the-
gonna hit
Yeah.
you in the head with an object because you're an old woman.
Yep, I'm gonna push you down the stairs.
Also,
You'll-
by the way, you're playing with fire if you're going around pre-poisoning your drinks in the home. That's just asking for an accident, okay?
Well, it would be funny if she drank
Every
hers
day
after
you're playing
switching
the
them.
odds.
And she's still poisoned. She's like, what? And he's like, yeah, I poisoned both of them, and I was just not going to drink mine. You know, it kind of comes from the same thing.
It's
So,
like
you
that.
know.
It's almost the poison equivalent of that scene in Tucker and Dale versus Evil, where the guy points the gun at himself and is like, "Don't do that," and shoots himself in the head.
Because he's looking
You shouldn't be playing around like this.
go see if it's loaded.
It's
You
like
know.
Well, you know, the rules for gun safety, right? I assume that there would be an equivalent for poison.
Poison
but clearly,
safety.
Poison
Oh,
safety, yeah.
Always point
Jeremy
the
Renner
poison in a
is
safe
a-
direction. Yeah,
he's
yeah.
an incompetent drunk doctor, so I guess it makes
Keep
perfect
your
sense.
fingers off the poison until you're ready to drink. always assume the
Always
poison is
assume a
loaded.
drink is poisoned unless you prove it
Yeah.
otherwise.
Keep that poison pointed in a safe direction, damn it.
So then she says, well, I've been to the crypt and I know you're lying. So then he tells her the truth. And Martha explains that she underestimated the appeal of Eve's apple. She says the doctor, he wanted it for himself. I don't know how she didn't predict this, because it's a huge fucking diamond
Well,
worth tens of millions of dollars.
There's that, but there's
you know.
also all the motivation, and the entire movie's like, God, he wishes he could get back with his girlfriend if only he had the money. She liked it when he had money, and that's something. Wife, whatever. Just like, man, he seems pretty desperate for money. Isn't that something they're relying on too, like to motivate him?
Pretty much.
Because he seemed 100% on board with like Wick earlier.
Well,
Like,
it's
bizarrely so,
insane.
like in a
He
zealous
just-
sort of way.
He just randomly decides, like, actually, I'm just gonna kill Sandman. And you're like, oh. And then the way they cut to it, like, I don't know, he got his
It looks
sickle
odd,
and just
his sickle. Yeah.
the way he kills him is so weird, like the angle.
Yeah, like it's like to the side. It's a horizontal side stab. Good thing that thing was like super duper sharp at the tip too.
The thing is with Rian Johnson though, like I borderline when they show that is that like an approximation of what happened, or is that what happened? Because you never seem to know when you're telling us things that happened or not.
Is it truth time or are we still in
Yeah.
Lieville?
Is this just in her head as what she assumed happened? It's so weird, but whatever. Yeah, Sandman got killed by Hawkeye.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Rip him. He's dead. And now it's time for the doctor to die too, because though he did pre-poison the coffee, he wasn't paying attention while she switched the cups around, so he's already drunk it and poisoned himself, and all these signs of struggle we saw earlier were not signs of a struggle. That was him in his death throes,
don't
just
get a-
sort of
Even though
collapsing into shit.
when when fucking Thanos got poisoned with the same shit, he just collapsed instantly from a non-lethal dose.
That'll
We'll
be
get
interesting.
back to that.
Yeah.
We were gonna talk about it all. There's a lot to
Yep.
talk about.
There is quite a lot. So he then collapses. She drags his body back down to the basement, as
By the
mentioned,
way-
leaving no trail through the wreckage.
Glenn Close
Yes?
is 78. I'm sorry. I don't think you're going to be
Getting
able
him
to
in that
carry
tub might
Jeremy
be an-
Renner
Right,
into
yeah,
that.
Be an all-night
Kirby
affair,
went
maybe.
all the way there, down the, dropped him down the stairs. Sure, get him in the, lift him
Yeah.
into the tub.
Not sure about
Yeah,
that
this
one.
ain't no Elijah Wood, all right. we're gonna,
Yeah.
this man's an Avenger.
And then now he's dead. She dumps him in the vat of acid, and she arranges the corpse of Wix to make it look like he had drowned him for some reason. And that's kind of it, really. That's the end of her confession.
Her story she wants to try and save the story, right? Because the original story was just going to be that he rose again and he went to heaven, and that's that. Even though the internet would never fucking believe that from the footage. No. But the new plan is that he rose again and he killed his killer. He vengefully attacked him, and she's hoping that would still be evidence of like a miracle or something.
And he accidentally forgot that he was not immune to acid. And so
it wouldn't work. The forensics would show that he was fucking dead. So also someone did this.
Dead, but then, like, why would? Yeah,
it's stupid.
Which maybe that's a good thing to start with first of all. So he drank poison that knocked him unconscious, and then got stabbed in the back, and that was the mortal wound. How in the autopsy did they not detect the poison in his blood? How
Apparently,
did they not know that he was poisoned?
You can detect it in basically every part of the body, like blood, urine, fucking even eye fluid. Like it's in your bones or some shit. If you take this stuff,
that explains why things get movie when I drink. Yeah,
they will be able to detect it. So it's just like Ryan. Instantly, this falls apart.
Yeah, it's not a locked
and it's
door mystery.
Basic
it's like,
shit.
He was poisoned somehow. He was just poisoned, and then he died.
Well, and then
it's basic autopsy shit. This isn't some like secret of detective work that most of the public doesn't know.
He knew about this in the first Knives Out
stuff.
Yeah,
they had toxicology report in Knives Out.
There's already that. Number 2, that blood in the squib, that ain't his, right?
Nope.
So how the fuck did they not notice that there was blood?
And whose blood is it?
Mix that wasn't his. What kind of blood was it? Did it belong to another human, or did it belong to
the blood of a pig?
If there was a squib that got exploded, is there any plastic that would have been left there?
They found threads.
They make a note of they left bits of thread from when he ripped it off of him, but no sign of the squib at all. No plastic, no scorch marks of any kind. Really?
They were able to make that?
Well, and then, of course, so what's his name? Judd fiddles with it for a little bit, right? And then Thingy's like, whoa, don't do that, because he... But what if he had actually just knocked it slightly? It wouldn't have... Well, so if you just touch it at all, you'll realize it's disconnected from the body. You'd be like, oh, it's moving, whatever this is.
Which that's something that's worth noting, is it was sewn onto the robe well beforehand, and fucking Thanos didn't notice that there was like a big fucking metal... dragon head that was attached
you'd
to his
feel
robe.
it. You'd totally fucking feel it
banging against you when you're walking. You'd be like, "What is that?"
I could maybe. Well, a Katsuk is really thick. I can believe he wouldn't notice if it was really lightweight as he was walking and standing. But when he sits down and he leans back against the back of the chair, you're obviously going to feel it then.
And also, but bear in mind, it was strong enough to break a window when thrown from a pretty far distance. So it's safe to conclude it's like
that's
sturdy
true.
enough.
Yeah.
And then on top of that, fucking Sai was recording all of this stuff. I know he was far away, but like I assume that it's possible that that could be seen on camera.
The key information
when he turns his back
is that it's pretty high definition, and the internet is now aware of this as a like mystery of who killed him.
Yeah.
Much like Shelby Oaks, they would zoom and focus on someone during that entire sequence. He must have faced his back enough times that you could be like, there's something weird there.
Absolutely.
Oh, police! It's the exact murder weapon that's already in his back. What the fuck?
That's kind of weird.
That's kind of crazy.
Normally, you don't get that until it's used.
Then, on top of that, it's like, man, really, Jeremy Renner getting there first, and then a distraction that makes sure that everybody turns around and looks at Glenn Close. Every single
including
one of them
Judd,
looks
who's
away.
on the body, basically.
Yep, including him, so that he has the opportunity to switch it out. That's pretty goddamn lucky.
He's got to rip it off and stab it in. And pocket it, and no one can notice. So if one person just happened to be looking, or didn't look for as long with Glenn Close, or didn't even turn, just ignored it because they were fascinated by the dead body, like it all goes to shit.
They would have been screwed. They would have been absolutely screwed.
And then, of course, you start to think, wait a minute. So the squib, the replacement knife, all this shit, after they tranquilized him, why didn't they just kill him with a spiked drink?
With poison. Yeah, just totally a lethal dose. Just poison him.
What's the point of all this insanity with the fucking RF controller, the squib, the replacement? Why do all of that?
Yeah, you know his routine. You know where he lives. You have constant access to him. And honestly, is there is there really a
Well,
hurry at all?
Well, and then you start
And
to
then-
wonder, why do it this way at all in front of all these people, all this crazy shit? You could just
And then you
drug him at home and fake a heart
You can
attack
add
or
another
something.
thing on top of that. He wants to get some money, so you're gonna kill him. What the fuck? like I know he's a douche, but I mean, holy shit. You know?
What's actually the real immoral part of that? He wants to get a gem from a corpse that's been dead for
well,
decades.
And I mean, if we're
and
gonna say, oh,
use it.
the poor what's her name who destroyed the church to get the money, and he is also a descendant of that guy. So any appeal that you can make that she should get the money, he can also make that same appeal.
Crazy idea. If they organized like they knew when this machinery was coming in to open the crypt, night before, just have Samson invite him for a conversation, and then just tie him up. And then tomorrow, get the gem,
and then get
hide
the money,
it, and then you
and then
good.
hide it, and then let him free. And then he's like, "Where is it? Oh, I'll never tell." And then that's it. It's
That's
done.
it.
But instead, it's like, no, he
So you
must
do this
die.
insane
What's he
plan.
gonna do? Tell the
Not
cops?
only must he die, but the scheme must be such that it obviously implicates Judd, which is something that appears to go unrecognized by Glenn Close and Rian Johnson.
Yeah.
That the scheme obviously implicates him.
Yeah,
Like
that's the
the
whole
idea
reason
that
to
it's
do it like this anyway, where it looks
because the whole
like
point
he
is,
could have done
Yeah,
it.
You
to
know, the
specifically
fact
to get
that
a
the fact that
patsy.
what's his name says it's unsolvable. It's like, well, it's not. There is a really obvious thing, which is Judd did it. The only way it's unsolvable is if you treat it as 100%
Is if this is a
surefire
Rian Johnson
thing
film.
that he didn't do it. That we know he didn't do it, but he did. At least seemingly, and he would have been arrested.
Well, so
But instead, she's like, "Oh no, it was Jeremy Renner who took advantage of the situation to implicate Judd. No, you did.
Would have been a
You
better
set up the
story,
whole
by
and,
the
thing
way.
and
to
if
make
the
it.
drink
Did
is
get arrested,
spiked, right?
And then he contacted Blanc.
If
from
the drink is
the-
spiked, then they would at least know. They should know all of it, but they would at least know there's alcohol, which means you could easily just assume Judd waited until he went unconscious from alcohol, and then went in and took his chance to stab him.
Yep.
Like, it's perfect. The idea is like, this is unsolvable. It's like, it actually makes really like a crazy
It's
amount of
really
sense.
simple. It's
The
only
lie makes more
unsolvable
sense
if we
than the
treat it-
truth.
Well, the
Th-
truth
it's
is
just-
absolutely fucking nuts, and no one would ever believe this, and I
Yeah.
don't know why he wrote it this way, other than he's a retard. Like,
Mhm.
why would you do this? Why would anyone do this?
You fool.
You have all these extra steps of insanity when the easiest shit ever is to just poison him. You're a doctor. Just poison the fucking flask. That's it.
The groundskeeper who was like basically fanatical for
You
clothes,
by putting
who knows the grounds.
a specialist like medication in there, it implements him automatically. It's like, who in the room had any knowledge of medicine? It's like, the doctor? Like, oh shit, well, that's it. But luckily for Ryan and everyone else in the story, they just don't do the toxicology, so they don't know anything about the alcohol or the spiking. None of it.
I don't know, man. It's just like, this is the obvious stuff. If the entire premise of your whodunit mystery story is completely undone and unravels at, oh, well, the police did an autopsy, you fucked up royally.
Mhm.
You have to account for this. You have to.
Like we said, the sheriff couldn't figure out that him being alone with the body for 9 seconds is something that implicates him until she read a book about it.
Oh no.
How do people watch this and be like, man, that Rian Johnson, you know,
Look, reading is
he's saving the
knowledge,
whodunit
alright?
genre.
Good
Without him,
message.
we'd be fucked.
I think that's genuinely where all the complex, convoluted bullshit stuff comes from. It's just if you trick people into thinking it's so complex that they won't
do the
ever
work
fully
for
understand
you.
it, yeah, they will assume it all makes sense because you have a big reputation as a filmmaker. You're Rian Johnson. You made a
And-
Star Wars movie, so obviously it must make sense. It's just too deep and nuanced and complicated for
It
my
couldn't not
broader
make
smooth
sense.
brain.
It's a murder mystery. It has to make sense. That's the whole point, is that it makes sense at the end, right?
Like I said, the speculation for a while was that this was all a big plan by Wicks himself to, quote-unquote, die, come back to life, and reinvigorate his church. And maybe, you know, he could have been working with Psy or whatever for blah, blah, blah. And that he'd worked with Jeremy Renner to get a particular medication that could false present himself as dead. And then Glenn Close puts the thing in the coffin to bring him back up to life. Or she even administered it in the coffin there. Wakes up, gets out, and that you have to solve that nobody ever murdered at all. And then you could have it be that fucking Hayden Church figured out that's what happened, and so they killed him. So that's the real murder, right? And that's the twisted. But it's like, no, none of that. It's just this a remote-controlled squib and a dragon head with concrete, it's like put into a thing to make it into a knife. which they did because he threw it through the window and they picked it up and decided to use it. But they also got the second one so they could stitch it into his clothing with the squib, so that when I can't believe this is still going. When they spike the flask, he gets unconscious in the room. Again, what if he had fucking walked out and fallen on the floor in front of everybody? They're fucked.
Well, fuck. Guys, I don't feel so good. And he just
It's
like,
so
moves
stupid.
a
There's
little
so
bit.
many variables. And again, it's just like, God, this feels like someone who would have made, like, whoever made this would be fit right in with Glass Onion and Knives Out. You're like, yeah, about that. It's like, this is the trilogy.
How did they get the second devil head? Or did they just steal it off
Well, I
screen?
guess
I think
Jeremy
they took it
Renner
off screen. It was
probably got
already
it, yeah.
missing. Yeah, because he was at the pub already.
So he just was able to get behind the bar and take it without anyone noticing, without any footage of anything.
I guess so.
It's hilarious to me that if they just
Okay, then.
hit him in the head and just dropped him in the fucking forest, they probably would have gotten away with it. Like, it just
Turns out he was drinking and he got drunk one night and he fell and bumped his head.
exactly
Tragic.
that. Exactly that. It's so stupid. All of this insane nonsense. And it's not even over. There's a little bit more insane
Nope,
nonsense.
there is a tiny little bit more insane nonsense to come. So
We got room for more.
we
There's
do.
always room for more.
So Martha, that's the end of her confession. She has, it turns out, poisoned herself before giving it. So on the one hand, she's here to beg forgiveness.
More
from a
Catholic suicide, yes.
exactly. So she's here for forgiveness from a Catholic priest who must condemn her because she's killed herself. Don't think that's how it works, but then I don't think they understand how it works. She begs for forgiveness, yeah, and Judd is all very nice. She
doesn't-
kind of resists forgiving Grace, and he insists that she also forgive Grace because they really hate that poor dead greedy whore woman. But
Hell
she
yeah.
eventually lets go of her anger and forgives her too, and then she dies.
She doesn't
wonder
repent
if
for
Harley
trying
Quinn is,
to
like, filling him up.
frame Judd,
Nope.
for the record. She
It's
doesn't
because
even
the story
admit that.
doesn't think that's
Yeah,
what she
Grace,
did. They think that's what Jeremy Renner did.
It's like,
Nah,
you know, he
that's
made
what
my
she
life
did.
really difficult these last
No, she
several
did.
I
days.
guess-
Okay.
I guess they forgot all the times where she's like, murderer, you're the one that's done all of the, get out of it, we all hate you. It's like, no, that was just an
Yeah,
act,
you
don't
were
worry about
kind
it.
of a dick to me, and you knew the whole time. Like,
No, but I forgive you. I forgive you. I don't forgive Jeremy Renner. I certainly, on a meta sense, don't forgive people like Ransom or Miles in those other movies. Those are all fuckers. But you know what? You were a broken person. You struggled. You've made it through. You've come to the light.
Congratulations. And she drops the diamond because she has that now. And Judd says, shit, just in case we were too invested in the scene. Blanc looks at the diamond and then sort of just does his symbolic washing of the hands and he leaves it behind. And then we get a 1 year forward time skip.
Well, just one thing. So Blanc says, like, I didn't want to reveal all of this because I realized, you know, she'd taken the drug. I could tell from her lips that she'd taken it. And he like makes sure to say, it's like, it was too late for her, so I just wanted to give her a chance to, you know, confess herself, you know. And it's like, oh, can we arrest him again? He recognized someone was dying, and he didn't ask that she get taken to the hospital immediately because you don't know that she's taken a lethal dose. You have no idea. And
But then
her
his
getting put on
response would
whatever help
be-
she can in the hospital, you might be able to argue, certainly with this drug, that it may not have made the difference, but like, you obviously try. You don't just for selfish reasons be like, I ain't telling anybody, I'm just gonna let her die, lol.
But it was
Off my
very
ass off.
important to him that she do all of this of her own free will. He couldn't contradict that by sending her to a hospital
Again,
against her free will.
So unethical that he's running his
I
own little
know.
fun and games while someone is literally killing themselves, and he's like, yes, kill yourself, but like on my time, do it my way, please. You're like, oh. And again, this doesn't get caught up to him. None of these things, like, the sheriff doesn't seem to care. She finds out, like everyone else, you know, obviously, because he explains this explicitly. He's like, yeah, I recognized she was killing herself. I didn't stop her or tell anyone. I just wanted to let her have the chance to, you know, confess.
sometimes
And
when
then
an old lady wants to die, you just gotta let her
Yeah,
do
man.
her thing, you know?
How much funnier would this have been if she just didn't confess? She's like, nah.
He's like,
I'm
oh,
dying."
shit. I just don't...
What if she said it really was you, Judd? I
She'd
knew
have gotten
it.
away with
Just-
everything. If she
Yeah.
hadn't confessed, she had the diamond, she could have left and she would have been fine. But she never wanted the diamond. She wanted to make sure that nobody else ever had the diamond. So here she is giving it to people.
Well, and it's kind of
This is
nuts
how
to
it
me
works.
because
She's like
Blanc
Rose.
once again just knows of her spirit and that
it.
she'll come through here when it's like, you had no clue. She's like a monster. No idea.
Yeah.
You just drowned a guy in a vat of acid.
Yeah, it's
He's
insane.
not good people.
He's like,
He was bad,
nah,
though.
I knew it. I knew she was going to do it. She's killing herself to evade the consequences because she thought you were about to reveal it, and then you're like, nah, she'll confess. Like, what? No. But no, she does, of course, because he read the script. And thank God she did, because she is such a wonderful soul, as is the harlot whore. She's all they make special mention of just how much of a tortured poor girl who was trapped that she was. So strange, so weird. She beat a child for good reason. It was greed. She beat her for money. Come on.
Also, the child was a dick. Sometimes it's necessary.
Yeah, that's
Sometimes, yeah.
It just she should have had it go na 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 na, and she chops her arm off or something. I just want to see
Sometimes
Ryan
you
be
could-
like, yeah.
You have to speak to a child in the only language it understands.
But Rags, the child was like, ha 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 ha, like she loved it. She's like the Joker.
Evil.
1 year later, then.
Antichrist.
So Judd picks up the narration. He says, the jewel was never found. The flock dispersed. Some of them got what they thought they wanted, like the writer. But it turns out his book did sell, but all of the people there are people he hates. And so he
They're
has a
all,
miserable life.
as he mentioned, dressed like John Goodman in The Big Lebowski. That's the demographic his books attract, and he hates that. So look at he lost that.
got
I
what
don't
he
even get
deserved.
I don't even get it.
I don't really
What's
either.
the joke? That they're dressed like, him and Lebowski, or because
It's
I was
just
a
that
little
they're all,
It's like
like,
certain type of people.
survivalist
He wants to be
types, yeah.
appreciated for being a genius, but it's only weirdos that appreciate him. That's how he lost. Sad face.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know.
They're all weird. I guess it's weird that they're all cosplaying the same character from the Big Lebowski, but I guess. But like,
that is a little strange.
I don't. Yeah, I was a little lost on this one.
But I don't know. It's just because Ryan didn't have a story for this character. He has no consequences because he has no actions. He's just, I was writing, and I'm a bad writer, and I make loads of references to writing stuff, and my ending is I wrote the book, but the people I don't want to enjoy it. Sad face.
Why would he not like them? What has been set up as the thing that he wouldn't like about them?
I think it's because it's not the same
Class or
politics.
beard or
I'm not even
something?
sure.
Because he never came across as an elitist by any stretch of the imagination. He's like a
No.
quirky writer guy who lives in his moat world, and he's got 2 art suits of armor at the front of his house.
We don't like him, and he lost. Okay, Rags? Jesus.
You think
I guess.
he might like these guys, actually?
Yeah, they seem like they're all right. I mean, they're in line. I mean, they read books. They enjoy literature. Clearly,
Yeah.
they enjoy his book, and so I don't
It's
know
the
why he
problem. It's
wouldn't
not
like
really
them.
properly fleshed out. It's just sort of like, I gotta write an ending for this guy. I don't know, this.
You get
Like,
just this
alright.
very, very vague sense that he used to be like way bigger and more successful with a much more upper class audience, and he lost that, and now he's upset that he's left with people who subscribe
just-
to his Substack.
It's just
But he also
funny because
seems like
it's
he
a bad
left on
message.
purpose.
Like,
He seems like he threw away like the sort of elitist society and audience he used to have on purpose. So I'm not really sure why he's so upset.
well, and then
about
on
it.
top of that, it's like it feels as though
Well, if
the
he's writing
movie is
books
saying,
about
"Ha
Wick,
ha,
surely
look at
he
your
would."
audience." And it's like, wouldn't it just be good for him that he's got an audience, like creatively speaking? I don't know.
I mean, I get it. It's Rian Johnson. They're all white guys, so they're probably evil. But surely, I just don't. Yeah, I don't see the connection. And I don't see why they'd be interested in this weird book.
Again, it feels bitter and petty, but it's whatever. It's fine.
I mean, that's the
Hey,
film. That's Rian Johnson.
we got his ending. How are the others looking? How are they? How are they
Alright,
doing?
So-
maybe they'll be less confusing.
Vera, who is not a white guy, gets a nice ending.
Aw.
She
Aw, that's
gets
nice.
a
Oh,
new
interesting.
start. She's selling her house. She's making money from that house, probably. She's having a cigarette like she always does because it's a character. And she's going to go and have a really nice
Well, no,
life.
she only does it now. She wasn't smoking for like 15 years, right? And then she started smoking.
Because she
Yeah.
did it for him, the son, but now she's been betrayed.
But now she's like, oh yeah, well now that's
I'll
I'm gonna
smoke
fuck
just
my
to
own
spite
lungs
you.
up.
Yeah. Like,
I'm gonna
okay.
fuck up my own lungs just out of spite.
And her victory isn't even probably the best one, which is the cellist. Remember the cellist? Terrific character. she couldn't play the cello because she
Yes.
was in debilitating pain, but now she can
I
play the
mean, yeah.
cello because she's not.
She's
got over
she's
it. She
just
learned
pushing
how to
through the
deal with it.
pain. Yeah.
Well, she's still in pain, but it's not debilitating anymore. So he's like, isn't that nice? She stopped trying to be healed and decided
She
to
took
push
yoga or something.
through.
She just found the inner strength to sustain herself and keep going every
Was-
day in massive, massive torment, but at least she can play the cello.
So to recap, Writer Man, he got the sad ending because he's clearly unhappy. The
Yep.
Draven lawyer lady, she got a good ending. She's smiling. Kaylee Spaney, Rain, she's got the she's pushing through in spite of the pain, achieving her her dreams sort of thing. So she's got a good
She's
ending.
just in pain.
Well, she's got the best ending she could get in the framing of what we had of her, which is she is in pain and wanted God to take it away. That didn't happen.
And God didn't take it away.
So next up, whose ending we
So-
got next?
Yeah.
There is only, well, kind of the last bunch are all in one go, but Sai of the evil townspeople is the last one. Sai is not very happy because he still wants his diamond, and he threatens Judd, and he reveals where the jewel is, or I will sue you, he says. But like Judd and Jeffrey right from the beginning and Blanc are all together now, they're conspiring, and they deny that they ever found any such jewel, and Sai just gets in his dickhead car and drives off like a dickhead.
There we go.
And that's the end of him. Although his video of Blanc admitting to being unable to solve a mystery, that's still trending on YouTube. I bet it's got like 200 views now. So
Nice.
it's doing badly. But Blanc doesn't mind because he says it's like, oh, yes, I saw someone put the P in the word owned, like pwned. Huh.
That
Doesn't
iconic
really
line,
make
yeah.
any sense. Mhm.
Oh.
And
Judge,
he says, "Little punk bitch." Good old our priest friend. Very funny.
Funny because he cursed even though he's a priest. Haha.
Yeah.
I didn't really care for how they showed like the priests in this to be like a bunch of foul mouths. I was like,
That's the
that
funny
doesn't
though. It's
seem
the
to match my
contrast. You should be
experience of
laughing.
priests, but all right.
You must be fun at parties.
I am not fun at parties. True.
When people say that, I'm like, I'm not usually reviewing movies at parties, man.
I don't go
It's
to.
just-
I don't do parties. I'll do parties sometimes, but
You don't
I don't know.
know what
Maybe
I
I'm shit. Maybe I am shit at parties. Bite me.
Oh my god.
Get pwned.
Yeah.
oh God, it sounds so old.
Oh, it is old. We're old men on the internet.
They don't
Poning
know.
the SJWs.
That,
Lay rage face.
Rage Comics classic.
But Judd gets to take over this church now, and he's warned it's going to be very popular because that video online, there are
200
size
views.
truthers versus the awesome massed power of the Catholic Church are winning. The Catholic Church has tried to persuade people it wasn't a miracle because it was actually a series of incredibly implausible murders, and nobody believes them.
Yeah.
So people are going to turn up and be all asking questions, and that's annoying. But Judd's fine with that. Because he's in his role now. He is now a fully fledged, full ranked, promoted, got his gun and his badge priest, and he's
got
making a
his
new
cross
wooden
and
cross.
his
He makes a new
salette,
wooden
and
one. Yeah,
he's
it's the time his
ready.
woodworking that was set up earlier becomes relevant to the story right at the
Ooh.
end. He makes a new wooden
Alright,
cross,
that's
and
good.
confusingly, for symbolism, the symbol of greed is placed as the heart of Jesus. And I do not understand why they've done this.
Not to
He's greedy
mention,
for love.
they just said, Sai said, any fucking change to this church I will inspect thoroughly. And it's like, oh, well, he's going to find that gem immediately.
Well, it's not visible from just like the pews, the naked eye.
No,
That's-
but
so
he's going to, he
that's
said,
fine.
like,
even though, well, no, but it's
Even-
a bit
well,
awkward
that's what I'm
because
saying,
the
I'm
final
being-
shot,
It is.
you know, the fact that the final shot of the film shows that at the right angle, the light will just make it reflect. And it's
Listen, like
oh,
a
shit,
sniper
that's a
scope in
weird
Call of
flow,
Duty,
like-
man. It's kind
Yeah,
of like
exactly.
it's conspicuous.
fucking movie, man. Like, you know what's so funny, too? Is someone would be like, so this is really bad. It's like, well, you have to grade it on a scale. This is actually pretty good compared to
Rian
Rian
Johnson
Johnson
scale,
stuff.
yeah.
Yeah.
this
Believe me,
is-
it could be a
this is
lot
the
worse. Glass
This
Onion,
is the
man.
best
Oh.
film in the Knives Out series.
Yeah.
Isn't that
Really
crazy?
quick,
I would say comfortably, too.
we skipped one small moment that really annoyed me. At the end of everything that they've been through, Judd's like, hey, so my first mass is coming up if you want to stick around. He's like, fuck no. There's nothing I'd want to do less than that. Anyway, bye. It's like, Jesus, man, you couldn't.
They're supposed
Being a
to
little bit
symbolize
nicer,
that
you know?
men
Yeah.
of science and men of faith,
Well,
they can
you'd have
get
thought-
along as long as none of them believe anything.
Yeah, you would have thought the idea is like you don't believe it, but you would believe in him. So you would, you'd be like, you know what? Yeah,
Will you be
I'll-
there, you know,
yeah,
to
that
watch
sort of
me?
thing.
You know, it's my first game, coach. I need you to watch. I need you to be there at the game, mom. You know, to
But
watch
yeah, it's
me.
whatever. Because this is a year
He says there
after
was
as well.
nothing. There was nothing I would rather not do. It's like, okay, thanks. Really, nothing. There's nothing you want to do less than just listen to me preach. Okay.
I'd rather watch a Rian Johnson film than go to a church with you.
That
Thanks,
it? Did we do it?
Benoit.
Is
That
it?
that wraps it up. That is the end. We made it all the way through the
Wow.
Wake Up Dead Man, a Rian Johnson mystery of how he still has a job.
Wake
Holy.
up, dead man.
Wake Up Dead Man. Yeah.
Wake
I
up,
think.
dead man.
Man.
Wake up dead, man.
Man.
Yeah, wake up, dead man.
It's a special kind of movie. You do have to wonder why a man who cannot write anyway decides to write the most convoluted and well, some of the more difficult
In a
jobs
genre
around,
that
right?
demands the most like
Yeah.
accurate and logical writing,
And
which he's
just,
infamously not good at.
and he
So it
keeps
seems like
doing
there
it
are
again
plenty
and
on the
again and
internet who
again.
disagree with us and
Yeah,
think
like,
they're wrong, and they can
Within
suck it.
every, piece of storytelling, you'd argue, not just storytelling, but also like choreography or even cinematography or whatever, creation of music, there's going to be critical thinking. But it's just specifically this,
What?
like a whodunit is like quintessential critical and creative thinking, Ryan. This is not your strength. I'm not sure what your strength is, but it's not this. Like you enough. You need to do something else.
You can make some individual shots look kind of cool sometimes.
Yeah.
That's kind of it. But then that same temptation bleeds into everything else. So for every one shot he does that, oh, that looks kind of cool, you get the really hackneyed, forced, cliche, cringy stuff like, oh, the atheist is speaking, so the light goes out. Oh, the priest is recovering his faith, so the light comes back again. It's so on the nose. It's incredibly lazy, and I'm sure some people think it's really deep and meaningful, but it isn't. They're wrong. And that's just in the visual realm. It's so bafflingly nonsensical. I've never written a mystery story. I've sort of toyed with the idea and might do one day. But my first thing would be, okay, I've got to go and read how everyone else does it. And I've got to read how they
Read
do
the
it.
greats,
So
you
read
know?
the greats,
Yeah.
and then also probably read something meta about the greats, how they went about constructing their plots, how they made sure that people didn't immediately guess who the villain was, how they made sure everything added together, how you keep all this stuff going to make it that the audience can play
Read it,
detective
yeah.
along with the detective. That's very important. There's no evidence that Rian Johnson has ever watched a whodunit, never mind read anything about them. Because it's just incomprehensible. It's laughably bad, like really hilariously awful. And all three of them are like this.
Yeah. This is a trilogy in that sense. Like their patterns are all the same. Just there's degrees of density of stupid. Glass Onion is still the undefeated champion, I think, of insanity.
I certainly hate it the most. When I was rewatching these, I didn't know. God, what a horrific prospect to having to watch these two movies again. But I was thinking going in, which one do I hate more? Which one annoys me more? I wasn't sure, but I think that after all of this, I can safely say that Glass Onion I hate the most.
Yeah, and I think you could even argue it in a sense of like you should hate it the most out of the three.
I think you can make a
Like Knives Out is probably
Mona
next
Lisa
up because
thing, man.
yeah.
It really does. It's like it's the shit on the top of the shit cake. Really is.
a horrendous.
I think
film.
like it was a bit of a coincidence, but not too long ago I tweeted that basically people who do that should be executed, and I stand by that. If you like maliciously destroy shared pieces of like cultural history and art and things that need like architecture, things that are like really important to society, that are old, that are very historically relevant and stuff. If you maliciously go out to destroy those things, you should be killed for destroying these things, for robbing future generations of being able to have them, for removing things that took hundreds and hundreds or thousands of years to sort of cement their place in civilization and society, things that we could look back on, something that our forebears created. And like, man, then just sure enough, I'm here watching Glass Onion again, and I'm like, oh, I would have you killed so much for doing
jail
that.
time for sure. I don't know about killing people for it.
That's fair. That's
Fine,
fair.
I'm
About
on
the
board with
stocks.
Rex. I'm on Team Rex. Yeah.
True. Kill him.
Kill him dead.
Kill him dead.
Well, everyone always shares that scene from whatever fucking, I don't know if it's like some foreign
Oh, yeah,
TV
it's a
show or
Spanish
something.
thing, isn't it, I
Spanish,
think?
yeah.
Spanish
The
TV
guy
show.
just shoots the two people dead.
Yeah,
It's
that
like,
was what I was.
I think-
saw that. I'm like, you know what?
well, where,
I'm actually kind of I'm on this guy's side morally, just not legally.
I get
They
why
should be
people are
given a
saying it.
speedy
It's
trial
the
and then executed.
you want a strong, and I mean, I want like a definitive deterrent, because holy shit, you should not be doing that, you know. And it's just annoying that it's gotten this far. But
Definitely agree
secondly,
there,
you know, museums, galleries, whatever, protect these works, please. Put strong protection on them. Not like, you know,
Yeah.
don't let some retard walk in with a soup can and fuck it up, please. There's plenty of those. There's not plenty of great works.
Someone said anti-tomb looter rags. No, if anything, we've learned that that's what saves and preserves these things, is if we get them into like museums and stuff, so that they can go around
Besides,
the
that's
world
different,
and be
'cause,
protected and
you
show
know,
everybody.
It might be an ancient demon that you got to destroy his bones to prevent him from killing people. The Mona Lisa doesn't have that applied. But if it did, you know, like we got to consider these things.
Yes, return the slab. Do not return the slab. All right, put that slab in a museum so that we can all enjoy it. It can be preserved and protected. Do not return the slab.
Well, we did it. Another
Terrible.
Rian Johnson
That
movie.
was awful. Yeah.
Mhm.
He's pretty consistently
fuck this movie.
been
Yeah.
like a movie gremlin. He just makes his movies and they're awful. And it's like, I guess good for you in the sense that you get to be creative and expressive. But what's fun about Zack Snyder is that they crashed and burned, right? His three soul projects. We don't have the numbers, right, because the Netflix, but at the same time, we can tell from the results that the franchises for them are all dead.
Stop making them.
Yeah, and no one talks about them. James Gunn, we're watching in real time him crash and burn. Just give it time. What's going to happen to his DC? It'll be funny to watch, especially with all the shit that he says online, all the shit he already has said. Remember, The Flash is his fucking favorite superhero movie, right? Don't judge. He's allowed. It's a neat movie. But Rian Johnson, it's like he's managed to skid by like a wet poop.
Not fair.
And he's just not getting the repercussions for making these absolute shit movies. But a lot of people think he's peak fire. So I guess we'll just have to wait on that one.
Doggo's drunk again. No. I said all that in earnest. Haven't been drinking at all.
Rian Johnson might have been writing. It's hard to tell.
He might have. Might make him better. Maybe he's like
What
maybe
would
he's
you-
like Gene Wilder and
What would you
and
rather
Blazing
watch?
Saddles.
The James Gunn sequel to Superman, the next Knives Out movie, or Rebel Moon 3?
Oh,
Rebel Moon 3.
fucking hell.
I don't think it's that easy, Rags. That's a
No.
tough
Oh,
one, honestly.
Well then. I mean, it
That's
would
a
for me.
tough one.
For me, it's easy. It'd be Rebel Moon 3, then the James Gunn thing, and then Rian Johnson. Easy, no questions asked. Like,
I think
boom,
Rian
that's an
Johnson's
easy one.
last for me as well. I'm sort of going back and forth between Superman sequel and Rebel Moon 3 because Rebel Moon 2 is extreme. I mean, it's funny in places, but those places are separated by
Yeah.
miles and miles of boring.
It's an attempt at style that at least is some sort of like it has a certain earnesty to it, and it's bad, and it can be amusing, but like I guess there's like some things in there that are like and it's funny and it's silly and it's silly because it's trying to be very serious, but the seriousness is from a place of like I said he's very earnest, Zack Snyder, it'd be terrible, but I think it would be the most amusing of the three.
So I would say Rebel Moon is the least likely to piss me off. So it would be funny. So that angle comes in. But Superman is going to be probably the most interesting to me in terms of, you watch it and you're like, I wonder what this will do culturally.
I agree.
Mm-hmm.
So, but in every case, Knives Out loses out. It's at the bottom of the list no matter what. So
I think on
bye.
that we can. I think we're unanimous on that, as far as I know. I mean,
Even chat was
Probably.
split between Rebel Moon or Superman. You know, but that's not good. That's very bad.
we'd rather watch Rebel Moon than the super smart, Rian Johnson film.
I'm going to throw one small bone to the Knives Out trilogy here. They're the
God.
best looking of all of these. examples.
Oh, yeah,
I think
I'd agree with
Knives
that.
Out,
Yeah.
Glass
That's
Onion,
true.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
Wake
It
Up
does
Dead
look
Man
like a film.
actually
Yeah.
do look really good, actually. It's
Yeah, it
just that the
looks
story is
okay, yeah, good
abysmal,
stuff.
so that kind of outweighs how good they might look from
But-
shot to shot.
You know, just so we're clear, everybody, Rebel Moon hideously ugly, and then Superman pretty ugly.
Yeah.
Pretty ugly as well. Yeah.
One of them is hideously ugly in a stylistic way. One of them is hideously ugly and almost like we forgot to put style into it. Well, yeah, one is we put too much style in, and the other is we forgot to put style in.
Neat.
It's over.
It is over, and I guess that wraps up this episode of EFAP, the next chapter in tracking Rian Johnson. So, you know, he's doing, of course, sharing his perspective on his Star Wars movie in retrospect. I'm sure in 2 years from now, everyone's going to talk about how amazing TLJ is, and that's going to be fucking amusing, because it's not going to have
Definitely,
changed. The movie is the same.
Because I feel like if they ain't doing it with The Force Awakens, then
Well, it's more likely for them to do it with TLJ because it's a big,
artistic and
contentious
risque
fucker of
and
a
so-
film, yeah. But there are people saying TFA is a great fun film. They're not very popular posts. It's nobody really cares. TFA is just so hard to be passionate about now, which is kind of ironic because it was a film everyone was passionate about when it came out, in one way or another. Yeah, that's kind of. I just can't wait for when we do it with Rise of Skywalker, 2029. Someone needs to make that video. I would be tempted to do that on April 1st of that year. Rise of Skywalker, better than
surely
you
there's
remember.
no way to sincerely do that. I don't know. Like, can anyone sincerely say that movie is anything
Wait,
other than a complete clusterfuck?
I'm trying to remember. Did I actually make that video technically? I think it was a parody of Just Right. I think I did. I said the sequel. I think it was about the sequel trilogy or something. But there's a way it could be fun to do. Just call it better than you remember or better than people say, or something
worse
like
than you
that.
forgot.
Yeah. You need like an even longer one just to confuse people. It's like when
yeah.
Bilbo at his birthday, say a bunch of shit, and then people are like, wait, is that positive or negative? Yeah, I can talk about the red car law and how it applies to TROS. Good stuff. And I put that video out. It was a complete parody, and most of it was nonsense. The script, the sentences don't match each other deliberately, and I had comments saying they thought it was like an awesome video. It was just proof of like the way people listen to videos online is the answer. People worry that I speak for everybody here. The visuals you choose, you hope even 10% of the audience appreciate the visuals, but these days they might not even be appreciating the audio.
The words, yeah, jeez.
It's just noise and shapes, and that's all that matters. You're like, oh, okay.
I'm smart because on my second monitor there's something that is a noise that is words that I am listener to.
And hey, maybe that explains Knives Out's success. Or I guess we don't know
I think so.
how this one is going to go. The hype for Wake Up Dead Man, maybe it's coming. I haven't seen much yet.
No, it seems to be sort of diminishing, which is I like that.
Wake Up Dead franchise.
Oh,
Got him.
All right, well, I guess that's the end of that. That's a good way to sort of sign it off.
Good way to end.
But before we go, hey, Capital O Opinions, look at you, so festive. What are you up to these days?
Oh,
Where can
hello.
people find you?
You can find me on YouTube. Tomorrow we'll be streaming around this time about why movies look so bad now. It's
Ooh.
an interesting topic. A lot of people are talking about it. A lot of videos popping up. More and more people are noticing that movies look like shit now. So we're
Well-
going to talk about why.
Bit awkward. Did you know that movies that have looked bad have existed for all of time, actually? So you're wrong.
I disagree.
Oh, well, you're wrong,
Is it-
because there's been bad movies before that look bad.
is it so your stream video production is on why films look bad or why they look poorly?
What?
They look bad.
True.
All right. Well, that sounds wonderful. Link to the channel in the description. Are you planning on breaking down a Christmas movie this month of some kind? Maybe on Christmas Day itself?
Maybe.
Ooh.
Sure. No
Well,
promises.
What one? What's your favorite Christmas movie of all time?
Oh, geez.
I've never heard of that one.
Oh, geez.
Well, I'm gonna say two that are very different. The Muppets Christmas Carol and It's a Wonderful Life.
Ooh, solid choice. I love a Muppets Christmas
I'm
Carol.
pretty sure those were the exact two that were chosen by people on Open Bar. They're surprisingly common takes. Maybe not surprisingly, actually.
I don't think it's too surprising. They're both excellent movies. So.
True. Oh, yeah, fair enough. Fringy, Rags, Platoon, anything you guys want to mention?
No, just sort of stuff's going on. I'm busy, but I'm working on stuff. Hopefully, I'll have a couple things done by the new year, and I think 2026 will be one where a lot of stuff comes out. I'm thinking, kind of it's it's almost time for a new start, sort of a rejuvenation of things. We're at the end of the year, it's dark and cold and miserable outside. Everything's fucking dead. But soon we'll reach a new year, and yeah, it's gonna be it just seems like a thematically appropriate time for that sort of thing to happen. New year, new opportunities abound. So yeah.
I have a little short thing that was out. I say short, I mean by my standards, so it's only like an hour, which is really irrelevant and it's just bullying horrible women, but it's quite fun.
Oh,
so
I
you can
watched
go check
that.
that out.
Bullying
Really funny.
horrible women.
If you haven't seen the video, you should. I found it very enjoyable. Like,
It was a
I
fun one
almost wish
today.
I almost wish you went through the entire season, but I feel like that might be cruel of me to ask of you.
I know. I mean, who knows? I might find myself in a content drought again in a few weeks and do the rest. But at the moment, the next big one's going to be Stranger Things. And if my rule for that one is if the introduction exceeds 3 hours, it's going to be a multi-part video as opposed to one. But I haven't quite got to the 3 hour mark yet. But it's looking like it will. So
Yeah,
something
yeah.
will be out at some point around Christmas, I'm sure.
Hell yeah.
I'm just working. Working.
All right. As for me, of course, got let's see, because Christmas times is coming, but yeah, real BBC expected as per usual. Same for Open Bar, and I think next EFAP. Oh gosh, it'll be Avatar time, right?
Yay.
Yeah.
Oh,
Avatar time.
is the
I
third.
can't wait to see the big racist chud with his alien girlfriend, because that's
Hell
the only
yeah.
meme I see going around that anyone gives
It's-
the slightest of shits about. So I want to see him be happy with his girlfriend.
Well, and for me, it's time for my generational rewatch of the Avatar franchise, where I'm like, right, time to remember it for a week, because I've mostly
Yeah.
forgotten all of the second
Yeah,
one.
give me a holler when you write him.
It's
Oh,
like-
not much happens. It's mostly
It's
just
the
swimming.
whale is all I remember. He's got whale juice, and they need
It's
to get the whale juice.
the immortality juice from the brains of the sapient whales that sing to each other. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Oh, and Monday I'll probably do more Metroid Prime 4. I can't promise I'll do any more than one more stream, though. It was tough doing that first one. People were like, he abandoned it. Monday streams for games, okay, guys? Jesus. Calm down. I'll be doing it all the time. I'll be risking that kind of... I think Mel completed it, the poor guy. So, I've seen the damage
I
you
did
can do
almost
to a
consider
person.
streaming it. I got my Switch 2 back the other day, and so it was like, I could play this. And then I saw you were streaming a bit of it and were not having fun, so I thought, nah.
It's
I'm
pretty
not
rough. You
gonna
should
touch
stream
it.
Metroid Prime instead.
Oh,
You should
okay.
stream Super Metroid instead. It would be great. But
Maybe we
yeah.
should all stream Fallout when we play it for the show. Play New Vegas.
We're not covering the fucking season, all right? Just making sure. Just
Yeah, no
putting that
way.
out there,
Fucking
okay?
way.
Christ. Okay, good.
No way.
Technically, we didn't even
Ugh.
do a breakdown of season 1, right? We did videos on it, I think.
I think so.
But that obviously this time around would require watching it, and I don't wanna.
I don't wanna.
I don't wanna.
I don't wanna do that. I'd rather that. I feel like I'd rather do anything else than that, or whatever the fuck.
Whatever the fuck he's saying. I can't wait for him to return. He's such a great fucking character.
Yeah.
And yeah,
he's
Ryan
such
said
a
he'd be doing them
icon of
forever.
justice.
He'd be happy to do those movies forever.
Good. Keep him quarantined over there, making his shitty
With his own
fucking murder
IPs.
mystery movies, so he doesn't touch anything else.
Oh, and I guess it's probably worth mentioning, I think we're pretty much locked in. The week after that would be the Gollum EFAP 2 sequel.
Yay!
Joe
Ooh.
Danger has constructed
Yeah.
a wonderful super duper cut, and we'll try and get everyone in. I know it's going to be difficult though, because it's very close to the busiest time of year, so we'll see what happens with that. But that should be a fun on the bun EFAPing. And then the week after that, we're like completely this year moving right over New Year's and Christmas, if you know what I mean. Like they're not we're like as far away from them as we can be each week. Almost. Just with how dates lined up. You never know with any of this. How it works out. Halloween was a day after this year. This year's been unkind in terms of how dates have lined up. What can you do? But I guess that means we got to be live each of these times, because sometimes we make like a Christmas EFAP, but it's all good. Yes, with that, I suppose we'll say goodbye.
Oh,
Hey,
see you later,
goodbye,
everybody. Bye, bye, bye.
Oh, and I guess on Wednesday, around 7 o'clock, I'm just going to put out a TFA Pop 5 will be then. Anyway, yeah, sorry, I just wanted to mention. Bye-bye.